Hey, put a one in the chat if y'all can see me, if y'all can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can see me, if you can hear me. It's of the utmost importance because I'm not live yet on my phone. I'm not live yet on my phone. I don't know what the delay is. I don't know. Hey, Too Low Key, how you doing, my sister? Good to see you. Too Low Key is in the building. Good to see you, sis. Good to see you. Yo, make sure y'all tell a friend. What's up, Robert W? What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Make sure y'all tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to come on in. We're about to have a hell of a show. Y'all already know. Now, listen, I'm gonna do things a little bit different today. Shout out to Ryan Bardwell, who was sponsor of yesterday's show. I'm gonna celebrate you on Monday, tomorrow, God willing, Ryan, or the next time I go live. I may or may not go live tomorrow, but the next time I go live, I'm definitely celebrating you, Ryan Bardwell, and I appreciate you sponsoring yesterday's show. Salute to Ryan Bardwell. He's up on the community tab. Shout out to Marcel. Marcel in the building. What's up? What's up? What's up? Um, I'm telling you, hey, Jade Lewis, good to see you. Jade is in the building. Hey, y'all know I don't normally necessarily go live on Sunday. And I have told y'all that I'm very, very interested in the Nolan Wells case. At the same time, I was going to wait and reserve judgment until I got more information. Now, I do want to talk about this Officer Tatum interview series that's going on. Shout out to Officer Tatum. Now, listen, Adam, what's going on, Adam? Olivia, what's going on, Adam? What's going on? How you doing? Happy afternoon. Happy afternoon. Good to see you. Kills is in the building. What's up, Kills? What's going on, my brother? Hey, salute to the platform on this Abundant Sunday. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Hey, and definitely much love to you, Jay Lewis. Much love to you. Appreciate you. Listen, I need y'all to bear with me. All right. Y'all know me. Most of my audience, like they accuse us of being an echo chamber. They accuse us of being a cult. They accuse us of a lot of things because a lot of you have been with me since the beginning, almost 4 years now. I need you guys to bear with me. Y'all know that I am one of the most objective people in the space. I am a balanced person. I don't believe in fair. Fair is a place where prize pigs go to get slaughtered. There's no such thing as fair in this world. At the same time, I am extremely objective and I am extremely balanced when it comes to perspective. And I realize this, and I know on the internet, being a balanced person is not necessarily a good place to be. You guys call it a fence rider. You guys call it you guys call it a lot of things. You know, you get the people on the far right get mad at us, the people on the far left get mad at us, and we catch heat from all ways around. I just can only be myself, and this is the only way that I know how to be. This is who I am. I'm a very objective person on most things. I look at things from different angles and different perspectives and point of views. I'm able to see both sides on most subjects, even though I don't feel the need to necessarily debate or argue from both perspectives, right? Shout out to Adam. It said, you may be able to interview Officer Tatum. Uh, hey, I don't mind it. If if he would want to. I'm not one of those people that's gonna try to beat down his door to interview him. But if someone sees this and likes the way I handle things and would like to facilitate it, that's fine. You know, I don't have no problem with that at all. Now this is the thing. I do want to give credit where credit is due. Before we even open this up, I do want to give credit where credit is due for everything negative or everything positive or whatever extreme viewpoints a lot of you have about Officer Tatum, either for the good or for the bad. Can we at least give him credit for being able to get these interviews? Can we at least give him that? Because the truth of the matter is, in all of this time, since they found Nolan Wells' body, July the 6th, these young men have not spoken. These young men have not spoken, especially Warren. Warren has not spoken. So the fact that Officer Tatum was able to interview Warren on camera and interview what's his name? Tristan on camera, I think it is. I think his name is Tristan. And the other guys, and I don't know if it was on camera or not, but allegedly he's interviewed all of the guys involved and spoke to them, went to went to to Mississippi, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and was able to interview them and go out on Horn Island or whatever. I have to say that that is incredible, regardless to whether I agree with his takes, disagree with his takes, like him, don't like him. I don't know enough about him to like him or don't like him, to be honest. I don't have any real strong opinion about Officer Tatum. I don't. I think I've heard a thing or two. Some things I've agreed with, and other things I've absolutely disagreed with. Right. So, but we got to get into it. We got to get into it. Shout out to Chris. Says, stop living for other people's validation. Always do you. Hey, listen, Chris. I don't live for anyone else's validation, and I will. I have no other choice but always do me. Shout out. She said Officer Tatum was duped. Okay. Jazz some mid classic rhetoric says, say what? A Sunday show? Yes, a Sunday show. We got to get into it. It's a lot to get into, so we got to get it. Who in the hell refused to speak with authorities and talk to a right MAGA person? Suspect. They should only be talking to authorities, but I love it because he told on himself talking about Warren. We're gonna get into it. And listen, we're gonna get to it. Like, don't work my eye sprays. If y'all want your comments highlighted red beyond the first 2-3 times, y'all know I'm more graceful than everyone else. I need you guys to do it through the super chat, through the cash app. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And if y'all don't expect me to read it, please go ahead and type to your heart's delight. But don't get mad at me if I don't read it. Okay. I love y'all. I love y'all. Izzy, I'm trying to be open-minded, but Mr. Tatum is making it real challenge to believe his intentions. Critical time. Well, you're gonna like some of the questions, critical times. You're gonna love some of the questions I have to ask. Because part of being objective is being able to ask the hard questions. And y'all know me. I ask the hard questions. I ask the questions that nobody else really is willing to ask. Because at the end of the day, part of being objective is really getting to the crux of it. What makes sense? What doesn't make sense? What rings true? What doesn't ring true? And getting some kind of semblance of what's going on. Shout out to Gemini 605. Thank you for the 10 jewels that go coin. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Y'all be like Gemini 605, man, and support the show, support the stream. Hey, appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you so much, Gemini 605, setting it off and setting it off right. All right, without any further delay, it's your man's Izzy Benz, aka Israel Mills. Y'all know the deal. This is the Real Spill with Mills show. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's get it, let's get it. Y'all already know what it is. Y'all already know what it's hitting for. Y'all already know how we do it. Tell a friend to come on in. We're about to have a hell of a show. You already know. So, I'm going to do things a little differently today. I'm going to drop the link pretty early. What's up, Skywalker? What's going on, Skywalker 1984 in the building, my GOB family? What's up? What's up, Skywalker? How you doing, man? I'm going to open up the link early because I got a lot of questions. And y'all know me, I got more questions than I do answers on this particular situation. So I want to hear from y'all. I want to know what you think, what you've heard, and how you feel. Okay? Now, with that being said, it is still the no F-bomb policy. It is $5 per F-bomb. There's no F-bombs. If you say F-bomb on my panel, you will be dropped immediately if you don't pay. You have to pay immediately through the Cash App or the Super Chat. It is what it is. Listen, that's the rules, okay? That's the rules over here. We in no doxing or trigger words, okay? Let's try to keep a clean show. And let's talk about it. Let's have the conversation. We cannot be afraid to converse and have the hard conversations, okay? So without any further delay, I'm going to press play and see what Officer Tatum had to say. Now, I'm going to start at the third part of his interview series. He broke them down. I think he did one big one. Then he broke them down. So this is part 3 with Warren, if I'm not mistaken. This is part 3 with Warren. What's up, Teddy P? I got that. Teddy P, I appreciate you. I got that email. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Teddy P. You gonna make me rep the Knicks, aren't you, Teddy P? I got you. Shout out to my peoples. Teddy Perkins in the building. Good to see you. Make sure if y'all want those dope graphics, y'all want the dope the dope thing. Yeah, he did like a part 4. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that one too, but I'm gonna go to part 3 and then part 4. I'm not sure if I want to review the Tristan part or not, because he wasn't actually there with them. So I don't know if I want to review that part or not. We get to that. I'm not sure. It depends on what the support looks like and what y'all want to do. All right. Um, yeah. Said Izzy, at least you seldom, if everything, resort to ad hominems where you disagree with us. Yeah. And that's true. Now, when they start, critical times, we gotta be honest. If they start throwing ad hominem attacks or they start getting real disrespectful, I have no problem pulling out all the weapons and just pop, 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 pop. I will go with them, you know what I'm saying, in that particular case. But yeah, just for disagreeing with me or just having a difference of opinion or just having your own opinion, I'm one of those people that believe that people are entitled to that. I like my own opinion. I like the fact that in America, I can state my own opinion, I can have my own opinion, and I can think for myself. So I am proud to be an American in that way. And that is one of the beautiful things about the country that we live in. Okay. So I don't feel the need to try to tell y'all, and this is much like most of my streams, I don't feel the need to tell y'all what to think. Unlike everybody else, I do not want to tell you what to think. That's why I lead with more questions than anything. I just want you to think. I don't want to tell you what to think. I just want you to think. Okay. So we're going to get into it without any further delay. We're going to press play and see what Officer Tatum had to say. Hey, listen, but before we do that, we got to start the show. You know how we start the show. Let's go.
Excuse me. Did I hear someone say, wait, hold up? He said, dope conversations deserve dope donations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show love and hype them up.
You are locked in with Izzy Bands. Let's keep this energy going.
Mr. Izzy Bands, Izzy Bands, Izzy Bands, Izzy Bands, Izzy Bands, Izzy Bands, who? Izzy Big Bands.
Welcome to the Real Spill with Mills. Welcome everybody to the podcast with Izzy Bands. Make sure you support the show, support the stream. Let's welcome the host, Mr. Izzy Bands.
Let's go.
Support the show, support the stream.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, listen, we're going to have a heck of a show today. I'm glad y'all are here. Thank you. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me, and it means the world to me. Shout out to Jasmine. Jazz, some mid-classic rhetoric said, just like women, if you are the situation minority, take another person of your same color with you just to be safe, and please vet your so-called friends. For real, shout out to you. I appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. I'll be like Jazz and support the show, support the stream. I mean, help us reach our goals. Help us reach our goals today. Thank you kindly.
Hope you don't mind if I say this out loud. How wonderful life is, 'cause you're in the world.
I love you. 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 Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Hey, Gemini said that's the cut. Kimberly said Tatum is actually helping Ben Crump. That's interesting take. I'm curious to know why you think that. Shout out to Keon. What's up? What's up, Keon? What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Hey, Bridget M. What's going on, Sugarfoot? How you doing, Bridget? Good to see you. Bridget M is in the building. Good to see y'all all. Good to see y'all all. Hey, Empress Carmen Empress Carmen is in the building. Shout out to my guy, Trevor Jackson. TV is in here. What's up, Soldier? What's going on? So Officer Tatum is weird. To me, it seems as if he's a paid curator of destruction. Oh, Lord. Whoa, 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 Jade. What is that? What is that, Jade? I don't Jade, you got I don't know. Please take that comment out, the last one with the J word. Please Jade. Oh, just my fault. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. Just my fault, family. Jesus Christ, he's a man. I'm throwing hearts. I'm sending love. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, help me, Lord. Pause to myself. I didn't know that, just man. My fault, family. Jesus Christ, can you spell it with a J-U-S-T? You got me out here looking sus, family. Shout out to that.
Wait, whoa, partner, whoa. Pause, man. Hell nah, nigga. Hell nah. Pause, my brother. Pause.
That was to myself. I paused myself. I apologize, good brother. I apologize, yo. I love you with the love of the Lord, but not with the hearts, yo. Wow, my fault. Shout out to that. Not Jazz. Is he just shout out to that. I'm a man. Salute, soldier, salute. Okay. Izzy, do the jewels go towards the sport? Yes, the jewels go towards the sport. But Jade, you gotta erase that other comment and say Izzy does the look what you wrote, Jade. You gotta take that out. Because the algorithm doesn't know that you was trying to type something and it typed something out. And I tried to erase it and it won't let me. So I need you to go ahead and delete that comment for me, beloved. Go ahead and delete that comment for me, beloved, please and thank you. So yes, the jewels do go towards the support, but you can just send a super chat. That's fine. Super chats work. Thanks for the love. You welcome, my brother. You welcome. Jesus, Jiminy Crickets. All right. If you have been following these liars, they are telling on themselves. We're gonna see. Roll Tide, Kelvin Cook. What's up? Yeah, I got you, but okay. Shout out to you. Okay. What's up, Chris? Says a lot going on in these YouTube streets. Yeah. Does your F-bomb fee fluctuate or is it fixed? It's a fixed rate. It's $5 per. Thank you, family. Thank you, Jess. Some mid-classy rate. Hey, he fixed it. Shout out to Jess. Yo, I appreciate you. Jess with the 10 jewels, the gold coin. Thank you, family. Let me give you a proper gentleman salute. Salute, brother.
Thanks, man.
Make money, make money. When shit hit the fan, we'll take money.
Gemini, let's don't start no messing here. Let's don't start no messing here. We're not about to do that today. We are not about to do that on the Lord's Sunday. We're not about to do that, brother. Roll Tide, brother. Roll Tide. All right, so let's get into this. Fair use, fair mother fudging use. All right, and we're going to see what Officer Tatum, without any further delay, we're going to see what Officer Tatum had to say in this particular interview. Again, this is verse 3. This is verse 3. This is the third section of the interview breakdown. This is with Warren. Nah, man. Come on, man. Hey, that's not Alabama boo. All right, listen, we can't talk football, y'all, because these people, everybody don't appreciate football talk. Maybe we'll have a football talk show a different day. Let's keep focused, gentlemen. Let's keep focused. All right, let's get to it. Without any further delay, let's press play. See what it has to say.
You mentioned before, is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. Nolan lit up every room he walked in. 4th of July, everybody was out there. Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. The rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's Tide line.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time. And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30. Right. People are still out there partying and
Correct.
They're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I had a girl come up to me and say, "Hey, your brother just got in a fight." And obviously, I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about, and I was freaked out. So I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody. Put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was kind of angry, and there was a lot going on. But someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was. And my brother was like, "Oh, I just got in a fight, and this guy punched me in the face, and I punched him right back." And then went to the ground. And my brother put him in an armbar. And
was Nolan involved in any of this?
Absolutely not. When I was over there, it was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age, and I mean, Nolan. I never saw Nolan over there. Yeah. Absolutely not. And okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
So you get ready to go. There's an issue with the boat.
Okay, yeah.
And this is what
this led up to that. That's what I'm saying.
So the fight happened with your brother, or a little scuffle. I'm assuming that it was cleared up.
You're right.
You got your brother out of that situation, and then how did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and like we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, I wasn't thinking anything about it. To my brother, I pulled my brother off the beach. And I was just like, "Listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down." I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything else to happen, And so once I got back over the boat, I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom, and I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat, and no water's coming out, no access water's coming out. And, it was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. And at some point the boat was very, very crowded, and there was just a lot of people on. So that it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water. So.
All right. So now I want this timeline. I'm going to be honest. So far, the timeline seems to be in question. Right? Because now you got to remember, we all have in the back of our mind. Well, let me just speak for myself. I have in the back of my mind this 3 o'clock timeline, which they said was the last time they saw Nolan Wells. But now he's talking about 4:30, and this 4:30 timeline when they had allegedly left because of the bulge pump, that was damaged on the boat. Okay, so now this is where I'm like, okay. And so now some new information to me, at least, and maybe y'all have known this before, but his brother had got into an incident on the island. I never knew that before. Did y'all know that? I never knew that before. Did y'all know that his brother had got in an incident on the island? The boat started filling up with water. What? Yeah. All right. So wait, Jade, come on, Jade, Jade is passionate about this. Shout out to Jade. TJ said, interesting that he is interviewing these quote unquote friends and not the Nolan family. Well, in all fairness, the Nolan family has been interviewed by TMZ. They have been low key when they've done the press conferences. They've been kind of interviewed by the media under the supervision or how do I say, public relations through the Ben Crump law firm. So the family has kind of told their side of the story. In all fairness, TJ, my thing is, this is something that we have not heard yet, which is Warren's side of the story and these other guys' side of the story. So I have to applaud Officer Tatum for at least facilitating this conversation, even though I must admit it's a little bit weird because the investigation is still officially open, isn't it? So that's a little bit strange. However, I do applaud him being able to get the interview, whereas other people have not. That is applaudable. All right. So let's get back to this. If y'all want your comments highlighted in red, Beyond Me, welcome y'all into the show. Make sure you do so through the super chat or through the Cash App. Appreciate it. Just some said, so the young white man wants us to believe that the boat was filling up with water and that they drove 10 nautical miles back to the shore with the boat filling up with water. Well, let's don't skip because there was a call. So let's don't skip. All right. So what were they filling out buckets of water while they was driving back to shore? Good. Okay, so Jay said no applause for him, but I'm glad he allowed this alleged liar, to contradict himself. All right. Bridget M said they believe the judge contacted Tatum for the interview. Okay. Well, listen, however it went down, I am glad that he is interviewing Warren, I was about to say Wyatt, so that we can get another side of the story. We can get actually closer because he was there. So we can actually get closer, even if it's what he didn't say, even if it's reading in between the lines, even if it's understanding and being able to dissect the fact that psychologically he's answering these questions with the motive of being able to clear him and his friend's name. Now, regardless, let me just tell you, regardless to whether they're guilty or innocent, psychologically, even on a subconscious level, the answers that Warren is giving is to be able to clear his name and his friend's name. Make no mistake about that. Whether he's guilty, knows something more than what he's saying, or he doesn't, all of his answers are going to be, and this is the first time I'm seeing this. I'm seeing this with you so I can give y'all my accurate assessment of this in real time. All of his answers are going to be to protect him and his friends, are going to be to try to sway, to show innocence, whether he's guilty or not. That's just a fact. He understands the weight and he understands the scrutiny that he and his friends are under in this particular case. So make no mistake about it. But now the beautiful thing about this is that if you are initiated and you know how to listen, you're going to be able to get some things out of this, even if he's not trying to let you know what he's trying to let you know. So let's get to this. I'm a very good listener. I have been trained how to listen, and we're going to get into this. Braxton Stateface said, Izzy Bears, good afternoon, OG sir. And I know of this recent interview of Tatum, but it's Tatum. What else would anyone expect? Nothing to be surprised about, okay? Say that's a fair assessment, but I don't trust Officer Tap Dance, so I may be biased. That's fair. That's fair. I understand. And listen, again, I don't know enough. And the beautiful thing about me is I don't know enough about Officer Tatum to even have any bias in the direction. I've heard little things here and there, but I've never had the opportunity to really watch them. I've seen a couple of videos they put out. I think when I first started YouTube, I reviewed one of his shorts, which I happen to agree with him on that particular short. But listen, I don't know enough about Officer Tatum one way or another. So this is beautiful. This is beautiful. You're getting pure objectivity. I promise you're getting pure objectivity. So let's get into it. Let's go. And I'm about to open up the panel to infuse some maybe subjectivity. I'm about to open up the panel soon. So all you polarizing subjective characters can come up and we can have a dope dialogue. Let's get into it. Let's go.
I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater, and so the motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it trimmed down, and then it come right back up. And so Wyatt's trying to throw a rear anchor, so we're caught, and he's yelling at people. Everybody's kind of freaking out, and eventually, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down, like the boat could possibly sink, and I'm not paying attention to everyone around me. I was paying attention to my buddy's boat, and that's what all my other friends that were on that boat were doing. Trying to solve the problem.
So you're on the boat now. The water's getting up to the point where the boat may be disabled to where you.
Okay, this is interesting. Hey, shout out to Will and the Win. Said, what's up, Izzy and Chat? Happy Sunday, Will and the Win. Good to see you, my boy. Good to see you, my brother. Hey, what's up? Juan Solo in the building said, Officer Tantrum? What? His name is Officer Tatum. Bryson said, but I haven't watched it yet either. Okay, shout out to you, Bryson. Neither one of us has. Just said, Izzy, do you think the white boy is telling the whole truth? No, of course not, bro. Of course. Listen, there is no way, even if they didn't do anything to Nolan, there is no way that he could tell the whole truth. You could. So again, even with the situation with this, he already got caught in a lie. Let me just tell you that. He already got caught in a lie. It wasn't necessarily about Nolan. It was about his brother. It wasn't necessarily about Nolan. It was about his brother. So everything that he's going to say, you have to understand whether he did it or had something to do with it or know what happens to Nolan or whether he absolutely didn't is going to be framed through the reference of trying to make themselves look innocent and to protect himself and his friends. That's just what's going to happen. So there's no way that he could tell the whole truth in that particular. There's no way. It's not possible. It's not possible. He is telling it in a way that is favorable to him and his friends and his brother. Whether or not he's guilty or not guilty is really irrelevant to this. I'm going to be honest with you. You understand that, right? Y'all understand that psychologically with everything that's happened. That's why they didn't go to the funeral. I don't understand how y'all can't understand how they wouldn't go to the funeral. Would you? How, if they did it or if they didn't do it, they can't go to the funeral. Objectively, they can't go to the funeral. Whether they wanted to and their heart was heavy and they loved Nolan to the end of the world, they could not go to the funeral, bro. Noah Bell said, we needed Tatum for this. Shout out to that. Said, nah, his neck too long. He lying. Izzy, heck, he would have been telling the truth even if he wasn't white. Yeah, he wouldn't have been. Nah, there's no way he could have. That particular thing has nothing to do with race. It's a human thing. He is trying to preserve and protect himself. It's self-preservation. He is trying to preserve and protect himself and trying to preserve and protect his family. That's why that's why it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And that's why you're supposed to shut the F up. You're supposed to shut the F up. You ain't supposed to say anything because anything you say and do can and will be used against you in the court of law later. You're supposed to shut the F up. I don't understand why he did it. I'm glad he did it, but I don't understand why he did it because everything that he says is under scrutiny. And everything that he says is under a microscope. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. All right. If the motorport was filled up with water, how the hell did they get the boat started? And how the hell was the motor still on? I mean, I guess there's miracles, but sheesh. Hey, listen, if anybody wants to know why I'm reading Just comments, Just has doubled up on the support. That's why I'm reading his comments. All right. So make sure y'all support the show, Sports Street. I mean, as D said, they shouldn't have went to the funeral. Y'all made it that way. How is it y'all? Who is y'all? Who is y'all, SD? I'm curious. Who is y'all? Who is y'all, SD? Shout out to SD. Of course, I would to show my diehard love for my best friend. No. There's no way that them boys could have went to the funeral. Anything and everything they would have done would have been perceived as guilt. They came because they was guilty. They was standoffish because they was guilty. People tried to attack them and they defended themselves because they was guilty. There's no way they could have went to that funeral. There's no way. There's no way. No way. Jay said, I would have gone to the funeral if you're not guilty. You're not guilty. That's not true. It's not true, Jay. You just saying that because you haven't been in that position. That's not true. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. What up, though? Well, blessings if their eyes of God and Jesus, you should care more about others than yourself, or at least the same. No, that's true. This is great. I'm glad this last. I shout out to Just a tripling up. Thank you to Jess with the 2 jewels, the silver star. Thank you very much, Jess. Y'all be like Jess to support the Jaggo Show. Help Just out, man. Help Just out.
Thanks, man.
Get you, family.
I'm on my grind to get this money. I can't stop it till I'm filthy. With the wood, the people, Zebo like the rock. I drop. I ain't no trapper. I'm a hustler.
Shout out to my people's Juan Solo coming through, helping just out a little bit with them 2 jewels. 100, 100, 100. Yo, thank you very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And listen, don't be ashamed to hit that Cash App. I ain't mad at y'all hitting that Cash App. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much. I don't know about these jewels just yet, but thank you very much. Thank y'all.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate y'all tremendously.
It don't matter what the situation, I'm just tryna climb any obstacle a nigga facing. See it through in due time. It's a marathon, you gotta pace it. You can't press rewind, you get left behind. Just grind and the rest be fine, 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 fine. It don't matter what the situation.
Y'all appreciate Just, and I appreciate you, Juan Solo. Thank y'all both very, very much. Y'all be like Just and Juan Solo and support the show, support the stream. Now, man, I appreciate, hey, Linda Anderson, she said they would have got a beatdown showing up at Nolan's funeral. Yeah, more than likely. More than likely. It would not have been good. It would not have been good. All right. I'm about to open up this panel shortly. I got y'all. I want to hear what y'all got to say because I have some questions, but let me let this play a little bit more and then we'll get right into that.
Couldn't get it out from Horn Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps in the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer, you're sitting, looking, trying to pull trash out the bilge, and the bilge is basically a pump that pulls the excess water out the boat. So the bilge was failing to work. So any excess water was just sitting in the boat. It wasn't getting pumped out. And I looked over the gunnel and I looked at the release hole for the bilge, and it was even with the water. So I mean, we're all freaking out. All of our, we're not focused on anything else other than the boat. Well, then eventually my buddy Bart on the tide line is like, I'm going to pull y'all out to where we're out of all this, all this chaos. Cause we left at 4:30 and there were still just as many people there, if not more than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. I mean, it was crazy. Like there was a lot of people. And I mean, eventually Bart pulls us out. We left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out and we had the towing strap pulled from, Bart's port side cleat or starboard side cleat. And he was on our starboard side bow. And so he was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned around, pulled up next to our boat, and we were just trying to get it situated. So that's when Wyatt called Cito. And Wyatt was like, calls him because the cell service isn't great at the island, but once you can use your phone, but stuff might not descend. And it's not great. You got maybe one bar.
So I want y'all to understand now he's using a bunch of nautical jargon and a bunch of boat culture talk. Okay. He's using a bunch of nautical jargon, a bunch of boat culture talk. Now, with that being said, I want y'all to understand and I want you to see how he's framing this conversation. Again, he is trying to, basically hedge his bet, so to speak. Shout out to Jay Lewis. Thank you so much, Jay Lewis. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Appreciate y'all. Be like Jay Lewis and support the show, support the stream. I mean,
You don't mind if I say this out loud. How wonderful life is, 'cause you're in the world.
I love you. 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 Jay said, I got 5 on it. Shout out to Jay. Hey, Kat is in the building. Good to see you. Happy Sunday, Kat. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good. Just said, oh, okay, so they got towed. Well, maybe he's telling the truth about that part. Yeah, they did get towed. Shout out to Big J. Triple X said, did Tatum interview the victim family or anyone black? Well, he did interview people black, allegedly, I guess, so to speak, because they had black friends in the friend group. So we're going to get into all that. But yeah. Keon said, all this Neanderthal babble. Jay says, shut up, Warren. What did y'all do to Nolan? I forgot. I saw the video, the authentic video. Listen, now, Jay. Okay, so now since Jay brought this up, she made me do this out of context. Can y'all please stop believing the hype? This is not Nolan Wells, y'all. This is not Nolan Wells. This ain't Nolan Wells, y'all. That is not Nolan Wells. Hey man, hopefully that young man is okay after all of that. I don't know how he would be. Prayerfully, that young man is okay after all of that. Good googity mooga. Those were some savages, but that is not Nolan Wells, y'all. Stevie Wonder could see that that's not Nolan Wells. We have to. I got you. I'm not saying that, Jade, but I'm just saying this video is circulating and people are acting like this is Nolan Wells, and it's not. So we got to stop pushing out false information. We got to stop pushing out false narratives. And we got to stop being biased and prejudiced and just trying to convict people. Make it be true. Let it be true so that the family can get justice. Let it be true so the family can. I've had this video for a while, but I'm not pushing this out here because this ain't Nolan. I mean, that's tragic what happened, but this is not Nolan. It's not Nolan. Okay, well, Jay, now that may or may not be true too. So there's another video. So I got that too. And bear with me. Let's don't skip ahead, y'all. Let's don't skip ahead. I got that video too, where there's allegedly on the 911 call, the boat, the CPAP, whatever they call it, the C call, that allegedly, if you listen to it and you enhance the video and the audio, then you can hear them saying Nolan is dead. I got that too. But we cannot go off. There are so many people that are desperate for clout. There are so many people that are desperate for that $100,000 reward. There are so many people that are destined to get the scoop and to be the first one to crack the case, that they will say and do anything. We have got to beware of false prophets. We got to be aware and be thinking. Now, maybe that is the case. Now, if it's the case, it should be easy to solve, and they scoop them up and they'll be arrested and case closed, right? It should be easy, right? However, if it was altered, if someone had some ulterior motive and they added that in there, whatever the case may be, come on. So we gotta let's just, you know what I'm saying? Let's look at this objectively. Let's look at this objectively. Let's take our time and let's go with the facts. Okay? Let's look at this objectively. Let's take our time and let's go with the facts. Let's get into it. Let's go. All right. And for the record, I've had access to the same videos that y'all have access to. I've had access to them, but I have not put that stuff out there because, and y'all see how easy I just pulled up that video because I thought that was the one she was talking about. I have access to the other video too, and I'll play it in a second. But the thing is, we have to be careful about what we're putting. If this is a family that lost their young child, and I know, Jade, you've expressed, and there's some other people in my audience that have expressed that they've lost their child. And my condolences go out to y'all. And no parent should ever have to bury their child. So I know that this hits home in a different way. And I pray I never have to experience that. I know that this hits home in a different way for a lot of you, right? At the same time, we have got to not skip and not overdo anything, and follow the process and follow the facts so that the family can get justice and they don't have to keep reliving the pain over and over again with all these sensational stories. Okay? That's what I'm saying. We have got to stick to the facts so Miss Christine and Mr. Elmore do not have to continue to live their child. It's already going to be hard enough for them for the rest of their life. It's already a huge loss in their family. Their lives are never going to be the same again. At the same time, we don't want to add to their pain for all these sensational stories that may not be true. Okay? All right, let's get into it. Let's go.
It won't work that well. But once you get a little off the island, you have cell coverage. And even on the island, like I called my mom when we were on the island, it was fine. Like we had, enough cell coverage to make a phone call or shoot a text over, but you don't have enough cell coverage to like send a picture, for example. So what?
So I want to go back. I want to touch on that real quick because the phone thing came up at some point. And so was it when you guys got off the boat?
Yeah.
I mean, were people taking their phones off the boat, or is that not typical? Because I know that Nolan's phone was left on the boat,
right?
Even though after you guys had left. So can you explain that? Because I think people need to understand this a little clearer.
Yeah.
Was it typical for people to have their phones left on boats, or did they keep their phones in the water?
Yeah. I mean, everybody kind of goes out to the island to get away from, their phones and everything else. I know I got on the boat to get away from, just the regular world. And no, when you're waist deep in water, no one's carrying their phone in their hand, especially at Horn Island. The water has been very, very murky because of the rain. And when it's just very risky. If you're gonna have your phone in the water, some people might for a couple minutes and like maybe taking some pictures of each other. I know a lot of girls like to take pictures in the water at Horn Island. Guys do too. Like people like to take pictures, and but a lot of the pictures you see are on the boat for a reason. And so, no, I mean, if someone is on their phone in the water, they're using it real quick and then putting it right back on the boat.
Let me open up this panel. I got questions. Let me open up this panel. I got questions. Hey, Linda Anderson, that's the only way we hey, listen, we was born that way, we're gonna die that way. That's the only way it is. Hey, listen, it's like, hey, what other choice do you have? But let me open up this panel. Let me say this. He didn't answer the question. That is very, very leading. Yeah, if you're in the water, yeah, you don't want to bring your phone in the water. But when you're getting off the boat, it's not your phone. Like, your phone, especially if you're tall, that water is not waist deep. But even if you're tall and the water is waist deep, your phone is in your hand. So not necessarily. Like, come on, man. You're not, if you're in the water, then yeah, of course, makes sense. But that was not. Oh Lord. Now, like I said, and I understand that everything that he says, meaning Warren, is going to be to try to exonerate himself and his friends, whether they're guilty or not. Even if they're not guilty, just psychology says this. That's why it seems like a lot of babbling and stuff. Wow, if Mike from Boston agrees with me, I gotta be on point. Mike from Boston never agrees with me. Shout out to Mike from Boston. Hey, listen, but hey, Noah, it showed they was close to the shore, bro. They were anchored close to the shore because if you heard them, they had to go out. They had to go out from the shoreline in order to. Come on, Noah, you gotta listen. One thing I do is listen. They were close to the shore, bro. They were close to the shore. That's 100% factual. If you look, if that fight was with the brother that and remember what's the friend's name? What is the black friend's name that was on TMZ? Y'all help me out, y'all. What's the black friend's name that was on TMZ? The one whose mother went and got the cell phone for Miss Christine. What is that black friend's name? I forgot his name, but anyway, Jaden. You said Jaden? Is it Jaden? So if Javon, okay, Javon. Damn, okay. Javon. Okay. So let's just call him Jay. If you listen to what Jay said and you saw the video that Jay and them was in, that boat was right there. That boat was right there on the damn there, almost on the island. Remember that video where they was fighting? That boat was right there. They was on the island and that boat was right there. And if that was daggone Warren's brother that was in that fight, that tells you all you need to know right there. Just for the record. All right. Y'all got to be able to listen, man. Y'all got to be able to listen. Listening is an art form. Just trying to tell you. Here we go. I'm about to open up the panel. Y'all more than welcome to come in. I know it seems like some of y'all got some strong opinions. I get it. I'm not gonna call anybody a liar because I don't know if they're lying. I do believe that they're not gonna be 100% honest. It's not a way that they can be. It's gonna be biased and it's gonna be to protect themselves. So there's not gonna be a way that they could be 100% honest. Does that mean they're a liar? Not necessarily, but that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. Yo, the link is pinned. Y'all more than welcome to come up. Shout out to my guy, Trucky L. Please don't F-bombs, my good sir. Wave an ambassador that knows you. Okay, you got white. What's up, Trucky L? What's going on, bro? How you doing?
My bad, man. I had to flip the other way, dog.
I can't hear you if you're talking, bro.
Can you hear me?
You're off mute, but I can't hear you if you're talking. Trucker.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up, man? What's going on?
My bad, man.
Okay.
Camera was facing the other way, so my bad.
Okay.
What's going on with you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. What's good? What's good?
Nothing, man. Listening to this interview, just trying to, you know, Officer Tatum going to meet stretch. So I'm just listening to this debacle. That's all, man.
Okay.
Just want to hear some more.
No doubt. No doubt. Hey, y'all more than welcome to come up. I got questions for y'all. You know what I'm saying? I got some hard questions. I'm not gonna lie. Especially for the people that agree with Officer Tatum and the people that disagree with Officer Tatum. I got some very hard questions for y'all. So I would love for y'all to come up, especially if you are an Officer Tatum fan or if you are an Officer Tatum detractor. I would love to talk to both extremes. Javon is a little liar too, allegedly. I told you yesterday that this is not about race. We're going to find out. Okay. Saying Javon is lying too. Okay. So it's not about race. Okay. So it's not about race. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's go.
We were all waist deep in water. No one's sitting there scrolling on their phone. I never saw that once. And I've never seen that once. And I've been out to Highland my whole life. I mean, that's just not something people do. People aren't on their phones. And everybody has their phone, yes, but it's always on the boat. No one's getting off the boat with their phone. So
you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was the last time I saw Nolan was 3:00, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie. Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, "Dude, you crazy?" I was like just joking with him, and but anyway, Nolan. That was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked. This is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing. But Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that. But he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride it with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now.
I'm very confused about this. So let me just say this, y'all. I'm very, very confused about this, right? Your truck, I don't know what's going on with your audio. It's like I can't understand what you're saying. I can hear it. Okay. All right. All right. You sound better now, but give me a second. I don't understand this part. Okay. It's a lie. The last time you saw him is at 3. He said he saw him at 4:30 later. Exactly, Noah Bell. That is the thing that is crazy. But really, really, he didn't. All right. So he prefaced this and said the Katie girl. He said, last time I saw him was hugged up with the Katie girl at 3:00. And then I was like, man, you're a trip. And I laughed at him. And then my friend Wyatt was like, come on, we gotta go. If you want to, we gotta go. And he yelled at him multiple times to want to go. So now, listen, that is a Freudian slip. Because this is the thing. He is implying and saying that that's at 3:00. However, like you pointed out, Noah Bell. Yeah, Noah. Like you pointed out earlier, Noah Bell, is that they already said that they left at 4:30. So even though he's not technically saying that he last saw he last saw Nolan at 4:30 then, That would have to be the implication. That would have to be the implication because even though he's trying to say that he saw Nolan at 3 o'clock last, hugged up with Katie, and they want and they was like, well, and Nolan was like, yo, y'all go ahead. I'm a stay behind. He immediately jumped to 4:30 in the conversation without using time because we know that that's when they said that the boat started taking on water. That's when they noticed that the boat started taking on water. And they had to get out of there because the village pump was malfunctioning. What'd you say, trucker, on that?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I caught. That's what and one thing I'm kind of noticing, um, when he answered, when he give these answers, it seems like he's indecisive. He like, like I don't know. Don't this feel like it's like her?
Say that one more time. Wait, your mic is not your trucker, your mic is crazy right now, bro. Go out and come right back in because your mic is crazy, bro. Go out and come back in, trucker. Your mic is going crazy. I don't know what's going on with your mic. Critical Time said, Izzy, he keeps repeating, my buddy, wherever I go, he goes, my buddy, and me. What's up with this ish? I don't know. Hey, this is why I'm so glad Officer Tatum did this interview. He's a lying dumb. Well, hey, trucker, go ahead. What say you, bro? What was the question you asked?
I was saying, doesn't it sound like all this been rehearsed?
I can see where it could sound like that. I can see where it could sound like. I'm not gonna necessarily say that's the case, but I can see where it could sound like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because all the hesitating and double backing and triple backing and you know what I'm saying, the same answer or the same, it's just I don't know, bro. The hesitate, it's just like it's not confident. It don't have no confidence in what he's saying. Like he don't even believe in what he's saying.
Well,
Like
well, this is the thing, though. You got to realize that someone lost their life. So essentially, he's in at least in the public opinion, and not yet from the police standpoint, but in the public opinion, they're guilty, or at least they know something more than what they're saying. So everything that he's saying, whether he's innocent or meaning having nothing to do with it, or guilty, meaning having something to do with it, is going to be framed in a way that's going to try to make him look the best way he can possibly in his mind and the way that's going to exonerate them from being accused of this particular crime.
I get that. Listen, I get that. But if you innocent like you say you are, ain't no hesitation that comes with that.
That's not necessarily so. That's not necessarily so, and honestly speaking.
I'm saying like you don't hesitate. Like yo, I'm gonna tell it what it is, and just as simple as that. Like whether you believe me or not, truth is truth. You take it however you want to take it. But I'm telling you, I'm innocent, and that's just that. Not no, you know what I'm saying? Like it just this to me, just listening, something's not right.
I get it. I get it. And so that's why I asked the question on the thumbnail. And keep mute when you're not talking, trucker, please. That's why I asked on the thumbnail, is it investigating or is it inferring? Is this a true investigation to get to the truth, or is this a way of kind of shaping a narrative? I want to know what y'all think. I want to know what y'all think. And yo, y'all more than welcome to come up to speak on this. There's been a lot of people covering this, but a lot of people been telling y'all what to think and what to feel. I want to know what y'all think and y'all feel. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If y'all want, or the bottom, I don't know. But if y'all want your comments highlighted red, you can do so through the super chat, through the Cash App, and or you're more than welcome to come up. Just don't say any F bombs, all right?
By the way, I think the mama did. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I think so. But to your answer,
You think the mama what?
the mama definitely shot him a message to do an interview. So,
Oh,
when
allegedly. Okay,
the, but
allegedly.
I think it's inferring. I think it's inferring. I don't think it's an investigation. Investigate. I don't think he really trying to. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I can't. Officer Tatum. I can't really believe anything he said because he tried to do Sonya Macy. God rest her soul.
Well,
Yeah.
let's keep it. I get it. I'm not familiar enough with that to have a conversation about that. So unless you have the thorough information on that, and really I don't want to get into another case, let's keep it on this and what he's doing right here, if you don't mind, because I don't know nothing about that at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna just say it was. I got to. We reviewed it so much. Even Sel had to, slow down the camera to show his ignorance. But yeah, we'll stick to this thing. Go ahead, hit the play button.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Let's stick to this. All right, let's go.
And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that?
At least 5. I mean, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there, or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
for
Nolan to get on. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking, and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. So you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now explain how did you get to the point where you
See, now what I could say is this, and again, I don't know anything about Officer Tatum. I don't have any strong opinions about Officer Tatum at all. Everybody should know that. Yeah, have you ever heard me express any strong opinions? Have you been here since the beginning, Trucker? Have you ever heard me express any strong opinions about Officer Tatum? You there, Trucker? Okay.
No, not at all.
So that's for the people who are new here who don't know. So y'all make sure y'all tell the friend. I don't know anything about Officer Tatum for real. The only thing I could go by is what people are saying, but I don't know nothing about him for real. Let me say this. He just corroborated. That they saw Nolan Wells at 4:30. He just literally corroborated that they saw Nolan Wells at 4:30 before they left and got towed in. And that is not what Warren even was asserting in this particular interview. Warren was asserting that allegedly the last time they saw Nolan was at 3:00. So I'm trying to understand if he's an astute policeman or an astute investigator, why didn't he catch that, and why didn't he harp on that and at least try to get a very, very concise timeline, which is important? Why do y'all think that he didn't try to get a concise timeline on that? And why would he corroborate 4:30 instead of holding him to 3:00 like he said?
Because he's too busy trying to meet stretch for them white folks, as usual. Plain and simple. That's why.
Okay. That's Trucker's opinion. Listen, if y'all have a different opinion or y'all have a different perspective, y'all more than welcome to come up. I would love to hear from you. I got some tough questions, but I would love to hear from you. Jay Lewis said, what's your buddy's name? you are throwing out Katie's name. What's your buddy's name, dude? Well, got a lot of buddies, it seems like. Rasbo said he's not going to. He on the side of the white kids. Oh, Lord. Okay. Allegedly. But I can see how that's not a stretch from the way it looks, Rasbo. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's not a stretch from the way it looks. I can't do what here. What can I do here, Noah? You say I can't do what here? What can I do here, Noah? Tell me. What can I do here, bro? Tell me what I can't do here. I'm very curious. Okay. You're behind. Someone tell Noah that he's behind in the stream, please. Someone tell Noah that he's way behind in the stream. Let's go.
You were concerned about Nolan because obviously you said, "Hey, Nolan, y'all need to," or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you
Right.
guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat. Because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sneak out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down. My buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off. And the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight up my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so we were all tired, and eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing fireworks and stuff, so we all went over there to swim and hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Where is this picture associated with? Because you said you guys went back to swim. Nolan wasn't with you.
Yeah.
So where's this picture at? Like, what is it? What's the context around the picture that's been floating?
That picture is taken on June 27th, a week before the 4th of July. We all went to a friend of ours in Pass Christian. We have a lot of friends from Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian. We all went over there to hang out, and
And Nolan was in that picture.
Nolan was in that picture, and if you look in the picture, my arm is around Nolan in that picture. And
okay. So he explained the picture. Why y'all saying that that's fake? And that's what I've heard from the beginning. I've heard from the beginning that picture was a week prior. Why are y'all in the chat? What's wrong with that? Talk to me. What's wrong with that? That they've been said that picture, even before Officer Tatum, even before Warren was speaking, I've heard that picture was a week old. That picture was a week prior to the incident. So talk to me. Why are y'all saying that he's fake and he's lying and devils and wow? Talk to me, y'all. Talk to me. Let me know what y'all thinking, because I don't, you know what I'm saying? Hey, and the panel is open. Y'all more than welcome to come up. Well, I think the woman, remember one of the girls did they didn't release her name, and maybe it was Katie, but one of the girls agreed to have to work with the police and to cooperate with the investigation. So I don't know if that was Emily or Katie. I've heard two names. I've heard Emily and I've heard Katie. So I don't know which one is true. Kat said that picture was taken in June. I believe him. Okay. So I'm saying wow to them going home to eat when Nolan was going to well, this is the thing. If they believe, Jade, that he was fine, why wouldn't they have went home to eat? And again, I'm just telling y'all objectively. Again, this is very objective, and I know that that's going to piss some people off on both sides. But I have questions on both sides. And my question is to you, Jade, if they did not think that anything, there was nothing out of the norm. This was part of the course. This was usual. If they thought that, why wouldn't they go and nap? Why wouldn't they go and get something to eat? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Why wouldn't they do that? Well, again, Raz and Jade, y'all gotta realize during this, okay, but you're going off of the assumption that they knew. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm not saying they did, but you're going off the assumption that they knew. Okay. What I'm saying is your friend is not missing until your friend is missing. If this is par for the course, then your friend is not missing. He's with a girl hanging out, hooking up. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, you believe they knew? That's fair. That's fair.
I got a question. Did they happen to know the girl that he was with? Like, or this is
They
somebody?
they said they knew of her. They said they knew of her, right? They knew of her, right? So yeah. Just me said, what if they thought he was getting some skins? And that's what I'm asking in another way. What if they thought that he was just hanging out and hooking up with the girl and that he would get with them later? I'm just saying that's really a real thing. And we cannot rule that out. And I'm just asking. Again, I don't have the answers. I'm just asking the questions. Okay. And I'm gonna ask hard questions on both sides. Trust me.
So here's my question: if his phone was left in the boat, like they say, why they didn't contact the girl during that day, like later on that day, or anything? Why they wait till the next day?
Mm. I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Raheem Ali, give me a second. Izzy, some reason your live isn't showing up red. All right, look, if y'all could tell everybody that I'm live, that y'all know, if y'all could share the video and tell everybody I'm live for me, I appreciate you. I don't know what's going on, Happy Man. I don't know, bro. Ask me the question again, Trucker, so I'll make sure I heard you correctly.
If they knew who the girl was and they got in contact with her, why they wait till the next day? And he left his phone on the boat? Why he ain't call or leave a message and say, "Hey, yo, Nolan, we got your phone, partner. Your phone is in the boat." Or why they didn't contact her even later in the day to make sure that he was good?
Well, I'm not saying that they knew her number. I don't know if they knew her phone number or whatever, but allegedly when he didn't come later on to the 4th of July festivities at nighttime, that's when Warren allegedly that's when Warren contacted the authorities, contacted his mother, and then contacted the authorities.
Right, but he said, oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
That's
So,
kind of
so what he's alleging, it is kind of convenient, right? But what he's alleging is that he what's up, Tyranny? What's going on, my sister? How you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing good. Hey, so Trucker, what he's alleging, and can you mute Trucker when you're not talking? What he's alleging is that that they left. They was concerned about getting the boat fixed or getting back to shore. They left, and then they went and took a nap and then got something to eat. And then when they went later to the festivities and they realized that Nolan wasn't there, then he contacted Nolan's mom and said, "Hey, did you see Nolan yet?" She said no. And then he said, "Don't panic. I'm gonna call the Coast Guard just to check and see, make sure he's okay."
It sounds like white splaining to me.
Okay. So you saying it sounds like white splaining. Okay. Hold on real quick, Trucker. You got to mute because you got a lot of feedback on your
I don't hear no feedback, Trucker. He hating.
no, I'm not hating. It's a lot of feedback. Don't do try it. So go ahead. What do you mean by it sounds like white splaining? Go ahead.
I mean, white splaining. They always jump in and want to give their explanation, and we all know that it's a lie. That's how they started off. This is what's kind of funny to me, right? With Tatum. So I think he was chosen to be the coon of this topic.
Okay.
You know, there are certain coons in this space, and each coon is assigned a task. And Tatum said multiple times that, you know, I had first dibs. I was out there already. You know, they called me to go look and see why would they call you? Why would you be one of the first people to see what's going on? Why would they call an internet sensation to to go see about something where whites and a black kid again. So I believe Officer Tatum was chosen to hide, and he doesn't mind taking up for these other people. But it's not a conspiracy. It shouldn't even be a conspiracy. This happens way too many times for black people to be guessing and wondering what happened, right? We should know what happened. It's been happening. It's been happening. And I truly feel like it is a sacrifice. I feel like they sacrificed him. That's what they did. This is July 4th. We all know what was going on July 4th. There were still slaves. They had their so-called freedom from their own people. Whites having freedom from whites is crazy. But yeah, that's just how I feel.
Okay, so now how much of your feeling is based on actual facts, or or just on what you feel according to what you have seen historically?
Historically. And even if you look up the deaths that happen on Horn Island, there are multiple deaths that happen on Horn Island as well. Yeah.
Now, okay, so now there's multiple deaths that happen on Horn Island, right? Were they due to the riptide, or were they due to someone being deleted, or how you know what I mean?
I mean, if you start adding is 1 + 1 = 2, I mean, then you never get the answer. But then when you start adding the pieces of the puzzle, what do even cops have what's the thing? They can arrest you on reasonable doubt or something like that. So even if they don't have
reasonable suspicion.
Okay, even if they don't have full facts, the puzzle pieces are adding up to what would make even more common sense. So this is what their people do.
Now, this is what I can agree with. In my experience, had the roles been reversed and it been 3 black children and their white friend ends up missing, then the police would have held them 3 black children until the fullest extent that they could possibly hold them, until they, you know what I'm saying, until they answered, the questions. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's going on, Uncle Tom? How you doing, man?
It's cool, Jesus, nigga. It's cool, Jesus, nigga.
Well, hold on, real quick. But yo, no F-bombs. Welcome to the show. I was wondering what freaking took you so long. I'm like, yo, is Coon Jesus mad at me about something or something? He ain't even been over here in a long time. But welcome to the show. Glad you're here. Coon Jesus is crazy. You know what I'm saying? You said it, not me. But so let me ask Tyranny, and I'm gonna ask you. And no F-bombs, y'all, because $5 per F-bomb. I want to hear nothing. All right, listen. So, Tyranny, I can agree that historically, if the roles would have been reversed, they would have held those black kids until somebody snitched, like the first 48, right? Until someone broke and someone snitched. Even if they had nothing to do with it, they would have came out with someone saying that someone had something to do with it. Now, historically, that is a fact, a matter of fact, right? It's not even debatable. However, do you think that just because Nolan Wells is no longer with us, may God rest his soul and may God grant grace and comfort to his family, that automatically means that they did something to him?
I'm not sure what you're really asking me.
What you mean? I'm saying just because he's dead. I'm asking. Let me ask you this way: just because he's dead, does that mean that they deleted him? And why do you believe that? If you do believe that,
something happened. Okay. Now we know you left with, you did not come back with. Okay, you left with, you did not come back with. Upon reasonable, what do you say? Reasonable what? Doubt or whatever. Reasonable suspicion. Okay, due to 1813, 1740, 1973.
What are these dates? What are these dates that you're talking about? These dates have no relevance at all. What are these dates that you're speaking of?
These are just dates that, something happened to one of ours because of one of theirs.
Are you sure? You just throwing out arbitrary dates. I know exactly. I know history. You just throwing out shit. Hey, what's up? What's up, Tom? Excuse me, Coon. Jesus.
Oh wait, but hold on, I wasn't done answering.
Oh, my fault.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna shoot. I'm not trying to go to jail. A lot of you people trying to get records. I'm not. But you not you people don't. Yeah. So you leave with a group of people. So what happened? Where's the proof that they didn't kill them? How about that? Where is the proof that they didn't do anything?
Delete. Well, I don't know how you prove a negative necessarily. However, that's what an investigation is for. But now, in all fairness, our justice system is supposed to work on innocent until proven guilty. And that's supposed to be for all races, creeds, and colors. It's supposed to be what it is.
Who told you it
Innocent.
was supposed to be that?
And the law.
The laws never said that blacks were counted as anything to be considered. It's supposed to be. It's never. The law has never. And I know you and bring me at the bottom and put that man at the top.
Okay, look, I'm put you at the top and put me at the bottom. How about that?
Appreciate it.
Is that okay? I'll
Let's
put
get
me
hosting
below
ship.
Look, just you can't please some Negroes. Hey, shout out to Shiesty Avenda Ashton, $2. Thank you. Tyranny ain't dropped a gem since I found YouTube. Dang.
That's what my haters say. Of course.
Y'all be easy on our sister. Shout out to our sister Tyranny. Yo, Coon Jesus. What's up, MRM? Long time no see. Good to see you, MRM, in the building. Coon Jesus. What's up?
Sir.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. What does that hat say? What does that hat say? Let me see. Uncle Tom. Okay, you're Uncle Tom today, and he's Coon Jesus. Hey, send me that 5, Tyranny. Thank you so much.
God dang it, I sure did.
You sure did. Thank you. I get it paid.
I just don't understand. Like when you asked her a poignant question about which wasn't most of her feelings, and she couldn't. Well, her answer was illogical, but you should just know from historical fact. Well, historical fact. I mean, we don't. I mean, the boys that they left with actually having a reason why they were not there. I mean, they went on the boat with the Coast Guard. So if that's, you can't say that they deleted them because they wasn't there. And what I hate to hear from most black people is that you can see in the pictures that there was alcohol involved. To say someone did, yeah. So I know. So I get it. But to say that if alcohol or any type of drug was involved, like that wouldn't play a part of it, kind of crazy. Why wouldn't he just go back with them? Why didn't he get in the boat with them and go back with them?
Exactly. It doesn't make sense, right?
I'm asking y'all. Y'all saying this due to them deleting him. If they left and he was still on the island, how did the people that he left with delete him?
Exactly. So that's not making any sense.
And then people keep trying to say that he was the only black person there when there were hundreds of people there.
People,
and not
all
black. There were black people there. There's pictures of black people there. What are you talking about?
About Nolan.
Not in abundance, though. Not in abundance.
Right.
So now it has to be in abundance. What is abundance?
Wait, hold on, real quick. When you say
at first, there was like, oh no, he was the only black person there on the whole island with them. Now it's there's not an abundance of black people there.
Hold on, Coon Jesus.
Stop it.
Hold on. No, that's a relative thing. And listen, you're talking to someone.
What is it relative for?
Hold on. You're talking to someone who actually lived out there. And I understand the culture, and I understand. I lived out there for several years. So I understand the culture out there, and I understand what's going on.
What's the culture?
Well, that black people and white people be hand in hand and kumbaya and
there you go. Keep going.
Boyfriend, girlfriend, and be together like that. At the same time, in that particular area, black people are very outnumbered. It's probably about 60 to 23, 25%. It's 60% white.
Whose fault is that?
60. It's not about fault. It's just what it is. It's about 65% white. It's about 20 to 23% black, and then there's Asians, and then there's Hispanic people, but mostly Asians, Laotians, you know what I'm saying, Korean.
What was he again?
He was Filipino and black.
Oh, so he was Asian. Okay, cool.
He was Filipino and black. He was a black man, just like your ass.
So he was Asian. He was Asian, right?
Ass a black man.
So he was Asian. No. Answer the question. Was he Asian? Yes or no?
No, he was black. No.
Was he Asiin? Yes or no?
He was black.
Ah, okay. So now, you're gonna totally disagree.
His mama was black and God doggone Filipino. She's black.
Okay, so you're just gonna strictly just dilute his heritage, right? You just say he wasn't no type Filipino, right?
He was black. I just told you he's Filipino. He's black.
Okay, so quit trying to deny this man his heritage, which is saying he's Filipino and black. Say that.
If he was Filipino,
He's black.
if he
He
was
was not
Filipino,
just black.
He's
if
black.
he was Filipino,
Philippines. Black
would you
Filipino.
care?
Stop it.
Wait.
I have a question.
Time
If
out.
he was
Time out.
Filipino,
Wait. So are we
That's
saying
crazy.
right now? Are we saying that we are going for the since we so against racism and all that? Are we saying that we all agree, along with the white supremacist one drop rule, that he's black?
That's what I'm getting to.
Listen.
Hold on. What?
It sounds like they're racist to me.
Hold on, time out. Let me answer your question.
You agree with the supremacists?
Hold on, real quick. No. No.
It sounds like that.
Yo, are you serious?
I'm sorry, my bad.
Do you have no decorum? Let me answer you. You have no self-control? Coon Jesus? Yo, MRM, let me say this. I'm looking at his picture, and I'm looking at him with the the Jackson 5 afro, and with the Joe Jackson nose, and his black daddy and his semi-black mama. And I'm saying that the man is black appearing. How about that? Is that better for you? The man is black appearing. That got nothing to do with no white supremacy
Black appearing?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
Wait. Like that.
Just made it up just now.
Like the NAACP president lady.
Oh, Rachel Dolezal. She was definitely black appearing.
I mean, that's what he's giving. That's what he's giving weight to.
No,
she
but
didn't have a drop it in her.
Yeah,
I mean, that's crazy.
But the problem is right. Y'all are definitely trying to move the goalposts.
I didn't move any goalposts.
Time out.
I didn't move any goalposts.
Let me just finish my statement. You absolutely did move the goalposts
How?
way away from, because we started with your assertion that there was hundreds of black people on.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. I said there was hundreds of people there. To include black folks.
But right.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's put some money on it. Let's put some money on it.
I'm not. Yo, come on.
You know I like money. I like making money. If you said I said something, I would love for you to put some money on it.
Let me finish.
Because I got it up right now and I can bring it to you.
But hold on.
Well, fix your statement. Not you. I'm talking about
you. Fix your statement. I'm about to mute you because you don't have no self-control at all. Like I'm gonna have to mute you. I see, because you are doing no self-control.
I was talking about the bug-eyed person.
You gotta let me talk. Hold on. You gotta let me talk. So let me just say this. At the end of the day, what you were inferring was there were more black people on the island than more people were saying. And what I was saying to you is that is not necessarily true. He wasn't the only black person, but the relevance to it was that maybe out of 350 white people or people on the island, it was probably 25 to 30 black people. That's the relevance. Less than 10% of people were on the island that were people of color. That's the point.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Where in my statement that there was black folks including with white folks on that island? It was more than just shut up. You know I'm talking to you, Bug-Eyed. Now, let me ask you a question. I'm not even talking to her. I'm not even talking to her. I'm not even talking to her. Why she trying to?
But don't tell me to shut up.
I'm talking to him.
You're being a weirdo. I don't give a damn.
I'm talking to
you. Watch your mouth.
Okay.
Hold
on real quick. But you don't hold on. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Contain yourself, man. Contain yourself, Jim. Relax. Listen, you don't have to throw ad hominem attacks at her and talk crazy to her. No, you don't. Come on.
Every time I see her, we do this. It's not nothing new. That's why I wasn't trying to talk. That's why I wasn't saying nothing to her. So I don't know why she was saying nothing to me. I was trying not to even talk to her.
This is not Fight Club.
And I got you. That's why I wasn't saying nothing to her.
I'm good, bro. I'll see you later, bro. If you don't want me on,
you're talking to you.
Hold on, you're good.
I was talking to you. I wasn't talking to her from the get-go.
Hold on, real quick. One mic, but just do send me my F-bomb money. But you're good, Tyranny. Go ahead. Yeah. Uncle Coon Jesus, relax.
All I'm saying is my statement from the beginning was there was hundreds of people there. He was not the only black person there. There were other black folks on that island. That was my only statement that I made. Now, to say how many there were, I don't know how many there were, but I know he wasn't the only one. So if you want to go there and say, and I said, oh, there was a relevancy between there was like 25 to 30, 350 whites. I didn't say that. I didn't put no number on it. I just said there was black people there too. He wasn't the only one. That was
Right.
it.
Okay, but again, what I'm saying is, what the point that I was making is, it was so little amount of black people that it's not even worth noting. It was too minimum amount of black people comparatively to the people that was on the
Yeah,
island. That's all
and
I'm
I agree.
saying. So,
I agree with you on that one.
okay,
But
so
here's
let's
my
keep it
next
moving.
point.
Let's keep it
What
moving.
does that matter? What
That's
does
what
that
you
matter?
brought it up. That's why I
No.
want to know. You
What I'm
brought it
saying,
up.
what does it matter that there was, whether there was, because what people keep saying out in these YouTube streets is he was the only one there.
Listen again. So again, that's a relative. I never said that, but again, that's a relative statement that would say, compared to the majority of the people that was out there, there was only a splash of black people there. So that is relevant. That's the
Okay,
whole
so if
point.
that's relevant, then in America it's the same dang thing based on America's prominence here anywhere. There's so many more white people than there is black. Do you want to say, oh, black people don't matter no matter where they're at, in what setting, because there's always going to be more white people there than blacks?
That's a real nonsensical argument that you're raising.
Well, that's what you're trying to say.
No, I'm not saying anything.
It's pretty much what you're saying.
Wait, hold on. You are the one that introduced
but
that
that's
idea.
what you're saying,
Hold
though.
on for a second. You are the one that introduced that idea. You're the one that introduced that concept. And now you're trying to use your own false phallus statement and concept to try to justify. Yeah, straight penis. To try to justify your
Wow, okay. Wow, that's crazy.
Hey, hold on real quick. Shout out to TV
Go ahead,
Trucker. Shout out to TV Trucker. Thank you for the $5. Here come the great white defenders. Oh Lord, thank you very much.
That's a fact. You know, I'm out here defending these white blondes, baby.
Well, hold on. As long as you do it respectfully, so we all can get our points across, I don't mind. We can have a conversation.
Man. Because you're full of it today. I see y'all full of it today, man.
I haven't even chose a side. I'm asking.
You did. You're lying. You're lying.
Okay,
you're lying.
There you go. See, why I got to mute you? Like, I haven't even chosen a side. I've been asking the hard questions on both sides. I didn't even get to y'all hard questions yet.
Y'all didn't have no hard questions.
I've been asking the hard questions to people who think that they're automatically guilty. But now that you're here, thank you. I can ask you the hard questions too. But let my man MRM get in here as well. What MRM? What say you?
Well, before you go, can I say one thing real quick? I really don't know nothing about this besides what I hear on YouTube. I really haven't looked into it because I want to wait till the actual final reports come out so we actually know something. Because right now, majority of people are just speculating. That's why.
Well, you know, okay, so let me just tell you this. Officer Tatum, right?
I don't even like that dude.
Okay, but let me finish, Tom. Jesus.
Go ahead.
Officer Tatum did an interview with this young man, and this young man is Warren. Warren was on the boat with Nolan. Warren's mother is the judge that they're referring to. That's Warren's mother. So this is extremely interesting, the fact that this interview is going on when the case has not allegedly been closed yet. So that is the significance of this whole thing. So I'm like you. I have been reserving judgment, and I have been waiting until more information come out. But I do have some questions about, I'm glad Officer Tatum got the interview. At the same time, I do have some questions on both sides. As far as, do y'all think that this interview is actually an interrogating interview, investigative interview, or is this a shaping of a narrative? And that's what I want to know from you. And
is his mom being a judge have any relevance right now?
Absolutely.
How?
Because they have a group. You already know that when you're
I don't know anything.
Okay, well, let me just tell you. When you're a judge, you have relationships with the law enforcement in the area. You have relationships with the DA in the area. You have these relationships. And sometimes these relationships can be a conflict of interest if you have a certain authority position. And that's just reality.
Okay, so where does she play a role in what's going on now as far as the case or anything else? Well, what is her role?
Okay.
Besides supporting her son.
So a lot of it is speculative,
Okay.
But let me tell you the substantiated aspect of it.
Okay.
When they got back, they immediately erased their social media and all their social media posts. They immediately lawyered up and got lawyers when they got back before his body ever was found.
Okay.
Beside that, she released a statement to corroborate what Warren is saying now about a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that is unheard of. But she put out a statement to corroborate the things of the statements that Warren has told her, or whatever the case may be, and she put it out on her Facebook post after, you know what I'm saying, and apologized for deleting her Facebook and for deleting her social media because of whatever reasons that she stated as far as her family safety and different things of that sort of nature.
Okay. Go ahead, Mariam, because it's more of you, because I know you've been paying attention, just I haven't.
You got it, MRM. What's going on, man? How you doing?
So I'm doing good. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to the people watching from my side of the channel too. Make sure y'all come over and give Izzy a follow. Subscribe to the channel. Click the bell notification. That way you get notified of videos like this. And Unifier TV, I sent the link out there for you to hop on the panel. And if you see that on there, Izzy, he a good dude. You ain't got to worry about him if you see Unifier TV trying to hop on the panel.
Okay. Y'all are more than welcome to come through and join the conversation. Just no F-bombs to be paid immediately if you say an F-bomb. Go ahead.
The thing is, man, is that I'm just keeping it real. I think the biggest thing that we all need to be paying attention to and actually trying to get to is the truth. That's my thing. Truth knows no color. Truth doesn't choose a side. Truth is just truth, period, man. So the minute I started seeing people want to throw a black and white thing into it, I completely just, blah, I don't care. I'm not trying, because the point is, my point is trying to get to the truth of this. So whether it's all black people there and there's on few whites, I don't care. Whether it's a lot of white people there, only a few blacks, I don't care. My thing is, I want to get to the bottom of what actually happened to that young man. Now, I sat back and this is my first time speaking on this. I literally went live today on my channel today. First time ever speaking on this. And this is after I gathered information, after I text my boy, Brandon Tatum. Yes, I talked to Brandon Tatum. Me and him are really good friends, whatever like that. And I even explained this on my channel. How you feel about Brandon Tatum, that's fine. When I say you, I'm talking in general to the folks that's listening. How you feel about Brandon Tatum, that's completely fine. Whether y'all think he is a op or for the swedge, spell swedge backwards, SWEJ. You know what I'm talking about. Whether you for them, you think Brandon Tatum is an op for them, that's your own prerogative, that's your own perspective. But it's not going to disassociate me from him as a person, who he is and how cool he and I are. Candace Owens and I are cool too. Anyway,
tell him that Coon Jesus don't like him. All right.
Right.
Okay. Well,
but
okay,
here,
cool.
my point is,
shout out to Officer Tatum. I think it's
say
cool.
we say things like, for example, we want representation. You know, for example, we want this black lawyer to lead this investigation on what happened to this black man. Brandon Tatum is a black man, but I guess he's not, though. He's the black face of white supremacy. He took it upon himself to want to go out there and actually talk to these boys. None of y'all think it's strange that the mainstream media didn't reach out to these young men? ABC, MSNBC, CNN, Good Morning America. Nobody wanted to reach out to those teenagers and get them to talk, because apparently them going in there talking with Brandon Tatum was because he asked. Hey, and he asked the questions that most of us that claim, he asked the questions that we wanted him to. And again, I get what you're saying, Izzy, too, which I completely agree with you on this, right? When you said, was this an interrogation? Was it an investigation? Was it this? It simply was Brandon Tatum sitting down and had a card right there and asking the questions of what a lot of people in the comment sections were wanting to know. That's what he asked these young men, right?
Give me 1 second. Hey, shout out to, listen, if y'all would, do not, nobody kick nobody off the panel. I appreciate you. If y'all would just support the show. Uncle Tom, aka Coon Jesus, has been dropped down for 15 minutes. If someone would bring Coon Jesus back, it's just $20. Bring them back. Listen, I like this. Is gonna be a dope conversation if we allow everybody to have the conversation. Hey, Coon Jesus, you gotta chill out, because my snipers don't like you talking over me. They don't like you talking over me. They came to hear me. They don't want nobody talking over me. So just chill out. But someone put up $20 for my man Coon Jesus, or Coon Jesus. You got money? Give me $20, man. Come back. All right. So MRM, I did want to ask you a question though. With that being said, do you think that this interview brought us closer to the truth, or do you believe that it brought us closer to one side or another, and why or why not?
Well, the thing is that I look at it for what it is. It got us to the point to where we actually got some questions answered from the kids that we wanted to ask, right? Y'all wanted answers to this is what was happening. People were all, no, somebody know what happened. Here, them white boys know something. Somebody knows something. Somebody saw something. Well, he asking the kids who were there questions on what happened. And now, for the ones who said, why did they delete their accounts? Brandon Tatum asked the guy, why did y'all delete y'all accounts? The young man said we deleted our accounts because the amount of death threats that we were getting. People were saying, we know you killed him. We know you did this. We know y'all did that. Y'all going to have us coming to you. We know who y'all are, where y'all live, your mom and all this. So he said that's why we deleted our accounts. Now what we going to do? No, he just making that up. They just lying. Okay, you can say that. That's completely fine. But he did answer the question as to why they deleted their accounts. The young man also said that they were begging Nolan to get on the boat. They were saying, dude, let's go. We trying to roll out. We having some problems right now with this boat. We taking on water, whatever like that. We're going to call the Coast Guard. Let's dip off. Let's leave. They said Nolan Wells wanted to stay behind with the girl. What's abnormal about that?
Well, this is the thing. Well, now and again, I'm very objective. Overall, people know that about me, and in this situation, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I 100% just want justice for the family and just want the people to be the family to get the proper answers. I've been scolding people and I've been admonishing people for putting out these videos that are not Nolan Wells, showing him getting stomped out, thrown in the air, and all kinds of crazy stuff. I've been scolding people and admonishing people for just putting out these false narratives and saying things that are not necessarily true, because I believe that that's more hurtful to the family and more hurtful to justice than anything else. I would like to see the truth come out and justice be served, whatever it is, right? Even if it was an accident and he, drowned accidentally, that's fine if that's what happened. I just want to know the truth, right? Now, with that being said, the whole situation about this timeline with them leaving and last seeing Nolan at 3:00, that's where we was at in this interview. It is apparent that something is not quite right with that whole thing. There is something that's not adding up, MRM, with that whole timeline. And I was curious why Officer Tatum didn't go more into that instead of just going along with whatever the narrative was that whatchamacallit was saying.
Now, I can't answer that for Brandon Tatum why he didn't ask certain questions, but I can say based off of me doing the work that I do and also going on panels and talking and actually being an interviewer myself, I can't say that you do have those moments where you do, you've done it before. All of us done it, Izzy, where afterwards, dang, I should have said this. Dang, I should have said that. Or I should have asked this. I should have asked that. But again, his biggest thing was he was asking the guy questions based off of what a lot of people were wanting to know. So I get what you're saying, which I understand that too. Now, possibly after something like that, I don't know if Brandon Tatum is going to ask or get with these young men and talk to them again. But based off of what you just said, I can write this down and ask Brandon Tatum myself and text him and say, hey, when you talk, if or when you talk to them again, can you ask this? Because a lot of people have seen your interview and they caught a few things in that interview. So can you go back and ask that young man these questions right here? Now, there's nothing wrong with doing that. But what a lot of people do, though, and we can see it even in the comment section right now, some people have already made up their mind. For example, I just saw the comment right now. Somebody said, no, it did not happen that way. You're lying. Izzy, you know me long enough. Did I not say Brandon Tatum asked that young man a question and the young man said the reason why I deleted my account was because of this? I didn't say that's why he deleted his account. I'm telling you what the young man said he said. So you can't put it on me to say I'm making up lies or nothing like that. And that's why a lot of people get caught up in words, because people are quick to speak and not actually sit and listen to what's actually being said. Right now, the other thing did you see the interview with the black kid he interviewed as well?
Yes, you talking about Javon, or you talking about the one afterward?
The one.
Talking about Tristan or something like that.
When he was saying how, like, for example, the mother says she don't know him, but then Tristan's like, bruh, like I drove over there, I drove him to school and left my car there. We got pictures of us being at prom and everything like that. He's like, that's hurtful. Like, that's crazy to say she don't know me or know who I am and whatever. Now, people are trying to say that, yeah, look, he said, no, he said she's right in the fact that we weren't like lifelong best friends. I got to know him in the 9th grade. These kids are telling you exactly what it is. Now, in this particular case, the question is this: by them saying what they're saying right now in the situation, is that going to be enough, or it gotta be some more to that? That can't be just it. No, it's not that. No, they can be lying, which y'all got that. You got a right to do that. They could be lying, but still, regardless of what they're saying, isn't our whole point is to get to the truth of what happened to him, right? Now,
Yes.
being in medicine, a lot of us have to go through rotations and things like that. We had to go down to where the coroners are. We got to see bodies in the morgue and everything like that, right? Because sometimes when you go into medicine, whether you want to be a doctor, whether you want to be the forensic person, you get to choose the field that you want to go down when you get into medicine. Now, what I'm saying that for is this: a lot of people were saying this whole deal about his body and the red mark on him on the back of his head, different things like that. And the autopsy, Ben Crump wanted an independent autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And they said it was undetermined whether he was killed, murdered, homicide, correct?
Deleted, yes.
Now, I can tell y'all this. If you come to me and you say, can you tell me the etiology or the origin of how my leg got broke? If I'm only going to focus on how your leg get broke, that's the answer I'm going to give you. So if you want to make a determination when you come to certain people in medicine and say, all I want to know is when you do this right here, this investigation, can you tell me whether he was killed, murdered, homicide? And they say, you know what? Based off of our autopsy, we can determine whether he was killed, murder, or if it was a homicide. That does not mean that there was some sort of foul play in there. They're just saying based off of what they did, they can't make the determination that that's cause of his death. Now, if you were to say on this autopsy independent person, can you let us know whether he had sea water in his lungs, sea water in his stomach, sea water in his cavities, in his skull? We want to know if you can find that in there. Now, if they come back and say, yes, we found seawater. Yes, we found seawater in his lungs. We found seawater in his stomach. We found seawater in his sinus. Yes, we found those things. So then you can almost say, well, I think that might have been from him drowning. So my point is, a lot of times, and we have to understand this, they use what I call a sleight of words by saying, see there, something happened. They said it was undetermined. Yes, because he only wanted to know if it was a murder or blunt force trauma or something like that that caused this. And they say, well, that can't be determined, but that doesn't implicate that something actually happened to him.
Right. Now, but this is the thing. I can agree and concede to that, right? And concur that. The thing that is kind of bothersome is the fact that it seems as if, and again, I have to go by seems, as if there was no cooperation with from the first medical examiner slash people who did the autopsy to the second medical examiner slash people who did the autopsy. It seemed to be missing information, like they weren't that they weren't really cooperating with each other and sharing notes. So that is a thing that I think is problematic in the mind of people, because there was a reason why they kept the throat. There was a reason why they kept, the stomach or the lungs or whatever the case may be. There was a reason why they kept those particular body parts and why they were examining them. But I do believe that there should have been, or don't you agree that there should have been some sort of dialogue or some sort of cooperation between the two agencies if it was about getting to the answers to what actually happened to him and getting to the truth?
Yes, 100%. And this is what, like I said, I can just tell by the comment section, people are just, they don't even understand any of this, really. A lot of you not in medicine, you don't even understand this. So my point is saying it is this. Yes, the stomach, those different parts that you just mentioned. Yes, what we should be asking too, why isn't Ben Crump them wanting that? You see what I'm saying? This is where people get mixed up. Ben Crump them are not asking for that.
Are you sure?
People get pissed off because I'm up here telling you exactly how this thing goes down. If you tell me to look for the etiology of a specific thing, I'm going to look for the etiology of that specific thing and focus on that. Now, I can go, oh my God, this dude got all kind of, I seen sea moss, I seen microbes in his stomach, I seen this in his cavities, I seen this in his larynx, I seen this right there in the dude's epiglottis and everything like that. I seen, man, wow, I see all this in here. But Ty, we don't want that. We want to know, can you find any shape, form, or fashion of blunt force trauma on his body? Then I'm going to tell you, that came out to be inconclusive. There's no signs of blunt force trauma. See what I'm getting at? This is what a lot of people are not understanding. What should be said, Ben Crump them should want everything. The truth. Give
Well,
us
they're saying they did ask for it. Give me one quick second if you don't mind. Let me just welcome some people in the building. Hey, Avixa Pepper, I appreciate you, sis. Are you behind in the stream, sweetie? Because I did already drop Tom down. And but if y'all could support the show without dropping anybody, especially not MRM, he's simulcasting. So I'm not gonna let nobody else get dropped. Okay. If y'all could just support the stream, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna celebrate y'all all at the end because this is a lot of people. Listen, if y'all would, everybody just hit the like button at least. And if you can, if you be so kind, support the show. Okay. What's up?
What? Your assassins was coming for me?
No, they weren't.
Okay, I'm about to say, wait a minute.
No, nobody didn't come for you yet.
I'm not cussing nobody out. I ain't calling nobody.
Nobody didn't come for you yet. I'm just making sure. I'm just putting the word out to don't leave my man MRM alone. And when Tom comes back, let Tom live. You know what I'm saying? He's good for the show. You know what I'm saying? Let Tom live. I ain't get to hang out with my guy Tom in a while. So I want to hang out with Coon Jesus today. Hey, shout out to CJ Bush. What's up, CJ? The Raging Rooster is in the building. Said Mississippi check-in. What's going on? Her Life Chronicle said, if you don't know, why are you up there? What's that here but not? What's going on? My man, Emperor Coach at 3 of 30 grade. What's up, number one? Y'all know what to do, so do it. The likes are already too daggone anemic. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Likes are free. Hey, Star Lord said, the witch is just sitting back on the hill watching the whole thing go, and there's no effing way I'm dating one of those. Oh, Lord. I don't know how we got there, but shout out to you. Shout out to Gas Mask. What's up? What's going on? 676 said there are no criminal charges. It isn't yet, but that's what I'm saying. Raging Rooster said Officer Tatum is not going to be able to give anyone answers. Officers always go at the girls first in real situations involving death in Mississippi. This is just for monetary gain. Black Man Unfiltered in the building. He said they asked for it. Izzy, they did ask for it. So what say you, MRM, when they're saying that they did ask for it?
Ask for what?
Yeah, shout out to Avixa Pepper. She said, yo, Coon Jesus, you can't call no names. She said you can have a difference of opinion, but if you call names, you out of here. All right. So when your time is up, you can come up.
Time not to do
just don't call no names. Yeah, no ad hominem attacks. Meaning they're saying that they did ask for the preliminary, the facts of findings from the first autopsy to the independent autopsy. They did ask for those things that you said that they did.
Okay, so they're saying that Ben Crump them did ask for it.
Yes, they're saying that
Ben Crump got on. Ben Crump got up and made like a press conference, televised announcement saying that he asked for those other contents of his stomach and his lungs and all that.
In the press conference, I heard them say that they did ask. I heard him personally say that they asked them. I'm not saying that he did a press conference about it, but I heard them say that they asked for the contents. But now the other medical examiner did say, and he's supposed to be a top tier medical examiner that performed the independent autopsy, said that sometimes it takes a little bit more time because they have to, get the toxicology reports. They have to get the things. And sometimes those take a couple of months, basically, essentially like 6 to 8 weeks. So that was the response to that as far as I heard.
See, now notice this. Notice I was saying in regards to seawater.
Mm-hmm.
That don't take no months on that's instantaneous right there. You darn it, put your finger in it and taste it. It's salty. I mean, I'm just saying toxicology, I get that takes time right there. But in regards to knowing that whether his lungs was filled with fluid as far as seawater goes, that's what I'm talking about, because then that can give you a little bit more context into possible what happened, which most likely it was. Now, the thing is that what they came up with and what Ben Crump said is that he said that they found that there was a red marking on the back of his head. That doesn't mean nothing. That doesn't mean that there was a bruise. It doesn't mean that there was some sort of contusion or anything like that. It just simply means it was a red mark. And when you get put on the table at the corners, they usually put your head behind a solid little plank that kind of keeps the head at a certain angle, whatever like that, which could cause that red marking back there. But it wasn't indicated there was like a bruise or something, because people took that and made it seem like, well, he must have got hit in the back of the head and anything like that. But, so my thing is this, though, is that when it comes down to wanting to know the truth of something, I'm trying to figure out how does that end up tied into whether you trying to take up for white people or whether you trying to take up for black people or whether this was a racist thing when all you trying to do is get to the truth of what happened to him.
Well, again, the thing of it is that there is a healthy, and I think all of us can agree. Shout out to Chacho. What's up, Chacho? Thank you for the 200 joules at Flow State. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. Listen, I'm gonna celebrate y'all all at the end. Listen, y'all, if you want your comments highlighted in red, it's so important that y'all do so through the super chat or Cash App. Everybody's putting comments, and I respect y'all. I respect y'all comments, even my mods. If you want your comment, that particular comment highlighted in red, do so through the super chat or the Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Bridget M, for the $5. I appreciate you, my sister. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna celebrate y'all all at the end, okay? The thing is this, MRM. We all know that there's a healthy, justified distrust of the way that these particular issues are handled in America, especially throughout certain states. And so we would be negligible and dishonest at best to try to make it seem as if there is no case scenario where these situations get unanswered and get unidentified, right? So we gotta be honest with that. If y'all want to come up, y'all gotta be cammed up today. Y'all gotta be cammed up today if y'all want to come up. Go ahead.
Right, completely agree. But here's the thing: why is it, for example, I and like a lot of the people, nobody's this. Okay, for example, when you say this has to be a racist thing, you know what I do? I go, okay.
I didn't say that.
No, not you, Izzy. I'm just talking about when I'm talking about generalized people that are saying this. I'm talking about like what I've seen over the internet. That black dude out there with all them white folks, you know, this was some racist stuff. You know what my response was? Okay, since we trying to get the truth, what else could it be? There ain't nothing else. No, wait, what else could it be? Now, like for example, that's why I let it settle for a little bit. Wait, there was a girl. There was some chick in play with this. Okay, did anybody talk to her? Okay, what else? He got friends. Okay, his friends. Did anybody talk to him? Yeah, but see, why is it that if you say race, right? Why is it that we are so, not when I say we, I'm speaking generally. This is kind of rhetorical. Why is it that we are so hell bent on this has to be a racist thing and everybody can agree with that? Everybody can jump on board with that, and then that's all it's going to be. There's nothing else. It has to be a race thing. But then yet, if you throw in there, what about the girl? How come she's Mississippi though? What about his friends? How come they? You know what I'm trying to say?
I'm gonna let you get it. Give me 1 second. Let me just answer that real quick, if you don't mind, Coon Jesus. And
you good.
So just
change my name for you. Jeez.
Yeah, it's change it back to Uncle Tom. This is the thing, right? so MRM. The thing of it is, and it's kind of a wild thing because I haven't jumped to it was necessarily racist, right? I don't like the fact that when there's 300 white people and 10 black people, and let's just say 5 white people go out with 1 black person, and the 1 black person doesn't come back, that we are like, oh my God, how could you say it had anything to do with race? Oh my God, y'all are so
right. Okay,
like hold on. Let me land it. So that's the thing, right? So I'm not espousing that it was racist or racial motivation. At the same time, we cannot be pretend or be so dishonest intellectually to make it seem like, yo, there was 5 or 4 or 3 white people and 1 black person, and the black person didn't come back. Like
right
this.
Now, see, check this out, Izzy. What you just said right there, the scenario you gave, I would be 100% like, yeah, that is kind of strange. But again, once you start asking questions, though, that's when it changes up. For example, you just said if a 5 white guys went out with a black dude, the black dude did return, you could be like, okay, bro, what's going on? But now, instantly, if you say this seemed like some racial like type stuff, I told you, I would agree, like, yeah, it does. But who are those white guys? Oh, they've been friends with him for 15 years. Oh, wait, time out now. Now it's a little different. Now, this can't be a race thing now. It could be, but now that because they're friends with him, that changes the whole racist thing up. Well, that don't mean nothing. They could have got mad at him and became racist right at that moment and did it. Come on, man. That's all I'm saying. So in this
It's
case,
always that.
I roll with everybody. Like, I get it, y'all. Yeah, this don't seem right. If it's a lot of white folks and this black dude, well, it wasn't just a black dude, it's other black people and colored individuals on the island too. But in this case, I'm like, yeah, this don't seem right, y'all. Some don't seem right about this. Nobody know nothing. Nobody saw nothing. Who are these dudes? Oh, they've been friends with him since like the such. Okay, now that changes things right there, y'all. Come on now. Now that's what I'm saying, and that's the part that pisses people off when you do that. They don't want you asking that; they just want you to just roll with the fact. No, this is just a racist up with a no. Don't ask no questions. Who cares if they was his friend? They white boys and he black. That means they come on, man.
Right. I could agree with that. Go ahead.
That's been the biggest problem because when you look on these YouTube streets, all that, not even just YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, it's well, you know what happens in Mississippi. Well, you know, there's a lot more racist things that happen in these liberal states. To be honest with you, there's more disconnect between, and there's more segregation in these dang cities than anything else. Then you want to put it on these. What's the difference between a poor white person and a poor black person?
Just the color.
Just the color. Because I know if you live out in the South, listen, most of us that's out here, they got white people in their goddamn family. So to say every time you with someone, just because you with an abundance of white folks or you with an abundance of black folks, don't mean that either side is racist. It could be family. You just don't know that. But everything I've heard on here is because it's Mississippi. It's because it's Mississippi. You know what happens in Mississippi? No, I don't. Please explain to me what happens in Mississippi. I've heard more racist stuff that happened in California than there ever has been in Mississippi.
Let me just say this. Let me say this. Hold on.
No. Wait, let me ask you this before you go on that. Give me 10 things that you know that's been racist in Mississippi now.
Come on.
I can give you about 100 in California.
Hold on real quick. Give me a second. Because I can give you the same thing, but let's just slow it down. I can, but let's just slow it. Again, you're forgetting I lived in that area. So there's that. Let me just say this. Let me just say this before we get too far off the well. Shout out to Dawn. She said we can't convict anyone on that though. Yeah, and this is not, I'm not trying to convict anyone. I just want the truth.
Well,
like hold on.
No, I'm just listening.
I just want the truth, like MRM is saying. I just want the truth. That's it. What I will say to you is this, Tom. This is the thing. Where in MRM, where it becomes racial and racist is the justice system's response to situations that have something to do with a so-called black person losing their life. When a black person loses their life, there have been example after example, case after case, where they automatically deemed it self-deletion. And please don't say the other word, self-deletion. You know what I'm saying? Whereas there was other indications in the particular case. And that is where the distrust comes from. Not necessarily that the people that were involved, just because they were this color or that color, was racist. It is the system's response to what happens to so-called black people that makes it racial or racist.
So
right now, so nothing. That's what I got. So nothing. You have nothing. You literally said because of what the system says. System says what? I mean, just because
they say it's I just told you they say it's a self-deletion, or they don't really investigate those cases that are.
So when they do investigate it, when they do investigate, like the dude who was found in a tree in Mississippi State or whatever it was. They did an independent autopsy about that. Why didn't that get leaked? The independence one get talked about. I still haven't heard from Kaepernick on the separate autopsy from that one, the independent autopsy. You know why? Because he didn't release it. Why? Because it found the same thing that the first one found. It's the only way you can say it, because it's been a year and some change later, and we still haven't got a release of that second independent autopsy, because it's going to say the same thing, that the cops only know that only thing could be is self-deletion. We don't have no other thing. Unless y'all can prove something else, you just grasping at straws and don't know the truth, just like everyone else don't know the truth.
Not the time. Hey, but you know it's Mississippi though. Come on
Mississippi
now.
Though. It's Mississippi though. It's Mississippi, y'all.
You know who's no knows no good. That's the only things that kids be now. That's the only thing.
Man.
So at the end of the day, like, y'all could clown if you want to. I know, but the issue becomes when a person allegedly drowns in a little stream of water that's like 6 inches of water, and it was all white people and the one black person. They say, "Oh, he drowned. He drowned himself." Or when you go and when you say a person was hung or fell out a daggone window, it was just this black woman that fell out a window that happened to be at a white slumber party. Oh, she just happened to fall out the window. She jumped out the window to self-delete herself. Or when you know what I'm saying, this is the case, and they're like, oh, off the top, there's no evidence of foul play without any investigation. Again, I'm not saying that it's racial or that they're racist. I am saying that there is a disparity in this country when it comes to black people and black people's lives. And anybody who tries to say anything different than that is lying and a liar. And I said it. Like point blank, period. We all know that that's actual facts. It's no even question about it. When it
So
comes
it
to
was racist on the tone?
when it comes to a black life, a lot of times in the quote unquote system, in the quote unquote, when they go and look at it, a black life has hardly any value. Again, there is a law on the books that has been in the books forever that still says if certain white people in certain states that have white people delete a black person, they can't even get convicted. So what are we talking
What
about?
law is that?
I'll pull it up.
That's all I want to know. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
gonna pull it up. Just go ahead and say.
I haven't. No. I was just asking because I never heard of that. But
Okay.
I will say this for y'all that in the chat, y'all didn't like my background because I'm in a shed right now, right? Because my house is being rebuilt, and I currently live in my RV until it's done being built. So yeah, it's just fine. It was my house burned down. So other than that, that's why you see where I'm at. I'm in a shed, but I do have a house to live in, and the house is almost complete. Other than that. The thing about Mississippi or any of these southern states, there's more self people that are alike than there are people that are actually against each other. I would say more people get along in the South more than they would in any of these so-called northern or eastern states. I mean, there's so much segregation in Chicago. It's pathetic. Am I lying about the segregation?
No, Chicago's one of the most highly segregated cities in the United States of America.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
So to think that everything is literally just because it's the South, oh, that has to be something that was racist. No, man, there's so much racism, segregation that goes on outside of the South that is way worse in the South, but we don't look at it because, once upon a time, the North was against slavery and the slavery, yeah, all right. Say
But
that if you want.
why do y'all act like two things cannot be true at the same time?
Oh, wait, when you say y'all, is that a general statement? Because
why? Okay, Uncle Tom and Uncle Tom, why do you act like two things cannot be true at the same time? Why do you act like that racism or that racism can exist in both the North and the South, and Mississippi cannot historically be a racist place or have racist ideology or racist laws because they have just as much racism or more racism in another state or in another section of the country?
How do you figure that Mississippi is the most racist state?
I didn't say that.
I'm gonna ask you that.
No, you gotta answer my question.
Wait. Okay, I will. For one thing, I'm about to answer. I don't think there is any difference between racism in the North, and if there's racism in the North, there's racism in the South. I'm not saying that there's no racism in the United States. That's dumb because I'm a racist. I'll be 100% honest with you. I said this before. I am racist, proud to be racist. It's okay because you know what? That just means I have discernment to think that someone's going to be against me at all times. I don't care if you white, black, Puerto Rican, Asian, all that. I don't care about none of that, right? Because I don't trust nobody unless I know you pretty much majority of my life. And some of them I don't even trust. So let's be honest with that. But there's nothing different between Alabama and Mississippi. Am I right or wrong?
Well, there's some differences.
What's the difference?
Well, Mississippi is a poor state than Alabama. Most of Mississippi is a little bit more rural than a lot of. There's some more metropolitan parts of Alabama versus Mississippi. There are certain parts. Well, in the Delta, those places are highly, disparagingly black. However, there are places in Mississippi that have way higher population of so-called black people than in Alabama. Yeah, there's certain portions
Oh
and
no, I'm saying
places.
wow to a comment being called a C word.
There's certain. Hold on, real quick. There's certain places and portions of Alabama that have a highly populated, highly concentrated number of so-called black people versus any other group of people. So that those would be some of the differences that I noticed as a person that lives in Alabama and did live on the coast in Mississippi.
Okay, now tell me the difference between Idaho
I don't know anything
and
about
Mississippi.
I
No,
don't know
why not?
anything about Idaho.
There's an abundance of white folks there.
I've never been to Idaho.
I understand, but what I'm saying is, there's an abundance of people that ain't black people that ain't there, and when they get there, they think everything they're going to be outnumbered just like everywhere else because there's so much of abundance of people in Idaho, I ain't gonna say Wisconsin, I'm gonna say Montana and those places like that where there's not many black folks. But if there is, let's say that there's not any, and nothing racist happens, it's like insane.
But what's the point? You like throwing a tangent
because
grenade.
I'm just
hold on real quick.
Everything about this whole thing.
Let me ask the question. Let me finish asking the question because you're throwing a tangent grenade in this conversation that has absolutely nothing to do with this conversation at all.
It does, because here's the problem. Everything from the start of this case and the start of the case with what that boy that just was in Texas, what his name is?
Well, no, this don't have nothing to do with Carmelo Anthony.
Okay, so no, what I'm saying is both these cases, everything from the start of it was all about race. There's nothing else. There's nothing else besides that anything could have been different besides race. That is it.
But at the same time, listen, that the level of logic that you're not using in this particular situation is astounding. You cannot say a situation where it's primarily white people and only one black person that there's no hold on, let me finish. That there's no racial component to it. That's the point. So at the end of the day, do I believe I never asserted that I thought that hold on real quick. I never asserted that I thought that the Carmelo Anthony case was racial until it got into the court system, because I believe that it was a territorial issue. It was some kids trying to protect their territory, repping their school and repping where they were at, and didn't want another kid in their area. That's what I believe that it was about, right?
That's what you believe. But majority of people said what from the get-go. That's all.
But not the majority. That there was a loud group of people that were making it about race. Everybody wasn't. The truth of the matter is this: we cannot ignore the daggone racial component to it when there is a large majority of white people involved and a small minority of black people involved. That would imply a racial component. Does it make it racist? No, it doesn't. But we can't act like, how could they possibly come to this conclusion? Oh my God, they're so slow. No, they're not. They just
the perpetual victimhood is ridiculous.
Not as perpetual victimhood to state the obvious. Okay.
Yes.
Well, okay, cool. So at the end of the day, here's your loss. And like they said, and a lot of these laws. Hold on, let me can I finish? Okay, and a lot of these laws are still on the books today. From testifying, and so what happens is legal codes explicitly barred black people, both enslaved and free, from testifying in court against a white person without a legal witness of equal racial standing. Prosecuting a white person for violence or deletion against a black victim was practically impossible. So, like other things, I have not just pulled this out the crack of my ass.
That was abolished.
I said, what is the law? What is the law? Competency laws and saying that's not telling me what the law is. What is the law? There's different laws and goddamn statutes and everything else. Don't just give me some Google search of what laws were on the book. Give me the law that's on the book now.
I'll get
there isn't one. That was abolished.
I know. That's what I was gonna say. This is crazy, man.
Hold on.
Playing once you don't do the.
If you, fam. So if you think for one moment that still doesn't exist, you are out of your rabbit ass mind. That's the whole point. Yo, let's just say the law. Let's just say the sentiment. Let's just say the idea. Let's just say the ideology. Let's just say the philosophy. Whatever way that you want to slice it up, whatever way you want to package it to make it palatable, let's go with that.
I just want you to admit that you were wrong.
I wasn't wrong. I was absolutely correct. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Obviously, you don't, because you didn't give me that law yet.
I'll get you the exact law.
Thank you. Give me the exact law.
Okay,
that said Virginia slave code law, right? Which that was abolished with the 13th Amendment in 1865.
And competency laws. Come on, man, stop it.
Actually, it was such as Ohio in 1807. The other one was the Virginia slave codes. That was 1723. That was the Virginia slave codes. But the competency and testimony laws of Ohio of 1807 is a different thing. But I will get those exact laws for you on the book and those exact statutes that will make Uncle Tom feel much better about it himself. Okay. So in the meantime, between time, well, listen, I live in the South, so that's the funny thing. Someone said, let me stay up north. I live in the South. I live in Alabama. Roll Tide. So I don't know what.
Roll Tide. Okay. Hey,
Roll Tide.
Don't let him. He a fake New Yorker, man. They only leave New York to come down the South so they can be with the cool people. I've said this. These New Yorkers get on my nerve. Him and Angry Man get on my nerve. They come down to the South because they couldn't make it in New York. That's what it was.
Okay, if you say so,
I got nothing but New York hate. You know,
roll Tide regardless. Roll Tide regardless. Roll Tide regardless.
You gotta be too far from one of my other.
I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. I just hate this whole. I hate the racism talk. Right? It's something that needs to, because majority of y'all, literally, y'all more closer to these white folks than y'all actually give yourself credit for. Y'all dang near white.
Bro, hold on, wait. See,
y'all dang near white.
Relax for a second. These framing that you're doing is ridiculous. I never was screaming racism. I'm talking
about everyone else. I'm not just talking about you.
Hold on, but there's a group of people that don't know me that's watching from Tom's side of the building. Hold on, that from Tom, meaning Modern Renaissance Man. He got the Uncle Tom hat on. Relax. There's a group of people that's watching from my man, Modern Renaissance Man's side, that don't know me, that don't know that you're not talking about me. So again, allow me to clarify. I have a lot of white friends. I have no problem with any people, no matter what race they are, black, white, or candy stripe. I judge people for how they behave, how they act, and how they interact with me. That's how I judge people. I don't prejudge people because of their skin color. That means that they're going to do this or they're predisposed to do that, whether they be my skin color or a lighter hue. At the same time, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand how people come to the conclusions that they come to. I'm a very objective person. I see things from a balanced perspective, and I know that that's going to get a lot of heat and a lot of slack. But that nevertheless changes the fact that I understand things from both sides and can see both perspectives. Go ahead, Modern Renaissance.
No, I was gonna say, that's why, and that's something that should be what you just said and what we're doing right now. That should be something that people that are listening right now should have that same concept. But it shows in the comment section that people don't seem to have the mental capacity to do that, because next thing you know, we some coons up here. See what I'm saying?
I know I'm a coon. That's why I said coon. Jesus, baby.
And I'm literally up here asking questions and trying to get to the bottom of the things like everybody else is. But the thing is, we know we're used to this. You know, a lot of times when people don't have an intellectual rebuttal to what you're saying, the best thing they can resort to is
ad hominem
attempts at name calling. Versus, if I'm wrong about something, tell me where I'm wrong at. Versus, man, you just tap this coon up here. That's all you doing, just chucking and jiving, sand boat.
But Modern Renaissance, man, most of this stuff is mostly based off feelings. And none of this stuff is based off any fact, because none of us have the absolute facts. I even looked up the whole rundown of the facts of the case right now, and everything that was said, even the timeline that people keep saying is absolutely wrong. We're just stating stuff that is not in the abundance of facts that's going on. And I've been listening. Don't mean I've been paying attention, because I hate this stuff. I was about to cuss. Boy, you got me catching myself over here.
Well, you can say that. You can say the S word. It's just not
I ain't gonna. Listen, if I can't say what I want, I'm gonna go ahead and censor myself all the way. But I just hate it, right? Because I'm a person that watches court cases from the beginning. It could be a 3-hour-long court case. I watch it from start to end to find out what's been said wrong, what's not been said wrong, what sounds fake, what is fake, what evidence is being introduced, what's not being introduced. And we just don't. We as in everyone around here has introduced so much everything that wasn't in there to think you know something, but you don't.
But that's the point. And I couldn't agree with you more on that particular sentiment. And that was my sentiment from the beginning. At the same time, what I'm doing is I'm going according to Officer Tatum's interview with one of the guys that was actually there, Warren, one of the key guys that was actually there.
But you know he lying. Come on now.
But hold on,
he lying. That white boy lying.
Hold on,
is white.
Hold
he
on.
is white.
Hold on, but based on that interview, I'm asking questions to get an understanding. Now, one thing I can say, and I think y'all both would agree with me, and y'all could tell me if you don't, psychologically, with this level of scrutiny, with this level of microscope that's on these kids, regardless to the fact that they are guilty or they are innocent and they don't know nothing about what's going on, his answers are going to be curtailed to try to make himself and his friends look innocent, regardless. So there is a level of bias and a level of what do you call PR that's going on in his answers that would make his answers not 100% honest, because he's trying to protect himself and trying to protect his friend. And I can give you an extreme case in point in a moment if y'all before y'all. So I'll give y'all the case in point to substantiate what I just said in a moment. Go ahead. What do y'all think about that?
Well, I agree with you in certain ways, but I will say this. Who would you say that he's not saying that what he's saying is something that he believes that he knows is true? Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe all he did was get on the boat and disappear. Don't remember, take a nap and get up and go to sleep, or whatever the hell he said.
But that's
not
the perspective. That's not the perspective.
I don't know. What I'm saying is, I don't know for sure. But I'm saying, what if it is his perspective that what he's saying is the absolute truth? We can only say he's trying to make himself look innocent. Maybe he is innocent.
Well,
and for us to say, for us to be like, well, he's only saying that because he's underneath the microscope. That means no matter what he says, we gonna view him as wrong anyway.
Right, but that's why I said that. So that's psychologically a fact that the human mind finds ways to protect itself, whether it is guilty or innocent, when it knows that there's an extreme amount of criticism and scrutiny that is under. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna give you a case in point. So let's get to this real quick. Fair use. Shout out to Officer Tatum. Let's go. Let's get to this. Let's go.
We ate and napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so we were all tired. And eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over 4th of July. We were doing like fireworks and stuff. So we all went over there to swim and hang out. And I was
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Where is this picture associated?
I got to go back a little bit more.
And we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off. The boat was running.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, and I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy. And the next day, everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next at least 5. Everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. We had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. A lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had texted somebody that she heard people yelling for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when My buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat, and she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah, and so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now, explain how that you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, "Hey, Nolan, y'all need to," or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
you guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like?
My bad, y'all. It's a point where I was trying to get to. It's a point where he talks about his brother was in a fight. So give me 1 second. Bear with me. I thought it was back here. It's probably right around here where he talks about his brother was in a fight on the island.
It's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now.
Hold on real quick.
When we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us, unless.
Go ahead. What are you saying? Go ahead.
I don't know if anyone of y'all from Florida. We do this almost every other weekend. Is where they go on Indian River, where a whole bunch of people go out on boats. There's a couple of little islands out there. I mean, there's families there. It's like it literally could be goddamn 400 to 500 people between the little 3 islands that are on Indian River and all that. And people go out and come in. All they want, you can even drive out there and then literally park you on the side of the highway, get out and walk to the little island out there, lines out there. So people do this all the time. So what he's saying about what he said, it's technically not wrong. A lot of people do that same thing. They go out on one boat and come in on another. So yeah, I mean, if that's protecting himself, I can agree.
That wasn't the point. I was saying that I was looking for the portion where he talks about his brother being in a fight. And then on that portion, when he speaks about his brother being in a fight, you could tell that he was trying to defend his brother and not throw his brother under the bus. So little things like that. But I'll find that in a moment. MRM, did you want to say anything about it before we move back to this video?
Oh no, I was just saying, like, even when you find the part about which I know what you're talking about. I watched the whole thing with him doing it with his brother. I can see how it can come off of it as him being like, trying to defend his brother. At the same time, could it possibly be that that's just what happened? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Is
what's up?
Would you defend Angry Man when y'all out there?
Right, but absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's my point that I'm making. Whether they're guilty or they're innocent, it is not. It's not a matter of total truth at this point, because there is the self-preservation aspect of it, that he believes that people are perceiving him guilty and his friends and or family guilty. So he is answering from a frame, whether he did something or he didn't do something, that is to protect his image and the image of the people that are around him. So it cannot be completely honest. That's the point that I'm making.
Okay, for example, with that, I get what you're saying, but could it also be that they're just like, no, that's just what happened. There was no foul play. There was nothing to happen. So we just telling y'all nobody did anything. It just, because the perspective can be greater than reality. That's the way I look at perspective, and perception can be greater than reality, right? So if there was no foul play and there was some argument going on here and there, maybe that's just exactly what happened. Not saying that he also is not doing what you said either, is he, by trying to defend him. So like what Uncle Tom just said about you with Angry Man, he said you would do the same thing for Angry Man too, right? You said right, but I am a person to believe. I heard you talk, Izzy. I don't know you personally, like brother to brother type thing, but you don't seem like you'd be the type to come off that will lie for Angry Man though. You like right. you like you're a truthful dude. Like, no, man, but if it was to lie, you don't seem like you the type. And I think Angry Man is the same way. Like, no, Izzy is my boy. Y'all got each other phone numbers. Y'all talk on a personal level. But I think Angry Man seemed like he's the type of man of a certain type of caliber that he'll go, no, Izzy is my dude. But if he did something, I'm not about to lie for him. I might say I'm not going to talk at all, but I'm not about to lie for him.
Right. And that's vice versa, right?
That's pretty much my statement.
Right. Yeah. But this is the thing. And that's why I wanted to play that particular section. That's not the case with Warren. Warren has said things in this particular interview and then immediately backtracked off of the things that he said and said something contradictory in the same sentence is the problem. And especially in regards to the timeline. If you really listen closely, and you listen to what he said about seeing Katie with Nolan with his arms wrapped around Katie at 3:00, and then the time that they shipped off at 4:30, and the fact that his friend Wyatt was telling Nolan to come on because the boat is taking on water and they got to get out of there, then you would understand that that is a contradiction of terms. That's not the same. Those two things cannot be true at the same time. So there's different little details like that would indicate that something is not all the way right about what he's saying or his depiction of what actually happened.
How fast were they taking on water? Well, how fast was the water coming in? Because I mean, you can take on water and your boat don't sink for literally minutes, like 30, 40 minutes. You can scoop it out and all that kind of. There's a lot of ways to eliminate being taken on water where you're literally going to be sunk. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so no, they're saying they left at 4:30. So I don't know what y'all.
Okay.
They're saying they left at 4:30. So they said the last time. This is what they said. Again, I don't know what the details are.
I don't know either.
Okay, listen, I know what they said. They said that the last time, Warren said the last time we saw Nolan was 3:00. The last time I saw Nolan was 3:00. When we left, it was 4:30. So that's an hour and a half. So I don't know how they were taking on water and rushing Nolan to get on the boat to get out of there at 3:00 and then didn't leave until 4:30. I don't know how that's possible, but maybe boaters could tell me something different because I don't know how that's possible.
Well, I get what you're saying, and you got a thing in there too where if like I don't have that now, I'm definitely going to be looking into it where I would want to look up the timeline from when he said, "Oh, we last saw Nolan at 3:00, and we left at 3:30 or 4:30, whatever the time may be." And then when did the Coast Guard call come in that they were taking on water?
A little bit after 4:30, like 4:35 or so.
Okay, so like, see, is it possible that I don't know. Is it possible that however much water they were taking on, and a little bit that was coming in there, did it get to the point to where they were taking on water? But the only reason why they called this time is because now it got to like it was kind of scary and critical, and that's why they called. It's all kind of questions in there.
Well, let's let him tell us, and then let's go from there. How about that? Let's go.
Just as many people there, if not more, than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. I mean, it was crazy. Like there was a lot of people, and I mean, eventually Bart pulls us out. We left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out, and we had the towing strap pulled from, Bart's port side cleat or starboard side cleat, and he was on our starboard side bow. And so it was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned.
How did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and like we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, I wasn't thinking anything of it. I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down. I mean, he was calm, but I looked out, I had a girl come up to me and say, hey, your brother just got in a fight. And obviously I have a younger brother, and that's what she was talking about. And I was freaked out. So I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody.
I walked over, I ran over. Okay, two different things. Let's go. He corrected himself immediately. Let's
put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was.
Then he went back to he walked over there. He didn't walk over there. He walked over there. No, I didn't walk over there. I ran over there. I beelined over there. Then he went to, I put my drink down and I walked over there. Maybe nervous, but again, it's not concise or honest, fully honest a testament to what happened. It is a psychological thing that's going on that he is trying to protect himself and protect his family and his friends, no matter if he's innocent or guilty. That happens both ways. It is honestly a fact. But let's get into it. Let's go.
Kind of angry, and there was a lot going on, but someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was.
Now I want you to put a note. He's talking about his brother. His brother was kind of angry. And there was a lot going on. But then listen to what he says about his brother after this, shortly after. Listen.
And my brother was like, oh, I just got in a fight. And this guy punched me in the face. And I punched him right back. And then went to the ground. And my brother put him in an armbar. And
was Nolan involved in any of this?
Absolutely not. When I was over there was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age. And I mean, Nolan, I never saw Nolan over there. Yeah. Absolutely not. And but Okay, sorry, I just lost my
No.
train of thought.
So you get ready to go. There's an issue with the boat.
Okay, yeah.
And this is
Well,
what
this led up to that. That's what I'm saying.
So the fight happened with your brother, or the scuffle. You know, I'm assuming that it was cleared up.
Right.
You got your brother out of that situation, and then how did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and like we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, you know, I wasn't thinking anything about it. I told my brother, I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down. I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything.
I told him to calm down. So he was mad, but then he wasn't mad. He was calm, but he wasn't calm. Like, yo, y'all gotta admit there's a lot of inconsistencies going on. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying it's a lot of
you like stretching that out. But you stretching, boy. You stretching hard, boy.
Yo, listen, just because
Come on, bro.
Just because you said loud, yo, just because you said loud in the mic and you animated.
Sorry. My mic loud?
No, hold on. Just because you say it loud in the mic and you animated with it does not negate the fact that he's saying one thing one time, a whole nother thing, and a whole nother thing, and contradicting himself within the same 5 seconds. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, that's a stretch, bro.
But it's a stretch?
What? I'm trying to no. I'm saying
Izzy.
What are you trying to get out of that though? What they got to do with Nolan?
What the point?
That's why I'm calling it a stretch.
Okay, hold on. The point that I'm saying, I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. What I am saying is that we have got to listen to what he's saying and hold it in a frame and hold it in context and then compare it to everything else, because we cannot just take his word for it, because what he is saying is doing his best to do PR and to make sure that he doesn't appear to be guilty. That's all I'm saying.
So if I say this, hey, so you know what? We got ready to leave, right? So my brother jumped on the boat, and I go back and say, yeah. So anyway, like I said, we got ready to leave. My brother hopped on the boat. Wait a minute. You said jump the first time. Now you're saying hop.
No, that's not the same. That's not the same between saying my brother was angry. And my brother was and then that's not what he said. See, obviously y'all don't listen that good, because what he said was my brother. Hold on, let me finish. What he said was my brother was angry, and he said, "Oh no, my brother was calm." I mean, I told my brother to calm down, but no, my brother was calm. So that's what he said, which is total opposites. It's not the same thing. So at the end of the day, y'all can try to scoff and try to make it seem like I'm making it something that it's not. But we're talking about what actually he said and going according to what he said, not according to how y'all feel and how y'all trying to shape it. Go ahead, Uncle Tom.
Was he there when the boy was ultimately deceased?
Was who there?
The guy talking, Warren.
We
was he? What I'm asking? Did he actually go on the boat, go home, and go to sleep?
That's what he said.
While Nolan was on the beach still. Is what I'm asking.
That's what he's saying. That's his assertion.
What I'm talking about. What about the timeline of the people that drug him back to the thing?
That's what he's saying. That's his assertion.
No. Okay. So, what about the people who told him in? Was it the Coast Guard who told him in?
I'm not sure. Coast Guard.
It should be a record of it. What I'm saying.
Yeah, they told them.
Even with GPS.
I think it was a record. I think it was a record.
Okay.
That told them, and it's like a record that told them.
So his.
Are you talking? Wait. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Are you talking about that towed the boat in that was taken on water?
Yes. His boat. The boat that was on.
No, it wasn't the Coast Guard. It was like a service.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is there's actual record of it actually being taken from over there with him and everyone else on it, since they were taking on water and went in.
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, he and whoever was on the boat with him when he left could not be a part of it.
That's not necessarily true.
I didn't even get to finish.
But go on, but that's a false statement that you're just making. Okay. That's false. Because if the body was laying down on the boat or in down on the deck, whatever they have, if the body was down there, there would be no way that anybody would have seen it, and then they could have got towed in and took it back out, because there's record of missing time between the time that they came to the island and they went back out. So there's a record of that.
Oh, so they went back. That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
they went back out. Okay.
Yes, they went back out. Yes.
Was he on a boat when there was no what was his name? Warren? Was Warren on a boat when they went back out?
Allegedly. I'm not 1,000% sure about that. I'm not 1,000%, but the boat did go back out. The boat went back out. Yes. After it got towed in, the boat went back out after it got allegedly fixed. Go ahead.
Wait, they went back out to the island?
That's alleged that they went back out, and it's missing time between the time. Let me just say it's missing time between the time that they got towed in, the boat got fixed, and they went back out to the island and then came back. So that's what the reports are.
Okay, check this out. Let's just say those young men that Brandon Tatum interviewed, that a lot of people think that Brandon Tatum is cooning for or whatever, whatnot. If a lot of people, whether they're in this chat or whether they're on other panels, if they're finding all these inconsistencies and these lies in there, didn't Brandon Tatum literally just do everybody a service then? Because if this all going to play out in court, Brandon Tatum got the interview videos, and we all seen it right now that these dudes contradicted their stories or they lie. So now they caught up in some stuff, and now that can be kind of like reasonable. That can be like, hey, wait, this is a reasonable doubt that y'all did have something to do with it. Because if they are making this stuff up and they lying, and then here come the trials in court and everything like that, wouldn't Ben Crump be able to jump on all top of this? Like, this what y'all just told Officer Tatum, and which means that means if
yes,
I'm just saying, if.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. I agree 1,000%. Again, I started off my stream by being very grateful for Officer Tatum one way or another for getting this interview, and I think it's awesome that he got this interview. I don't think it's necessarily smart of Warren to have done this interview, but I do think that it's awesome that Officer Tatum was able to get the interview. That's awesome. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
So my thing is that if that's the case, that's a great thing that just happened. Because the thing is, if these boys are caught up and they contradicted themselves, and it's going to be something that can come back and bite them in the butt, thank God that some justice has been served, and Brandon Tatum was able to get this interview to catch them up on their lies, if they're lying. But at the same time, why would they do that if they had nothing to hide? So it's just questions. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, Modern Sons, man. Has anyone been charged with anything?
Nope.
So there's not going to be anything. Have they finished the investigation into this? Yes, no, maybe so. We don't know.
No, not as we know. No, not as we know.
So no one. No. Did the FBI get involved in any of this? Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, dang. I don't know what they're gonna get besides what the police got, but maybe they'll get more information that people are gonna lie. I don't know.
So the thing is, though, is that is it?
I don't know what they're looking into.
Right. After all this is said and done, if they do their thorough investigation, we already got an independent person doing the autopsy and everything like that. If it comes back and there's no shadow of a doubt that this was like a accidental drowning, or he was if they find that there was actually, substance in Nolan Wells' system, whether it's fentanyl, whether it's coke, whether it's
we know it's alcohol.
If it's alcohol,
hold on,
alcohol, I'm just saying, if it comes out and that's it, will they accept that, or is it still going to be no? Because y'all remember what happened in Mississippi when the person's found hanging. We know something happened. It's like it's not. To me, I feel like it's not going to be no winning. There's
but
no
hold on.
True.
But you can, if you ask me, that again, I said whatever the truth is, I'm good with it. Even if it's found that you know what I'm saying? Even if it's found that it's that it was a total accident. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the truth is. Yo, BMU, if you could, you got to cam up, bro. Shout out to BMU. Need everybody cam up.
Man, is that if they're not allowed, at the same time, trust me when I tell you, if it comes out that they all had something to do with it and they all kind of conspired and I will be blasting them on my channel and be hoping that every last one of them gets life in prison without the possibility of parole.
And I'm going to be out here calling them all type of crackers and stuff.
That would be crazy.
I'm gonna be calling them all type of crackers and all kind of stuff like that, because I'm a racist. So even though I married a white woman, so
yeah, that's crazy. So there is, shout out to BMU, and BMU, there is a video that alleges, and I was gonna play this a little bit later. I got it. There's a video that alleges in the audio as they were calling for help to get towed in, that they're that they were saying that, hey, Nolan is deceased. And is Nolan okay? Nolan is deceased. Nolan, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was girls in the background on that boat speaking. There's a video like that. Now, has that video been necessarily authenticated or shown to be actually factual? I cannot speak to that. But you know what I'm saying? There has been a video that has been presented with such a thing. Okay. So why is this doing that? Can y'all see me and hear me?
Yeah, we can see you.
I don't know why this is doing that. But okay, let me just see if I could present that. But go ahead, BMU, what say you, man?
I just wanted to real quick, man, before I get out. I wanted to what's up everybody on the panel? What's going on, Modern Monica, Uncle Tom? I wanted to say, man, real quick, this reminds me, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, Izzy. This reminds me of the Kendrick Johnson situation.
No, I'm not
Georgia.
familiar with that.
The young boy, the 16-year-old boy that was rolled up in the gym mat.
I remember that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened was after they did the investigation, the FBI came in, the DOJ took over. They found out that the dad of the son who was bullying this boy was an FBI agent. But the thing I want to call out was this. They questioned, just like Officer Tatum did. They went and questioned these white boys. And both of these brothers said, they asked them, did you see Kendrick Johnson today? In class today, the day he was murdered? They said, no, we didn't see him. We didn't see him that day. The FBI had camera footage after they went through all the paperwork. A filmmaker went back and watched the redacted film of the day and seen that these two boys was following Kendrick around the school the entire day, moments before he was deleted. And guess what? They didn't put it. They said they didn't see it. It wasn't in there, and they didn't drop this case. It's been 6 years, bro. And the DOJ said this boy's life was taken, not with no accident. They say this 16-year-old boy climbed on the top of a gym mat, went in head first, and it suffocated him. Bro, they got evidence that the young man, they took the man's body out the ground and showed where it was blunt force trauma to the head, to the chest. And they still 6 years later have not arrested nobody, bro. I think this shit may be the same way, man.
So okay,
it may be the same way.
No doubt. So basically, in essence, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, BMU, I think that goes to what I was saying earlier, that when it comes to so-called Black people getting unalived, in a lot of these cases where it's white people involved or could possibly be involved, there is a lot of times where they make it into being a daggone self-deletion or something like that, instead of identifying that it is, foul play. I see you, Chanel. I see you.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Imagine this young man's mother is a judge. You in this county, you don't think the judge got connections to the chief? The chief got connections to the governor. You know what I'm saying? The mayor got connections to the governor, the chief, all of them, the coroner's office. They've been working together for years. And the thing about white people that I understand, white people keep record of everything. And I guarantee you, I'm not saying this is true, but I'm just saying if it were true, it would go a little something like this. That white judge would call the chief and say, hey, listen, my son was involved in this bullshit. Now, you remember 5 years ago when I had to take care of that situation for you? I need you to take care of this situation for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they operate. You remember when little Timmy was drunk and he ran over that kid out there off of 35? Okay, well, and I let him off when he was in my courtroom. I need you to cover this up for my son now. And I think that's what it is. I mean, in all these cases, I just mentioned Kendrick Johnson, same thing. The coroner, the chief of police, the FBI, all of them were in cahoots together, bro. And so I think that's what it is, Izzy. I think that, ain't no judge going to sit back and just let her son be taken away for any type of deleting of anybody. And my thing is this, the autopsy, when y'all going to release this autopsy?
They said
how much longer is it going to be before we know? Okay, right. How much longer is it going to be? They know, you know why? Because they know when they release that footage, people going to go nuts when they found out there's no water in the lungs of that child. They're going to go crazy when they find out there's no water in the lungs and he didn't drown. I'm telling you, bro. But when it come out, everybody going to have to go. That's why I'm saying people that's real heavy on, they nobody do this. They're going to have to go back and redo so much content, bro. When it come out, they're gonna have to go back and say, "Hey, I got to go back and redo this content because I was wrong." Tatum, this could end his. If these boys are found that then hurt this boy or did something to this boy, his career is over.
I don't think so.
Why would it be? Why would it be what? But this is the thing. This is the thing.
Reason why
Hold on, real quick.
risky.
You can't hear me talking, man. This is the thing. The thing of it is this. They said that the autopsy will not be the first autopsy will not be released. They allegedly put it and they said it's gonna be sealed. So
Not at all.
That's what they said.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. That's what they said.
I think it's until the grand jury sees it or something.
Okay, but I don't know. But it's been sealed for right now. The first autopsy has been sealed. I don't know. Well, my suspicion is that there has. Yes, I suspect that there has been a foul play, and that they don't want to let it out early so that they could get their man or their woman and get whoever they're trying to get, and that's why I suspect. But I'm
now
not.
Check this out though. If, for example, what BMU just said about the judges and all that, and everybody being in cahoots and everything like that, and if this first investigation was done,
I'm not lying,
right?
You're not lying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How am I lying? They say I'm lying now too. I'm not lying. I'm telling you.
It said yes. The state's official initial autopsy results remain sealed until prosecutors present the evidence to a grand jury. That's what it says.
Okay, so how am I lying? This is what I want to know. How am I lying? That's how people do it. Is he lying?
You just said they were sealed.
Right. So but people are chatting, pointing in chat now. Is he lying too? What am I lying about? It's like ridiculous. People are ridiculous. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Oh, so what I was going to say is that when BMU just said that stuff about the judge, them and everybody in cahoots with each other like that, if that's the case, wouldn't you think that this judge would be like, you better not take your butt on Tatum's show and say nothing if it's a possibility that what they have in that autopsy? Because we just think, going off what BMU just said, which I understand where he's coming from, the judge didn't probably know the contents of that autopsy themselves. So if it's sealed, is it a possibility that all they're saying, oh, is it possible? I'm just saying, is it possible that she's like, hey, son, you can go in there and talk and say what you want to, because one, you innocent, and two, I already know what the results of that first autopsy is, because when it comes out the grand jury, you're going to find that there was seawater in his stomach, his lungs, and his,
But hold on real quick. How y'all gonna say that I did not cap? I said I did not know. I literally said I did not know. All I knew is that they were sealed. I literally said I don't know. So that's how y'all are wild people, that y'all be trying to put stuff on people that they didn't say. I said I don't know. I said all I know is that they said that they were sealed. I don't know how long they'll be sealed for. And then he looked it up, and then he told her, and Chanel was the one that said it first. I think it's until the grand jury. Then Uncle Tom looked it up and confirmed that fact. It's like, come on, y'all got to chill out. Y'all are wild people, man. Y'all chill. Dang on.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, what's good? How you doing?
What's up, Blanco? What's going on?
Oh,
yeah, the autopsy is being sealed. It's like a normal thing that they do, because they need to preserve the integrity of the whole investigation, and they don't want to quote unquote poison the well.
Right, and that's why he asked me.
It's normal.
But Blanco, he asked me why, and I said exactly that. If I had to guess, if I had to suspect that it's because they don't want whoever they're trying to get away, or whatever the case may be, until all the facts come out. So I mean,
because if they release the information now, the people that are gonna potentially might sit in the jury, the people that got a grand jury this thing now, they go there with a biased conscience. That's why
they're already biased.
Well, yeah, that's what I know. They're already biased. Just like the same thing would happen when that other one, where the black so-called black people said they couldn't be unbiased. So I mean, we damned if we do, we damned if we don't. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just saying, leave the racial thing out of it and wait to the
you can't leave race out of it.
Oh, you can. You choose not to.
No, you
can't. You can't. That's what I'm saying.
It's like when white people say. It's like when white people say, I don't see color.
You just choose not to.
Hold on 1 second. It's like when white people say, I don't see color. We don't see color. We can leave color out of it. That's the same as someone like me saying, I can't see that my husband is a man. I absolutely can see that he's a man. I absolutely can see that he's different. And this idea that, oh, well, we can leave that out. No, we can't. That's like me leaving out that you're a man. I can't leave that out. That's who you are. So to ask somebody, oh, well, we're just gonna leave out that he's white and they black, or they black and he white. That's ludicrous. Like, we have to stop the nonsense. That's
Well,
crazy.
now
It would
let me
be
ask you a question.
great. It would be great if we could be colorblind, but nobody's colorblind. And all that statement means is, I don't see you as different. I see you as human, as me. That's what they really mean. But where it comes from is racism. It's just a fact. But I just wanted to ask this question because I haven't been listening the whole time. Have you guys heard the audio from
Yes.
the call?
I
And
have
y'all
it
heard
right.
what they were
Wait,
saying?
hold on. I have it
Oh,
right here. I haven't played it yet. I was
oh,
getting to it. I have it right here. I've
oh,
been
I'm sorry.
No, you get you good. I've been alluding to it for a long time. I was getting to it. I have it right here. But yeah, I do have it right here.
That
What?
audio is wild.
Let me
And
ask
you
you a
know what? I'll
question.
say this one last thing. The Tatum guy, the Coon guy, whatever his name is, the officer, I am so grateful because listen, what you should do, regardless if you in the court of law, in the police office, whatever it is use your Miranda rights. Shut the hell up. Because
Right.
everything you say can and will be used against you.
I
And
said
these
that earlier.
mofos are so confident that's like, oh yeah, all we had to do is say he was going to, go meet with this girl and we never saw him again. He wasn't on the boat with us. So, whatever the case may be. And so we so confident we're gonna go talk to this guy whose most of his content is about hate, the distrust of black people or black men, specifically black women. We're gonna make a video with him, but we're gonna say there's racism involved and we don't have no racism and blah 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 blah. But we're gonna choose the guy that to me is like a male version of Candace Owens to interview with. And I'm so happy that they wrap themselves in this timeline to say, oh, well, and I don't know if y'all caught the lies because the one guy was like Warren, I think is his name. He was like, well, the last time I laid eyes on Nolan, it was like
Already
3
pointed it
p.m.
out. Already pointed it out. Yep.
Oh, okay. And so, and
For the
I'm like, thank
4:30
you for
and then
lining. I'm like,
right.
thank you for saying that because now that we have this other audio, we know you lying.
Well, let me point this to you. He's not held to anything because what he didn't do was swear into whatever he said is true. So
He has
nothing
to fight
he's
against that though, doesn't he?
no, he doesn't
No,
He
because he
doesn't.
doesn't
So
swear.
they're not gonna bring.
No,
That's gonna be inadmissible in court that you just
he
told
It's
this
a
man on
huge
YouTube.
possibility.
well,
it,
if he doesn't
it's
say
possible.
it on under oath, if he doesn't lie under oath, then
Well,
there's
no,
no way
I
they can hold
understand
him
that
accountable.
part, but I'm saying any attorney worth
They
their
can use
salt,
it, but it's not like
any
it's
prosecutor is gonna say, why would you say that? Why
How
would you say the last time you saw him was at 3 p.m. and then you telling us at 4:30 that your
well.
other friend was yelling for him to get on the boat? It doesn't make any sense. You
one
either
He
second.
said
last saw him
when he
at 3
said he said
p.m.
I gotta
or
likely.
be.
you last saw him at
He's
4:30.
I got you.
he's giving approximates. He what he was doing was giving approximates. He was
An hour and a
something
half
No,
like
approximate?
no, he didn't.
yeah.
Hold on,
Stop
Uncle
it.
Tom. That's
He
not
didn't
true.
say like in
Hold
there.
on.
He didn't
Uncle
say
Tom.
like in there.
No, he said
Oh,
the
okay.
last time that I saw Nolan was at 3:00. So that's not true what you're saying.
Whatever.
I mean, I'm not saying you're lying, but that's just not true.
We're
So
just going on
Okay.
based on what
hold
he
on
said.
real quick, Chanel.
I didn't really know that.
Let me ask you a quick question. I'm gonna let Blanco get in here. Yo, MRM. Do you think that I'm pushing racism or racist rhetoric? Is that what you think?
You've never done that.
So I don't understand why people are trying I don't understand why people are accusing me.
It's derailment, Izzy.
I'm the most objective person in this freaking space. I'm balanced and objective. I'm not choosing a side. I've asked the hard questions to people
I'm choosing one.
I've asked the hard questions to people who think that they absolutely are guilty. And I'm asking a hard question to people who think that they're absolutely not guilty. I'm being objective. Like y'all know nothing about objectivity. Y'all are just a bunch of parrots.
So that's what happens, though. If
Wait.
Izzy, when you do that, you get called a racist, and when we do it, we get called the coons.
So Izzy and
welcome.
Chanel, y'all telling me that you can't leave race out of it. Let me ask y'all a simple question: is there good people and bad people in this goddamn world? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you have to be racist to delete a person?
No.
So
why are you asking questions you know the answer to? Ask us a
Because
serious question.
because y'all said you
Ask a
couldn't
serious question.
because you said you and him said you can't leave the race out of it just because they're different races. That makes no sense. You can literally
Do
leave the
you
race
not?
out of
Okay,
it.
so let me ask you this: do you know that this country has a dark history with race?
Oh man.
But you want us to throw it
About to
out?
get off.
Like, let's not do that.
So in other words, there's nothing that you can do without leaving race
I
out
didn't
of it.
say
So
another one. No,
well,
you're saying
obviously you
that.
can't. You said why are you
You're
asking me
saying
a dumb
that.
question about something about
No,
their
no, no,
dark
no.
past? Tell
No,
me
what
what
I'm
country.
saying
Hold
to
on,
you is
wait.
this.
Tell
Go
me
ahead.
what country don't have a dark past with
Every
racism.
country where there's a different hue, there's a history of racism.
Even in
within
Africa, there's
hold on, pause.
even in
Pause.
Africa.
Even within
Because right now
even
them
within
Asians over there beating the
let
dog
me
crap
just say
out
this.
of them
Even
Africans.
within your own, even within your, like, I know Spanish people. I have Spanish people in my family. Even within their culture, hold on, even within their culture, they got the light bright close to white. My husband's mother is light bright close to white with the long hair and all of that. So and
So,
her
Brandon,
son
so it's
and her
colorism, not
son
racism.
hold on, pause. And her son is my color, which is dark brown. So, but my point is, when you have the spectrum of colors in inside of a race of people, and you have a dark history with this, specifically in this country, we can't leave it out. It's why we have something in my opinion, in the Black community called a collective unconsciousness. When we hear
Oh
about
wow.
police, hold on, let me just finish, and then you can fight my argument.
I
When we
know.
hear
How you said,
about
oh
people,
wow.
okay,
I was
when we
shocked.
hear about people saying things like, you know what, police brutality, something's gonna populate in your head. I can promise you it's not police beating up white men in the street or white women in the street. I can promise you that's not what's populating in your head. And so this
Absolutely.
idea, this fallacy that you want us to believe that we can't include race is ludicrous.
They beat more white people than they'd ever beat
I didn't
black
say
people.
that. I didn't ask you that. I'm
So
talking about the
in my
collective.
mind,
So wait,
don't say
I'm
me what
talking
in my
about the
mind it would.
does
Okay.
that
collective.
depend on you who you're asking?
Yeah, because you
I'm
needs
talking
to.
about.
Because if you ask white people that, they might think of only
Okay,
white
well,
people.
let me finish, and then you could attack my argument. I'm
Wait, but
saying it, with the exception of people like you guys who clearly don't
Oh
see
wow.
race,
Okay.
with the exception of you guys. But if you did a focus group and you asked brown people collectively, when you think about police brutality, they're not thinking about a whole bunch of white women getting beat over the head. They not. I don't think that's what populates in their head. I think what populates in the majority of Black people's head, and I don't like to speak in generalities, but I'm just saying, in my opinion, what they would think about, what would populate in their head, is police beating on a Black person, and specifically a Black man. That's all I'm saying.
give
Because
me
we have a complicated history with race in this country. And so when we want to try to
It's not complicated at
when
all.
Wait,
all right,
hold on.
well,
That's not. Hold on, real quick. Give me a second. Shout out to Zone 864 TV. Salute to you, family. He said Officer Tatum didn't take the interview on his own. He was paid by the stepmother judge to do the interview.
was he?
Allegedly. That's alleged because I don't have no substantiation of that. And they're gonna say, "Yo, Izzy lied," even though I didn't say it. I just read it. So allegedly, up until the point that's substantiated, and I'm not saying it. That's his attestment. Shout out to Zone. Listen, if you want your comments highlighted in red, instead of being mad at me, do so through the super chat or through the Cash App. That's everybody. There's a lot of comments, a lot of strong opinions up here on the panel, a dope discussion going on. And we're actually reviewing a video. So if you don't mind, if you want your comments highlighted in red, do so through the super chat or through the Cash App, as well as just hit the like button because this is a very dope discussion. Listen, I don't mind discussing things with people of different perspectives and point of view. I actually prefer it. It makes for an interesting conversation. At the same time, I don't like when people try to typecast me or put me in another perspective than what I am, as I'm sure MRM has been expressing as well. And I'm sure Uncle Tom, he don't care because he likes being polarizing.
That's a
However,
fact. That's a fact.
he does. That's a fact. That's one thing I know about him. But however, I think that we need to do a better job of separating ideas and thoughts from who people are, or typecasting them into one perspective or another. So if y'all would just enjoy the conversation, y'all more than welcome to join. But the best way is to either come up here and or do your commentary through the super chat through the Cash App. All right. I appreciate y'all. Y'all got it.
Can I get an answer to my question? What country don't have a dark past with racism? Please.
Well, I would have to know every country on the planet to be able
You
to
don't
answer
know
that
every country.
question. And since I don't know every country on
It's
the planet, I
196.
can't identify that. But I can say I live in the United States of America, and this country, which is the country that this unfortunate, tragic situation happened in, we can speak about that, but we can't speak about all countries because we don't know all countries. And we definitely don't know. And we definitely don't know all of their countries' demographics. So I need you to stop.
we really
The
do.
whole hole that you're trying to put me in is never going to happen. I'm too smart.
Well,
for
you're
that.
putting yourself in that hole. That had
I'm
nothing to do
not.
with me.
I'm not. You want to talk about
Because
everybody
you
except what's
said
happening in
you
what
said
happened in
like this is
Mississippi. We're not talking about what happened in
let me
45
let
other
me inform you
countries.
of something.
I
Slavery
don't need
here
you
in
to inform
America
me.
is not okay.
I
Well,
don't need you to
I'm
inform
going
me.
to the audience then.
Okay, go ahead.
Slavery here in America was not
We're not
nothing
talking about slavery.
new.
Wait, hold on. Let him finish.
Racism here in America is not new. It happens everywhere. And it happened for eons. It's not new to America just because there are different people that came from a so said racist place. Oh, you almost got me to cussing. Racist place over here to do racism upon their own people first, and then collectively do it to other people that they owned. How can you be racist to
What
something
is
you own? I
what
don't
does
know how
that
that
have
works.
to do? What does that have to do with
It don't even make no
Mississippi?
sense.
And what does it have to
It's
do
like
with
me
Nolan
owning a
Wells?
pig and saying, "Oh, now I'm a humanist because it's a pig and I can eat it today."
What does it have to do with Nolan
What?
Wells?
Wait, what? Wait, what? That's wild. Wait, what?
Meaning I won't kill a human, but I
I
will
know
delete a
what you're
pig.
talking about, but
Yeah, because
Wait, what?
What?
Excuse me, what?
like I said, it's something
Stop it,
that you own. You can't be racist to something you
Bro,
own.
come on. You talking about people owning people, and then you saying
Absolutely,
that
it happened
but
everywhere.
okay, but then
It happened everywhere. Stop acting like this new
Time out.
here.
No one's. That's two different points, and this is the ridiculous. Again, your logic ain't logicking.
It is logic.
Hold on, no,
Let 'em
and then
know.
they're gonna hold on, and then they're gonna get mad at me because I point out the fallacy of your logic.
Where's the fallacy?
I'm telling you. Because people own people and people have historically owned people all over the face of the globe, that does not say that there's non-existence of racism. That's ridiculous.
I didn't say there was no. I didn't say there was non-existence.
Time out.
Well, that's what you're putting on me, and I didn't say that.
What you literally said was how you said that your implication was if the people own people, and that has gone on throughout the history of the world, then how can they say that that's racist? It's like
not what I
saying,
said.
boy, you literally gave the hold on.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said. I said, how can you be racist to something that you own? That's what I said. But that's not saying that there's no racism.
I gotta mute you. Are you serious? Yo, fam. Literally, it's like saying you ain't tricking if you got it. It's a stupid idiom, dummy. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's literally the definition of what tricking is. It's literally the definition of what racism is. When you use your race or you use your power inherited by race to lord over other people. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. And then I get to be the person that's, oh, Izzy is racist, or Izzy is this, or Izzy is that. Because you say this thing is ridiculous what you're saying. It's just not true. And it's asinine. Come on, man. Let's be honest. Can we just be honest? That's like a dumbass statement.
You got your emotions out now?
No, you got your
you
got your idiocracy out now.
No, because it's true. You just mad because it's true. It's a truthful statement, and you don't like it because it's true. Listen,
it's a dumbass statement.
So what? It is absolutely true. It's absolutely true.
How is it true that you can't be racist to something that you own? And you're talking about people. How is that true?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You own a house, right? You got a house you own, right?
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
You're out your mind.
Let me ask you, because you see, stop playing the thing. I see you. I understand you're emotional, right?
You don't have your logic is not logicking.
Take your emotions out, right? Because what I said, and I'm gonna say it again, no matter what, you were property to something, meaning you were nothing more than a mop.
Okay,
you were nothing more than a garden tool.
So what?
No matter how much I owed you, you can't be racist to something you own.
Yo.
That's not
get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told.
I need you to stop for a second. So, in order for your logic to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
logical,
Okay.
then that would have to mean that I am an inanimate object. I'm a mop. I'm a house. I'm a car. I'm a rock. I'm a tree. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not a tree because trees are living, but
Sir,
I'm
you
a
ain't been never.
okay.
You
Hold
never been.
on.
You
Stop.
never been
Stop for a
owned by
second.
anything.
Stop for a second.
y'all
Stop
ain't
for a
been-
second. Stop for a second. Your logic, like that's just a stupid ass statement. Bottom line, at the end of the day, you're talking about people that necessarily were so-called property to other people, but
Yeah.
that did not change their humanity and the fact that they were people. So because they were people, and because this group of people used that group of people's ethnicity in order to hold them captive and in order to enslave them, then that is literally the definition of what racism is, sir. Like you got to stop. You got to stop the cat.
Okay. So of the 3,000 slave owners that were black that owned white slaves, were they racist too?
Yep, absolutely,
Okay.
without
Well,
question.
all right, cool. All right,
Without
good.
question, they were.
So
Without question,
everyone. So again, do they have a dark past in this United States of owning white people?
Absolutely, without
and
question.
black folks that they enslaved out here. That thousands of
Absolutely,
blacks.
absolutely,
Okay,
without
so do we
question.
hold? So why aren't we holding black people and white people to the same standard then?
Yo, bro, are you?
Just do it.
Wait.
Yo,
Wait.
hold on.
Do it.
Hold on.
Wait. Hey, I was literally getting ready to say this. If Uncle Tom basically asked the question that I just got done, I was literally going to ask the same question like that. Is that, are we holding this all to the same standard? Because if it's black doing it to black, will we say it's racist? But if it's white doing it to black, will we say it's racist? If it's blacks doing it to whites, would we say it's racist?
Yeah, so, okay. If we're talking, we have to be talking about a specific group of people at a specific time to identify whether that group of people were the ones that were making the laws, rules, and dictating at that particular. For example, if you talk about in Spain in the 800s, then of course those particular Moors, black Moors, were racist because they were literally making the rules and the regulations that were in favor of them as the black Moors in Spain versus the European white Spaniards.
Izzy, I'm talking about the United States, man.
Yo, I'm
going to Spain.
I'm giving an example. You nigga, you gave a goddamn example of a freaking mop in a damn house. So I need you to shut your stupid ass mouth up. I need you to shut your stupid ass mouth up. I need you to shut up. You said a god doggone mop in a damn house. So shut up. Who you
were
talking
property.
To?
You
Oh,
were property.
you were property. So shut up, property. God doggone mop. Shut up.
It was
and
true.
mop something up, mop. What are you talking about?
You were the best garden tool.
No. When you were talking, I let you talk that idiocracy, and then I dispelled your idiocracy.
You didn't dispel anything.
After
You
you're
whined.
finished, hush up, silly woman. Hush up. God doggone it. Hush. Because like what you're saying is not even logically sound.
Easy, you whined. That's what you did.
What you said is not even logically sound. I'm about to put the bounty back up because
Hey,
I'm about to get paid off of you because I can't take it.
Izzy, hold on one
Hey,
second.
no. Hold on. No. The problem is this. I don't even have to go to Spain. The thing to answer your question, MRM, is simply this. Again, whoever's in charge at the time, and if they're using particular policies, laws, rules that are predicated upon their race in order to impose upon another people, that is literally what the definition of racism is.
So Anthony Johnson started it all then.
No, it's not.
Wait.
That's not the definition.
Wait. I'm just saying Anthony Johnson was the first person to legally own a slave, and he's black, and that slave was black. So we can say that he's the one that institutionalized slavery legally
in America.
In America, it would be, but obviously in the history of the world, he was slave owners a long time, bro.
Why are we talking about slave owners? I thought we were talking about Nolan.
Yeah.
Right.
What are we doing? Y'all like to derail.
Yeah, he's derailing. Yeah, he's derailing. But this is
like
that's Tom. Tom was talking about slavery. I never brought slavery.
Because they want to try to minimize it and all of that. It's just like stay on topic.
Yeah, he
Follow
called
the
it.
leader.
He
What are we
called
doing?
Yeah,
God throwing houses. Like,
I mean,
yeah.
you were a mom.
Uncle Tom, he like half Chinese anyway, so.
you're a mom. You're an Asian mom.
Listen, let me say this before I'll shut up. I swear to God, I'll shut up after this. Izzy, I'm gonna have to break this to you. Black people were garden tools. They picked cotton. They literally were gardening tools.
So let me ask you a question. So,
It may
okay,
hurt
so
your ears, but
no,
it's true.
no, it doesn't. So let me ask you a question. So you're saying that all so-called black people in the Americas were so-called slaves?
No.
Okay, then shut up. Then shut your mouth up. Shut up.
Well, white folks were slaves too. So
Oh,
were a lot of different people.
So they
and
were.
Black people were slave owners. They made a
Yes,
law so black people can't own white slaves anymore. That's
Okay.
what are we doing?
Okay, but the point is, again,
Stop, man.
Yo,
all I'm saying is hold them all to the same standard. What you are so afraid to do.
cannot hold. Yo, it's not. Again,
You're scared to do it.
the problem is there's rules for people of my hue and my skin tone that are not for people of lighter hues and lighter skin tones. And that is what the issue and the problem is. We just got to be honest. We got to be perfectly honest. Like, yo, at the end of the day, there are people in this country that get away with things because of their skin tone and their complexion for protection. And then there are other people
Black
that
and
don't.
white, right?
No.
Uh-oh.
No. Now listen, what I would say is this. When it is white on white crime, generally speaking, it does come down to finances and it comes down to who you know and in ties as far as power or whatever the case may be. A lot of times, unfortunately, like BMU pointed out, when it comes to so-called black people and white people, a lot of times it comes down to race. And that's unfortunate, but that's just what it is in America. I don't understand why y'all want to try to hold your head in the sand and try to pretend like someone's making something up when we're not.
No, I'm not refuting that at all.
Okay, that's my only point.
Right. What I'm talking about is, like, I'm serious. This when Uncle Tom asked, though, that's a legit question right there. I would like to know how come they don't get the same exact type of smoke.
Who? And I was trying to answer, but who exactly are you speaking of?
Okay, so for, like, in this particular case with Nolan, would we be the same exact way about Nolan if it was all black folks out there and this happened?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, hold on. I'm telling you, hold on real quick. As a matter of fact, I'm of the firm belief that if it's 3 black boys and their white friend ended up missing, that those
No. I said black.
Yes.
If everybody on that island was black and Nolan Wells drowned and it was all black friends, will we have this same exact type of exposure? And would it be in the news like this? Will we be, hey, we want to find out what happened?
Yes. So yes, and then this is the thing. And I'll further it. If there were 3 black boys and their white friend ended up missing and didn't come back with them, those black boys would have been incarcerated and held until somebody admitted what happened, whether it happened or not. Someone would have had to snitch, and it would have had to come out who did it. Otherwise, them boys would have still been held, and they would have had high bails in order to get out. Now, someone tell me I'm lying about that. Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
No way. You're lying.
How?
Lying.
Okay, go ahead and prove it. Exactly, they've been under the jail.
Okay, you go ahead.
Exactly, they've been under the jail. Exactly.
Stop it.
Oh,
stop it. There's so much black on black stuff that didn't happen that no one ever get charged for. We ain't even gonna talk about the unsolved thing. Murders that's been going on around this country. Deletions in this country. Stop it, Izzy.
I said if it was 3 black kids and their white friend ended up missing, would not they hold those 3 black kids until someone admitted what happened to that white kid? And the answer is
never know.
Yes.
You will never know.
You gotta give an example.
You never know because it never happened because white people are so smart that they don't want to be around 3 blacks. They got a prescription from their doctor that said they can only be around 2 blacks at a time.
Okay,
How
well
about
then you answered your own question. So with the silly anecdotal.
Wait.
So let me just say this.
Crazy.
And forgive me, friend. I probably should ask you before I release this, but I have a friend, and much love and my heart goes out to her and her family, whose son was accused of deleting a white man. And he's currently still in jail to this day and has not gone to trial. And it's been shown that he was somewhere totally different than where this white man was at. But because in this place in Alabama, they want to determine this kid to have deleted this white man, he is still in jail to this day. And this shit happened over 5 months ago. That's how I know for a fact that if the roles were reversed, it would have been what it is. And time again has shown it and told it. What are we talking about?
That had nothing to
Shit.
do with anything.
Okay, the Central Park 5 is another god doggone
No, Central
great
Park
example.
5 literally
It's
did. They
another
did
great
to themselves.
example. That
They
is
literally
another
did it to themselves. No one told them to goddamn.
There was kids. What? Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, and let me finish my statement before you just start jumping in. The Central Park 5 is another great example of how they would have held them kids, is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about how they would have held them kids until somebody god doggone admitted to a crime, whether they committed it or not, whether it was accurate
they
or not.
shouldn't listen to their uncle. They listened to their uncle. That's what happened. That was the problem there. Let's be honest. If you want to be honest, their uncle told them to goddamn confess to that.
Okay, so again, the point of the matter
Are you
was,
angry?
hold on real quick, Chanel. The point of the matter was they would hold those kids until somebody admits to something or somebody tells something substantial. Whereas in this case, they didn't even arrest anybody at all, and they barely held a god doggone investigation. That's my only point. It is a disparity. It does exist and it's real. It's not imagined. It's not pretend. It's not something that we're making up. That's it.
This was, to me, and the reason why I asked the question that I asked was this. Y'all can disagree. This is arguable, but I think a lot of people respond to certain stories because you were told to respond to a certain story. Like right now, I show videos across,
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
I show videos across the internet world of a little 7-year-old girl being lynched. That's how I put my title up there. She was lynched for 7 minutes. A 7-year-old girl, right? When I show who did it to her, all of a sudden nobody had nothing to say. It was quiet. Up here in Chicago, Kanika Jenkins, her body was found in a freeze. I don't know if y'all know about that story.
Yes.
Crazy mysterious.
It was Manny. It was Manny, the Hispanic security guard that did that to her.
I was all over that, dude. I was all over that story like crazy, right? But it was being suppressed heavily. So the point I'm saying is this: it seems to me that a lot of stuff that gets out there is because of the things that you are being told and psychologically psyops possibly to be mad about and pissed about. You would be mad and pissed about, because honestly, if this was black people all on that island and a black dude was left and he drowned, whatever like that, it'd just be an incident and we're gonna be moving on with life. It wouldn't be getting this much.
Why do we have to do the whataboutisms of it all? This is not a all lives
We
matter
just
moment.
did
That's not what
if
this
it
is.
was a black
We're
dude,
talking about what happened in
Izzy
this
literally
case.
just got done saying if there was a black dude out there,
I
or
have
one
a
white dude, why come you didn't throw the what
I have
about
a
with
question.
that?
Why do we need to focus and try to change the topic
Oh,
and
now we're
derail?
going.
Let's talk
Okay,
about
so
what's being talked about and what's being. It's like these people that are like fake outrage. Well, if you're gonna boycott Target, you need to boycott Walmart, boycott. Nobody's ever successfully boycotted 15 different things at once. So let's stop with the nonsense. What we're talking about is Nolan Wells and what happened in this case. Let's stop trying to put out. Okay, well, all the other 5,000 black people that died today. Let's talk about them too. We're not talking about 5,000 other black people. We're talking about Nolan. So follow the leader and stay focused.
Wait,
period.
why?
Because
Wait,
that's
why?
what we're talking about. That's what the discussion is about. What are you talking about?
Which is the question that I said. I said, why?
So for example, if I have a conference and I say, let's talk about breast cancer, I don't need the people from the Lung Cancer Association to come over into the Breast Cancer Association and be like, well, do you know how many people die of lung cancer too? We're not talking about lung cancer. We're talking about breast cancer. That's why. Focus.
So my point again is, why are we focusing on the story of
I
Nolan
just
versus
told
the
you
other ones that
why.
have
Why are
happened?
you asking the same question again?
You didn't answer.
I just told you why. Because we're not talking about every other case. We're talking about
But
this
the thing,
case. Can you follow the
Chanel,
leader? We're talking about
Chanel,
Nolan Wells. Let's
that,
discuss Nolan Wells. We're not talking about every other black person that died, all the other black people that will die at the hands of other
Chanel.
black people. That's not the discussion. We're talking about this.
the thing,
So
Chanel, is that people got to do the what about ism is because that's how detectives resolve the cases anyway.
Thank
What
you.
about if that's exactly what they do with the people do the what about ism? Like literally, that's how they resolve cases. They
What
got
I'm
to think
saying to
outside the
you, what
box.
I'm saying to you is this. I understand that anybody could take any one case study and say, well, let's talk about all the other times that this happened. But whenever you're prosecuting a case, do you think the prosecution is standing up there talking about the 5,000 other things that happened in life, the 5,000
Yes,
other
that's
people?
what they do.
Let
They
me,
would
I'm
literally
That's
not
pull up a
finished with my
exactly how
they
they
would
question.
literally pull up
resolve.
and
I'm
say
not
Johnson
One,
finished
one,
versus
with
one
my
second.
question.
One second,
Jesus
y'all.
wow.
Christ.
1 second. Let her finish asking the question.
God.
Make it brief, Chanel, and
All
ask the
I'm saying
question and
is
then let them
you're only
answer.
going to prosecute one case at a time. And this idea that y'all want us to prosecute 5,000 at a time is crazy. That's it.
So
Okay.
what I was going to say, when they go to court, they will say, in the case of Johnson versus such and such, this right there. Nope, can't do that. What aboutism? Stop.
They
When they're
do.
talking
Motherfucker,
about
Wait.
stop.
Hold
setting
on.
a
Hold on,
hold on,
Stop.
Chanel.
when they're
Hold on,
talking
Chanel.
about
Hold on,
setting a
Chanel.
precedence,
Hold on,
then
Chanel. Yes,
yes.
Stop.
they do refer to other cases in
When they're
order.
talking about
Hold
a
on.
precedence, they're
Yes, in
not
order. Hold
referring to
on, Chanel.
5,000.
Hold on, Chanel. They do refer
Okay.
to other cases that are similar to this case that have set a precedent in order to substantiate whatever the charges are or whatever that they're bringing about in that particular case. That's literally what they do.
Mr.
So
Izzy, I
yeah.
We
understand that. I
literally
understand that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I know that there's something called precedence when they
Right.
want to say, okay, in this other case, then if you're going to take that in consideration, you have to take this in consideration too. What I'm saying is when they go into the courtroom, they're not going to litigate 5,000 other. They're not even going to litigate 500 other.
Right.
They might say 5 or 6 or 10 or something like that to show precedence. But what these people are trying to do is they're trying to use all of history, all of the deaths that happened in the past 5 years to talk about Nolan Wells. And all I'm saying is, let's
Who
just
did
be
that?
honest about it. Let's
Who did
focus
that?
on what's happening right now in this case.
All
That's
right.
all
Nobody
I'm
told me who
saying.
did that.
Who did that?
Give me
Okay,
a
y'all
second.
didn't do it. Y'all want to act ignorant? Go right
All
ahead.
right, give me a
We
second.
didn't
Hey,
do it.
Beachy. Hey, Beachy. How you doing, Beachy? Hey, give me a second. Let me introduce this. So again, let me just say for the ignorant people in the back that want to blame me, I didn't make this. I didn't doctor it. I didn't invent this. This is allegedly an enhanced audio of the
Oh,
actual call that Warren made or Wyatt, whichever one of them, made to the people who told on them. This is an actual, this is allegedly the enhanced, meaning that they made it louder so that you can hear everything that's going on. So, in case you haven't heard this, let me bring this to the forefront. I have not substantiated this, to be honest. And I generally don't like to bring this to the forefront. However, this has been referred to multiple times, and I've had this in the cut since it came out. So let me play this. Let's
Hey
go.
Izzy, before you play
Yes.
it, would that mean that it was doctored?
N- In a se-
Oh.
in a sense to raise the volume up, technically yes.
Okay, I thought.
oh, oh,
I mean, just
But
um
take
doctor doesn't mean
oh,
altered.
most of those audio that you've been listening about this case are fake. It's only like one that is real, the one that coming from the town and people, whatever you call them.
yeah.
That
This is
one is
that.
real.
The
And
CETO,
then
that's what this is.
That's what this
The
is.
CETO.
what social media have done is have grabbed those things and put the AI thing in it and make it exaggerated for clicks and views.
All right, where'd you get that? Where's your substantiation of that?
Right.
I was watching last night on this tube channel when I was trying to get educated about the channel. A lot of the audience that were listening about this is fake.
Okay, where I need you to show me or to soon show me substantiation of that particular the claim. Because let me just play this and then we'll just go for it. All right. So again,
Can I just say this one thing
hold
before you play,
hold
Izzy?
on. Go
Okay.
ahead. Because we're not.
I only was gonna say that what you were saying is unsubstantiated at this point, but just because it's unsubstantiated doesn't mean that it's false or fake or anything. He just doesn't have solid proof, but you don't have proof that it's not. That's
All
it.
right. So let me just say this again. This is allegedly the audio. I don't know if this is actually from the thing. This is alleged. All I could do is show, and then y'all come to what conclusion y'all want to, and tell me what you want to hear. Now, what I will say is this: they tried to say that the audio of the boat when them kids was fighting was fake, but come to find out that was not fake. That actually happened. Now, whether that was Nolan Wells involved in that or not has been questioned, because some other people said that it was them involved, but that has absolutely been brought to the forefront that wasn't fake. So let's play this and let's see, and then let's go from there. It's part of the discussion. Fair use, fair use, fair use. All right.
Listen, so as you may or may not know, TMZ put out the 911 call, right? And there are people enhancing this audio from the 911.
So allegedly, this is from the TMZ 911, call, whatever they call, CTO call.
911 call where they called in. Now, there is a girl on this boat. I'm going to play this enhanced audio for you. You can also go to TMZ page, download it yourself, and enhance it because I turned up the volume.
So I don't know if y'all can hear it or not. What she's claiming is that you could take the TMZ version of the video and you could enhance the volume on the TMZ version of videos. What she's saying she did. I have no way to substantiate that. And she's saying that if you do that, you could get the same results. So let's see. And then I'm playing it from my phone because I can't, for whatever reason, my Wi-Fi is acting up and it's not allowing me to airdrop it to my computer. So that's why.
Cheap Wi-Fi, buddy.
TMZ,
Yeah, okay.
you could drop it into your iMovie and turn the volume all the way up. The girl says,
Which one? Which phone? I got 3 sitting right next to me.
She says, is he dead? And then somebody calls his name out, right? Then as you fast forward, the 911 person is talking to the person who called in. The person who called in is 100% distracted, can barely call.
All right, so she said, can y'all hear that good? She's saying the person that called in is 100% distracted. And in which we heard that, right? It seemed as if there was a lot going on. And of course, if the billage pump is going out, that would substantiate why there's a lot going on. But let's just see and see what's going on. All right. Oh, my damn.
If my boat was sinking,
Okay, hold on.
and on a 911 call, but he's clearly distracted. So she asked him, she says, how high up is the water in the boat, right? And if you listen, you can hear somebody in the back say, Nolan's freaking dead, dude.
All right.
This is on the 911 call.
So now this woman is claiming that on the TMZ video, she pulled the TMZ video on the CTO call, she enhanced that volume, and she got Nolan is dead. This is what she's claiming. Again, I have no way to substantiate that. I am not substantiating what she's saying. I'm just reporting it to you. Let's get it.
So hold on.
Somebody.
Okay.
Why not? Why don't you go to the TNC site and do it yourself then?
Because you could do it if you like. I don't want to do that right now. I could just told you that my daggone Wi-Fi is not allowing me to
No. You're missing what I'm saying.
Now I
Can you
understand
bring up TNC over here in the panel and to see if we can catch it from the TNC straight from the TNC site?
You gotta no, that's what I'm trying to tell you. What you're gonna have to do is what she's saying. You're gonna have to take that video, extract the audio, and then raise the volume of the audio so you can hear the background noise as well. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. All right.
Who know how to enhance audio and take voices out. If you go enhance that audio, take that 911 operator voice out and enhance that audio, that is everything they need right there on that call. And who is the girl on the boat? Girl or girls? It sounds like it's 2 girls on the boat to me. Listen to this audio.
If you listen closely, you can hear them say Nolan is about to die at 16 seconds.
16 seconds.
Yeah, listen.
So what's this is? Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Corn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
Official. All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles.
So I don't know if you heard it, but in the beginning, what she's saying about the 16-second mark of that Cito call, you can hear a girl saying, "Is Nolan? Is he dead?" And they said Nolan, and then you know what I'm saying. Someone said after that, Nolan is dead, allegedly. So that's the alleged part, but you can hear it in the underpinnings of the conversation. So
she said 16 seconds though.
yeah, at about the 16-second mark of that Cito call. Yeah, that's what she's saying. Okay. So
that was wild. Yeah, that's why it should stay alleged, because that just don't make no sense. Hey, if y'all say it's allegedly true, okay, all right, it's allegedly true. Now what?
I'm not saying. Listen, again, I'm saying that they're saying that allegedly
No,
happened.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that you making any kind of claim. I'm saying, but now what? Well, after they have that, now what? Everything was given to the. You don't think it was given to the police if that was true? You don't think the police have that?
Well, I guess now
and
they
even
do.
If the police did have that, right? This is to say that they did have it, right? How are they supposed to know who was all on that call?
I guess that's what an investigation would determine.
Well,
maybe that's why they have a grand jury. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's why.
And listening further
Did they
on,
convene a grand jury yet?
Go ahead. MRM. What you saying?
Listening further on, you hear the lady saying, "I want to know who's all on the boat." And she said, "How many are you on the boat?" The person's like, "There's 7 of us." They're like, "Do all 7 of you guys have life jackets?" They're like, "Yeah, we all have life jackets." They said, "Is there anyone on the boat that's not breathing, basically living?" They're like, "No, there's nobody on the boat that's not breathing and not living." Now, you can argue and say they all could be lying, whatever like that, but you can hear the people in the background talking too. And I went to the 16-second mark, man. And my son is really good with sound engineering. I'm gonna have him do that too and see if we can, because that's just, I don't know. I didn't know what with the girl. I didn't really get to hear it clear through your phone, but I am going to the 16-second mark and trying to, figure that out, because that wouldn't make sense for them to say that at all. And what they mean by, okay, for example, what do they mean by Nolan is what? What they say Nolan is dying?
No, they said is he dead? And then someone said Nolan. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm going according. See, Uncle Tom does all these theatrics. I'm going according to what they said. I'm not espousing a thing. I'm going according to
I
what
didn't
they
say
said.
anything.
Nah, but you're making all these theatrics. You're freaking out over there.
Because it kills me, man.
Exactly, man. I didn't do it. Like what you
That's
want
why
from
I'm
me?
about to start looking up calibers, because this is
Yeah, that's a stretch a little bit right there.
Well,
I mean, but it could. I mean, like I said, but hey, I don't know. Maybe it
hey,
could be,
listen,
but-
if your son is good at that MRM, I task you to do it, and then when you get a chance, I know you're a very busy man. If you get back to me and just let me know, I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? What y'all come up with?
The chances of people adding the extra words in there with this AI word are very, very high, extremely high.
Well, okay, and then you know what? Like what you said too, Papi Blanco. Even if you took that right there, you know that they're going to take that timestamp. Let's just say we go along with what they just alleged, right? They're going to take that timestamp and they're going to compare that to actually when Nolan, because we can tell how long you've been dead.
Yes.
So if they say,
They give you a time frame.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So if the time frame from when they made that phone call and it's like, oh my God, is he dead? If he was dying or dead indeed at that point in time, they're gonna be able to tell how long he's been dead. And if it don't match up with that, then again, there goes that whole, we heard him say he's dying in the audio, or so yeah, but
That's
I mean,
fair.
and there's nothing wrong with it. Hey, even with that, even though that can be like a way out of this world conspiracy, why not be able to go and also investigate that as well if these things are to be true?
Facts. Now there's another video that shows somebody getting like stomped out and kind of buried or whatever. That is not Nolan Wells. So I don't
No.
know why people are running with that. That is not Nolan Wells. People are running with
Let me
that,
ask
trying
you
to
a
make it seem.
question.
Hold
How did,
on.
oh, go
Can
ahead.
I just land my plane? Big headed man. Pause. That's not Nolan Wells that they are sitting there, trying to make it seem like was getting stomped out by the white people. I don't know who that was. I pray that is AI and that's nobody in real life because they got caught a bad day, but that is not Nolan Wells. Go ahead, Uncle Tom. What say you, man?
I ain't gonna lie, I forgot. You know, I got a short attention span. That's why I blurt out stuff because I really do have a short attention span.
Shout out to Udo on Go. What's up, Udo?
This whole concept of everyone putting their emotions before facts is crazy. But to say that they're not doing it is insane. I mean, everything that's come out so far is based off emotions of how you feel about a situation, not necessarily anything about a fact about the situation. We're just speculating. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying everything that's came out when other people put it on these interwebs is about their emotions or how a black man should feel or how a black person living here in these United States or what happened, what's the goings on in Mississippi. You know, if it happened in Mississippi, it's true.
And the thing is that every single time, I say this all the time, you get a chance to prove yourself on the internet about who you really are and what you really are about based off of how you act, you react, what you say, and even in the comment section. It's so interesting that a lot of people claim to be so logical and everything like that, but then yet when you go over and you see in the comment section, you like, y'all are doing the very thing y'all claim that y'all don't like, and then y'all claim that y'all hate. Is these to me, I love it because I with my mentees, I let them see things like this and watch it because it definitely serves as a means of a proving ground to those that claim to be smart, or claim to be logical, and claim to be critical thinking. But then if somebody think differently than them, oh, y'all must not be black. They just trying to do this for the white person, all because we have questions and we thinking differently, seeing things from a different perspective. I love differences of opinion. It allows me to actually get a full balance of everything.
Get you sharp.
So I got a question. I got a couple questions for y'all. With that being said, was Officer Tatum conducting an investigating journalism or running interference? In your opinion, I want to know what each one of y'all have to say and why running interference. Was he conductive, clean investigative journalism, or was he running interference, meaning running with a narrative or shaping a narrative for these young men, and why or why not, and what do y'all think?
Can I go
I'll
first?
go real quick. Mine's fast.
Go ahead.
I'll say Brandon Tatum was doing either one of them because he already said from the get-go that he was only doing this based off the question that a lot of people in the comment section wanted to be asked to him, to the guys that were on the boat.
You stole
so this is not him.
Answer,
hey, and I was gonna say the same thing. This is coming from a
You
person
stole my
that can't stand a stomach that black dude. I have a whole. I ain't gonna say hatred. I ain't gonna say I hate the dude, but I just think he when it comes to police issues, it's police first and then other people second. And just his affiliation. That's the only thing I don't like. Well, that's the main thing I don't like about him. I don't think he's objective when it comes to police officers, except I've seen he did it one time. Other than that, it's always been police. That's what my thing is about him. But I don't really like the dude, so I ain't gonna hold you no water to him.
What this man is doing is just doing what big channels is doing, just following the algorithm and get paid behind it. Throw a little bit of journalism in there, throw his little conspiracy theory in there. All that thing is mixed in together, man. But make no mistake about it. I need those clips and views, and I need to get in the algorithm. So he ain't doing neither one of those things that you mentioned, easy.
Okay, so now I got another statement and then a question. And shout out to OG Do Dirty. Forget whether you think Officer Tatum or whether you like him, whether you think that he's a coon or not a coon. Forget that, right? Forget whether you distrust mainstream media or not. The question is this: did these interviews move us closer to the truth, or simply move one side closer to winning the court of public opinion?
I think it didn't do anything, to be quite honest with you. I think what it really did, especially when he talked to the second guy, it's like, oh, the mother said that she didn't know the best friend and she really don't really know who he is, whatever. And then the best friend coming on saying she totally know who I am. I've been at their house. I know where they live. I left my car there. I took them to school. We got pictures of prom. but that doesn't do anything to solve Nolan Wells' case. You know what I'm saying? And then with the guy that was talking right there, the timestamp of them leaving and everything like that, I don't think that that's going to give us any substantiation to what really happened to Nolan Wells. Now, I would have liked to know what happened to the girl that he supposedly stayed back with. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Me too.
That's
I
a
want to know
fact.
where's the girl.
Yeah.
That's gonna be my question. What is
Now,
that girl?
allegedly, the girl is allegedly cooperating with police and cooperating with the investigation. Allegedly, all right.
Sound
So,
good.
yeah, right. It does. It does. What say you, OG Do Dirty, on this?
I kind of agree with MRM. I just think it just muddied it up more, bro, because everything's not consistent. You know what I'm saying? We're used to hearing something where we can nail it down because it's already been a little minute. We already know a little bit of facts. We was looking for something to come out, but like he said, it's nothing that's really adding up. So it just make you look at it with more of the conspiracy, like you want to add to. And I don't really like what Officer Tatum is doing right now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You don't? Why not? I think it's great because I think it gives us another side of the story, other things to at least compare what we've heard to, and to try to get closer to the truth. Why don't you like it?
Because it goes back to that muddying part. You know what I'm saying? You letting these people come up here and stuff like that is happening, bro. Like just him on the times. Like, come on, bro. That's little bitty stuff. Like, bro, you shouldn't really be talking right now. You really need to be waiting to, you know what I'm saying, you in court or whatever else. Because you don't know if they're gonna call you up. I don't know the situation if they're gonna, you know what I'm saying, he gonna be, you know what I'm saying, called up anything, even been, you know what I'm saying, testify to anything. So if that part do come, it's just all like I said, if you're not giving, we don't have all the details to it. So it ain't like you can pin something down and it just talk. You know what I'm saying, at this point. Because you know what I'm saying, if you're going to take everything that he say is true, then most people are going to push, you know what I'm saying, they didn't do nothing. But we don't know what happened. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's not, because if I'm hearing him correctly, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong or not, he don't know what happened.
He's claiming he doesn't. Right. He's claiming he doesn't know what happened
You
to
see what
Nolan.
I'm saying?
Right. He's just trying to substantiate that they was nowhere around where whatever happened to Nolan happened to him. In essence, right? So is interviewing witnesses before an investigation concludes responsible journalism or premature narrative building? What do y'all think about that?
I would say it's pretty much. I would say it's pretty much short narrative building.
Yeah.
Because I gotta keep it going and going, especially if you're a channel holder. You know what I mean? I gotta keep feeding the people with the bullshit they already believe anyway.
I might have heard that wrong there. What was it, Izzy? I thought you.
I said is interviewing the witness before the investigation concludes. Is it investigative journalism or premature narrative building?
It can be both.
Yeah.
It can be both.
Pick one.
Well, you can't pick one because
is it responsible?
They
Well,
can
hold
both
on.
be that.
Let me ask you this, and I apologize. Is it responsible investigating and investigative journalism? Is it responsible investigative journalism?
Yes, they do it because they do it all the time, right? When it comes to those grape allegations or something like that, you got those lawyers that come out. They do their own little investigation. They do their narrative building with the actual person, and it does the same thing. So it can be both at the same time, and it's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's just getting information out to people, whether you believe it or not. You can choose to believe it. You can choose to disregard it. So it's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's just I can say it's building a narrative because that's literally what it is, and it's also could be good journalism at the same time.
When you think about how any allegations come against any politician, as soon as they step out them doors, the news reporters are there. Hey, did you actually do this? Like, these are baseless claims. We're gonna fight it. We're gonna this, and then you end up finding out later on in court. Oh, actually, so you did do it. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's no different than that, though. But as far as a young man, though, I don't know why. I don't think it was a good idea for him to go on there and open up his mouth. But at the same time, it could be a possibility that this may not even be a thing to go to trial. This may not even go to court. It might just be found that Nolan Wells passed away of X, Y, and Z, and that's it, and it's over. It's a wrap. So why wouldn't they talk?
Right, but I think I'm with you though. I wish I'm glad that he did it. You know what I'm saying? Of course, for content's sake, and of course for a little bit of clarity's sake, or whatever the case may be. At the same time, I do wish that we got, whether there's going to be, whether the investigation is over, whether there's going to be charges out there, whether they're going to charge somebody. I wish that all of that was out first before, what I'm saying, before these interviews dropped, if that makes sense, right? Noah Bell said, if you go too hard and push him, then he won't talk. We need Warren's talking. We need Warren talking. It's just me. Say Katie and her sister spoke out. Katie said only had a brief conversation with Nolan. Okay, allegedly. Okay. TB Trucker said everything was done the next day. Sin 7 Sin said, why do you assume his death was foul play to begin with? I don't like that they did say that it wasn't foul play to begin with, but I don't assume that it was. Shout out to Easy One. What's up, Easy One? What's going on? And make sure y'all supporting the show. Hit the like button. Likes are free. Yeah, toxicology reports usually take 6 to 8 weeks. Shout out to my guy, Kojak 3 the Great. Hit the like button. Likes are free, y'all. Shout out to Black Beauty Gaming in the building. Good to see you. And Mills in the building. Good to see you. It's crazy. Cat was good to see you. Hey, Blue Jay said, I lost my best friend to self-deletion 6 years ago. She was Asian. Her husband was white. Suspected him because he's white was never a thought. But if it had been proposed, I would have considered that evil. Shout out to JD 1975. What's up, bro?
You're not there.
What's unlikely say, yo, so we're still assuming these boys deleted one of their best friends? Not necessarily, but it's not off the table. It's not crazy to think that. I don't know. So again, I want to wait until the facts come out to know for a fact. So I'm not espousing any guilt if that's what y'all think I'm doing. I'm not. Emil said they are not going to do nothing unless you catch them red-handed, and they will still lie. Damn, Mills. That's how you feel? Sheesh. Go ahead.
The thing is that if my wife died, I don't have a wife, but if my wife died, I will be the number one suspect on that list.
That's
just how it is.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean? If my kids die, I mean, I hope it never happened, but like, you see what I'm saying? I would be the number one suspect on that list. If it was something violent, of course. We don't talk about nothing natural, right? They're gonna. So it's kind of like in the police world, investigation world. They're going to whoever is the closest. You're gonna be a number one suspect.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like you went to your best friend's house and you happen to die in there, they're gonna interrogate the hell out you.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, that just makes sense. I mean, that's nothing racially motivated about it. That's why I don't understand. But that's why I don't understand when people mention that all these people were white and this one guy was black, why people would get so riled up and upset about the noticing of fact rather than taking it as that, just a noticing of facts.
So this is what I'm saying though. The thing is though is that what Poppy just got done saying, why would he become the number one suspect? The number one suspect of what?
Of deletion.
Exactly. In this case, there was no suspicion of deletion. So that's what I'm saying. People just instantly went into they did something to him. They did something to him.
But that's the problem though, MRM. You can't see that. It should have been if it was, and I think what a lot of people's argument is if the roles were reversed, they would have absolutely automatically assumed foul play. But the problem, I have given 2 examples, but the problem is when it comes to a black life, they automatically try to make it seem like it was some sort of accident or self-deletion. And that's the problem that a lot of people have.
Hey, y'all do know that there's one going on right now with a young man that's 19 years old. He was found in the river drowned too. He's black right now. That's going on right now.
Yes, and there's one where these guys threw their friend, the alleged friend, off a bridge, and daggone deleted the information on his cell phone and hid his clothes, and now this kid is being charged because they found out that he did that. So yeah, and the 2 guys happen to be white, and the kid happened to be black. But yes,
right.
At first, they made it seem like they didn't know anything. Like it was just an accident. Oh, they didn't know he couldn't swim, and he just fell in the water.
Right. So the thing is, though, is that when it came out, when they did the investigation, it was like, no, this don't add up. This looks like a homicide. Therefore, if they're going to say this is like a homicide, we getting ready to go after the ones who we going to find that's the closest to them, because now this is some homicidal type stuff, right? But in Nolan Wells' case, all I'm saying is that when it first happened, there was no signs or anything like, hey, this is some homicide-like type stuff. But instantly, when the internet caught wind of it, and it's like, okay, they did something to them, then it seemed like it became a thing where, okay.
You don't think that that's suspicious though? That's what I'm saying. Like
No,
that's
no,
not
no.
suspicious to you? That like again, it should have been a thing of it was gonna be the reason why Ben Crump and them got involved, why the parents got Ben Crump and them involved, is because off the top, Sheriff Ledbetter said that he didn't see any foul play involved. So the evidence of foul play. So the problem is you are supposed to do a thorough investigation first and then rule out and say, yo, yeah, we rule it out. There was no foul play. But the fact that they immediately went to that before they did any investigation is absolutely problematic. Why can't y'all see that? I don't get why y'all can't see that.
I completely understand what you're saying. I completely understand what you're saying. The thing is, though, is that if they, okay, when you said that he said there's no foul play, what made him come to that conclusion?
Well, like from his investigation, kind of like, you know what I mean? Because
no, he didn't even investigate. He just looked at allegedly it was right after the body had came to the surface and they found the body.
Joint.
Right. They didn't
so
do
the
anything.
forensic people gonna examine, they gotta do their little, you know what I mean? They gotta write down what they see, because obviously the final say so it would be weeks later when they have to do the autopsy. Was this person on drugs? Did he die from a heart attack? That's when we're gonna find out what really happened weeks later.
So, but this is the thing, Poppy. What I'm saying is, so to answer your question, MRM, when he first came out the water, and because they were looking for him, the first thing that the sheriff said on daggone July the 6th, 2026 was, yeah, we found him. We that's Nolan, but we don't see any evidence of foul play. That was totally out of order and totally unprofessional. There should have been an investigation first before he said anything about what would have possibly or could have happened to Nolan. And that's how we got here. And it's like people want to ignore the fact that that's the reason why we're here and how we got here. And that's ridiculous.
Can that not be that's just procedural though? Because with the person that was found hung at the college, the police showed up and said the same exact thing. They literally said there's no signs of foul play, there's no tire marks, there's no shoe. So right now, this looked like this just must have been this. There's no signs of it. But then people still said, wait a minute, we want a thorough investigation done. It seemed like it's the same exact thing. So I don't look at the fact that the cops said there's no foul play here as, wait, this is suspicious, because they've done that on many other cases as well, where they flat out just said, hey, we know this person was found hung from the tree. Hey, we looked around. There's no signs of foul play, no signs of a struggle, no drag marks, no disturbances in the dirt. But people still were like, okay, we don't believe y'all. We want something else done, and they did it.
So this is the thing. The point is, what do those people have in common when they say there's no foul play? Off the rip, those people those generally speaking, when they say that off the rip, those people are melanated people. That's the problem.
Okay, in that same state, it was an unmelanated person that was found hung too, and they did the same exact thing. They showed up and said this looked like there was no foul play. The guy was homeless. He was a white guy. That looked like there was no foul play. They end up getting a hold of that dude's family, and the family's like, no, we want something, because he's not self-deleting type. He's not the self-deleting type. So we want an investigation done. They're like, man, we know he was homeless, but where he's hung from, there's only footprints that were there were his, and we don't care. We still want something done, because the fact that it was by a bridge, by a tree, they did the same thing for him.
Okay. Again, as the same thing, the point that I'm making is, generally speaking, the history has shown when it comes to so-called Black people in America, there is a huge neglect when it comes to our lives being lost. And like how y'all could deny that, I don't understand. I'm being quite frank. Okay, so if you acknowledge that there is a history of neglect when Black lives are lost, I don't understand why people could be outraged that these parents would want to make sure that there is no type of foul play and make sure that they get the proper answers to what happened, regardless to what it is, just impeding any type of injustice of getting them to find out the facts. Why is that such a problematic assessment?
Not a problem at all to want to get down to the bottom of what happened, who did it, and all that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And if it comes to the point to where, but see, my thing is though, I just don't like the fact, man, that it's being used as a means of saying, well, see there. Now we're like, okay, for example, Easy, what you said. If we want to say that blacks seem to be the ones that don't get the most intense investigative, like they just don't even care. Okay, look, they kill each other or whatever like that, or if a black get killed, we're not about to put all our efforts and everything into this, blah, 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 blah. I can understand that particular argument, right? But it seemed like it can be completely amplified more because of the fact that this is white kids who, we know there were blacks there too, but white kids who were his friends, they were involved. See, it was a racist thing that people was making out to be initially. Then they found out that, oh wait, one of his best friends is also a black dude too. Now where does the race thing come in at now? Well, that's different though now, because that boy ain't fully black though. So you know the white side of him could have been the racist
Yeah,
side.
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I get that, and I'm never saying nothing like that because that's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
At the same time, I guess the thing of there was 4 kids that went out on that island on one boat, and out of the 4 kids, 3 returned and only 1 didn't, and the 1 happened to be black and the 3 happened to be white. Then I could see that kind of conversation coming out, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's natural to go, wait, it was 3 white dudes and 1 black dude.
Right.
Wait a minute. Until I find out that those 3 white dudes are actually his friend. Then the race thing just completely goes out. Then it's like it's a wrap. They're his best friends. There's no more races, no more. It's a wrap. They've been friends since they were 9 years old. Now I can't sit there and try to throw in there racist.
Well, yeah,
That's
and again, I wouldn't throw in racist for kids so much anyway, especially modern day kids. At the same time, I cannot then say that race has nothing to do with it either, if that makes sense. So I'm I'm never calling them kids racist because there's no real substantiation of that. And like I said, I lived in the area, so I know that black people and white people get together all the time in Ocean Springs and Biloxi. That's just what happens, right?
That's a fact. If you ain't been to Biloxi Beach, whew.
Right. That's just what happens, right? There be old white people with little black children running around Walmart every day, twice on Sunday. However, what I would say is that there is a lot of prejudice there still, and a lot of bias and bigotry there still, even with that being said, right? And I lived out there for about 3, almost 4 years. So, I would know. But there are a lot of people who do hang out, hook up, and are together that are black and white out there for a fact, right? It's a normal thing.
And see, at the same time, too, Izzy, I threw this in there too, and people got pissed off about this. The mother said she don't know his friend. She's like, I don't know that's not his best friend. I don't know who this person is. And now, reason why I'm saying it, because people got pissed off when I made this statement. Dude, Izzy. Well, my sons are grown now, 24 and 22, right? Do you know I knew exactly who all my sons' friends were, and I knew who my sons' parents were. And if my sons was ever hanging out with them, I made phone calls. Period. Now, people got pissed off at me. Are you trying to say she's a bad parent? No, I'm not saying it. But what I am saying, as a responsible parent myself, I knew who all my son's friends were and my son's parents were, and I had their phone number. So if they went and hung out, I'm calling, Mr. Smith, hey, my son and your son going to the mall, right? Right. Did you pick them up? Yeah. What time you drop them off? At 7. Okay. What time they say they're going to be done? When the mall closed 9, you picking them up? Yeah. Right when I make that phone call, hey, Mr. Smith, let me know when you drop them off. Hey, Ty, I just dropped them off, right? 30 minutes within them being there. I'm calling my son, Bri. Where y'all at right now? Oh, we in the mall. Who all with y'all? Oh, me, such and such, such and such. Where he at right now? Right here. Let me talk to Matt. Hey, Matt, what y'all up to? That's me.
Right.
I just don't know.
Yeah,
So
I'm the same helicopter parent. I'm telling you that right now. So I want to know everything about where my kids going, who they hanging out with, who their parents are. That's a start of you being the friend with someone. I want to know what their name is, their parents' name. We need to meet and find out what's going on. Those are just basic things, bro.
But the thing is, if they did not know that kid in that particular manner, then that's fair to say they didn't know him like that. If they saw him a time or two or saw him, you know what I mean, that's fair. You know, kids
But
pick
he
up.
said this. See, the thing is this is what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is this: the best friend came on there, and he said, like, he basically said it was you saw it. He said he was kind of like, you could tell it hurt him. It's like, for her to say she didn't know me, I took him to school. I left my car there. Like, I'm in the prom pictures. What the heck? He kind of like, what? Like, wow. So that's what kind of got me like, wait a minute now, come on, man. Like,
but it's not. Well, number one, she just lost her child, right? And
Right.
I pray.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish, bro. She just lost her child, right? So it's a lot of possibilities, right? You know how sometimes a friend is known as something like for example, right? His name is Tristan, right? He could have been known as T Grizzly for the sake of just conversation, right? And Nolan always referred to him as T Grizzly, and then she didn't know him as Tristan, or he could have been around, but she didn't really know him like that. She wasn't really invested in him like that. He just was around sometimes. They was cool, but she really didn't know him like that. That's all possible. I don't understand why y'all acting like that's not possible at all.
Right. No, I get you, because I said I mentioned this too. I got a best friend. My best friend is Jeremy. We've been friends since we were 13 years old. Now, if you just ask my mom how many times have my best friend Jeremy sat down and had a conversation with my mom, he would be like, "Oh, I speak to her when I see her," but yet my mom knows that's my best friend. But so what I'm saying is that she knows of him, and the only thing that gets me is that, again, I know these ifs and all this. If I know that my son is getting ready to go out on the water anywhere, dude, I'm calling like every 30 minutes. Hey, y'all good? What?
We
If I
got
broke out, where you at? You know, I'm calling because, for one, the water, it's a bunch of friends, it's cool. But as a responsible
we
parent,
gotta-
I'm gonna be
we gotta
checking
put-
in on them. You know what I'm saying? And then, like,
we gotta-
again, I will call the friends. Hey, Matt, what y'all doing right now? Where Brian at? Hey, Thomas, what y'all doing right now? Where's such and such at? Hey, Izzy, where y'all at right now? Where Brian at right now? You know what I'm saying? Just to be checking in. That's all I'm saying.
Also, the thing is what you say is correct, Renaissance man, right? Especially when our kids are little, right? Like 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. You know what I mean? When they start hanging out with their little friends or whatever. The older that they get, it's a good chance. It's not 100%, but it's a good chance the less you're going to know their friends. High school time. If I'm not mistaken, Nolan Wells is like, what, 17, 18, I believe?
He was 18. He was in college. He was in college.
Yep.
And
There you go.
Blue Jay made a great point.
Good.
Blue Jay. Okay.
There you go, right? College, community college, or one of those.
Yeah. Community college, like a community college.
Chances, that means this is new friendships for the most part. Chances of them, the parents knowing their friends, are gonna be kind of slim to none. In college, even when you live at home, right? You pretty much an adult. You just happen to live at your parent house.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right, but this particular guy, though, he said that they've been knowing each other since the 9th grade.
But Blue Jay
got prom pictures and all. So I get what you're saying with the college thing, but this is not the friends that he's talking about is not ones that he met in college. They've been friends since the 9th grade.
I get it. I don't know. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But you think that she lied about that? Like, what reason? Let me ask you this. What reason do you think that she would have to lie about that?
She just lost her kid.
She lost
I
a
wouldn't say she
kid.
lied.
Wait, hold on
you
real
know,
quick. Hold on real quick. Go ahead, Modern Renaissance man.
Like Uncle Tom was saying, she lost a kid, and on top of that, I mean, hey, I don't have to show y'all now, but I pulled up on my channel where she said nobody reached out to her, but then yet they got phone logs and calls of them actually reaching out to her, trying to get a hold of her. But at first she said nobody called her, but they did. You know what I'm saying? So I guess when that trauma hit, it's a lot of emotion that can kick in. I don't know why she would say, I don't know no friends of his. He don't have no best friends. He never told me about any. And you know, it's so strange. I don't know if it's because of a high rise of emotions or whatever, but it just comes off as being like, whoa, I don't know.
Right, but then so then why, when I said initially, well, she just lost a kid, first of all, y'all said, especially Uncle Tom, but then people in the chat was like, come on, Izzy, and I'm like, yo,
I did that because.
But
because
okay, because I'm about to
when
say,
you said it, no, when you said that, I was just like, come on, man. And now when I did it on purpose because I was giving the same excuse. Hey, she just lost a kid. But these are also true emotions. A lot of things go up when you lose your child. And I had to literally think about what you said and be like, you know what? it could be that she lost her child. Because I know if I lost my child and shit too, I'll
Yeah,
be
you wouldn't be
probably
in your
the
right
same.
mind. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not gonna be in your right mind at
No,
all.
I mean, I was
couldn't
literally
imagine.
taking in what you said now, and I corrected myself and say, you know what? She
Yeah,
probably because she lost her child.
Okay.
yeah, I don't believe that lady was lying at all.
Right.
She just somebody. I can only imagine that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? She looking for answers. It's a good chance that she's going to be a little bit biased because, like, yo, y'all was around my child, y'all know something, and I feel like I ain't telling the truth, so I gotta kind of quote unquote distance myself from you and say that I don't know you because you know what I mean. So, but she wasn't lying. That lady just going through hell right now,
bro. Because I
Yeah.
mean, honestly, like, dude, like with my young folks, dude, I had like $20 taken from me. Everybody became a suspect.
For
All the
$20.
kids,
Come on, man.
all-
For
dude,
$20.
I'm a capitalist. I'm all empty all y'all
Hey.
pockets. And even the people I work with, I'm like, you didn't see that $20 sitting. It was sitting right. Nobody saw it. Y'all really gonna make me go back and pull the cameras? I'm giving you a chance to get everybody a suspect. I
What
don't care how
happened to
long
your
I know you.
$20? What happened to your $20? I'm
My
confused.
own
Tell me that.
sons. I'm like, where would you did that? You know we wouldn't know. I don't know you wouldn't. Like everybody.
So what happened to your $20 though? At the end of the day, what happened?
It ended up being one of my young people, one of my mentees.
Oh dang.
I said I'm gonna run the cameras. But I tell you what, this is what I'm gonna do. Y'all all got my number. I'm gonna go off. Hey, y'all go continue what y'all doing. Whoever did it, shoot me a text. And we ain't gonna make it obvious.
Okay, so they
And she
told you,
messed
but okay, she told you. Damn.
She had no choice. I was gonna run the
Maybe she
camera.
needed that $20. Minister Renaissance.
Yeah,
Damn.
she needed that whooping I gave her too.
Damn. You whip people? Wait, you be whipping people's kids?
Yes.
Oh my God, bro.
He said yes with all authority.
With a crowd, you being people children, MRM?
Yes.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Can't be.
Hey, but they obviously trust him, so you can't say that. You can't have a knock against it. They obviously trust him, man.
Watch out now, Renaissance man. Now you're gonna have all these big bags calling you all kind of names and abuse it and all of that.
They can say what they want to. It ain't this been what we going on what 17 years?
Abuser. He probably abused his wife too.
Yeah, that's how rumors get started.
I
Hey,
know,
let's
man.
hold on real quick. Let's get into this, y'all. Let me see. Damn. We didn't hardly get into no video. Do y'all want to go to 4 or y'all want to stay in 3? Let me. Y'all tell me what y'all want to do. This is the third extension. The fourth one is with him still, and then the fifth one is the one that y'all talking about with Tristan. So wait, y'all want me go ahead back to where we were, or what y'all want me to do as far as this video is concerned?
Whatever you want to do, my guy.
All right, let me go ahead then.
Gonna make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office, and I mean, yeah, friends there, and I was like, okay, well, it's a little concerning. Like, I mean, I'm not freaking out or anything, but like, I'm trying to find out where Nolan is. So I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, and also a couple other buddies that I had at the island. I was like, hey, have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? And all the boys were like, no. Well, I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, can you send me Miss Christine's number, because I hadn't heard from Nolan, and if she hasn't heard from Nolan, then I'm calling the Coast Guard. And so eventually, Javon sent me her number.
Who is her? That's
Miss Christine.
Miss Christine
Yeah,
is
Nolan's mom.
Nolan's mom.
Yeah. And
yo, who said someone was saying that they had Javon's phone too? They didn't have Javon's phone too. Javon's mom was the one that went over there to get Nolan's phone. Miss Christine sent Javon's mom over there to get Nolan's phone. But someone had asserted that Javon's phone was with these kids too. And obviously it wasn't, because he texted Javon his own admission to get Miss Christine's number. So they didn't even have Miss Christine's number. So there's that. And there was another kid that said, yeah, Nolan always hung out over here. We never hung out over his house. So what do y'all say to these things?
Interesting. It's interesting.
Okay. Let's keep pushing that.
I'm not gonna lie. That's one
I
thing
walked down the dock.
because I mean, I it wasn't just one friend. Like, I had multiple friends, and I hung up all over their house, and they hung up all on mine too. So unless they, man, it's weird. That's God.
Yeah. Now they did literally said they never went over his house like that. They literally said, "What's up? What's up?" Every fader said probably true. They literally said that. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
I can't.
since y'all, let me stop. I'm about to troll here. I was about to troll. Well, since
Yeah,
you know,
don't troll, don't troll, don't troll.
you know, what I was gonna say in a funny way is that I'm just saying if all his friends was white and he black, a lot of black folks like, don't you be having nobody up in my house.
Well, there's that.
You be having your friends up in the house because y'all like to. No, I'm just joking though. But that'd be a question only that his mom could answer because the other best friend said he was over his house all the time. I was over there all the time. I took him to school. So
I don't know. The black mamas do be strict though. Black mamas do be strict though. I give you that. Let's go.
Because I mean, there was a lot of people today. It was not a lot, but there was probably 15 of our friends there, and I was just like walk down to the dock with a couple of my buddies, and I got on the phone. I called Miss Christine, called her the first time, she didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no, and I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard, and this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, and my buddy be okay, than not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after, and I talked to her, and I said I got to contact the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I mean, yeah, I was thinking worst case scenario. Like, I mean, I would way rather be safe than sorry about this,
Yeah. So you called. So it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, like at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And
Okay. So 11 o'clock. So they left for something around 11 something. He didn't see his friend. And so he called. Anybody got anything to say on that? What are y'all thoughts on that?
yeah, like already we got people saying that the dude is lying. If he lying, this gonna end up coming back to bite him in the butt. And at the same time, if he is lying about these calls and stuff he made, wouldn't the Coast Guard have record of all this?
Yep.
They're gonna have record of the phone calls. And if he did call the mother, wouldn't they have record of this? In which I think on Tatum, on one of his what do you call it? On one of his shorts, they showed the screenshot of him calling the mother.
The mother admitted. The mother admitted it. The mother said that happened.
But he's lying though.
The mother did corroborate that.
No, he lying.
And listen, y'all hit the like button. God dog, what's up with the likes? Y'all ain't even supporting the show. Hit the like button. If you want your comments, holler at Red. Do so through the super chat, through the Cash App. Go ahead, Blanco.
This young guy doing this interview, bro. There is no way. I mean, I'm gonna say there's no way. That's a little too strong. These people lawyer up already, right?
Yes.
So it's a great chance that he probably ain't got nothing to do with it. Because for you to do sitting down to do interviews, bro, there is no way. Like you would be the dumbest human being in America, bro. And one thing these white boys know how to do, they know how to lawyer up. They're way better than us when it comes to the lawyer up situations. You know what I mean? So
yeah, they lawyered up before the body was found.
Huh?
They lawyered up before the body was found.
I think he's gonna say in his interview.
So he feeling comfortable doing this interview. It's a great chance this man got nothing to do with nothing.
Absolutely.
Because a lawyer, there is no way on planet Earth. Once he got like a advice from a lawyer that he would sit down and do an interview on an open case that he can potentially be involved. No way. A lawyer will not let you do that.
Because if he lawyered up, that lawyer would be fired right now.
Yes.
Like, yeah, I don't care what you shut your mouth. You're not doing no interviews. You're not doing nothing. You continue to do what you're doing right now. But for him to go on here and talk so openly, not knowing what questions Brandon Tatum is about to ask him, that's why I said I felt like, yeah, he has no involvement in this.
I already said that from the get-go. That's why I asked, what did he get back on the boat, since they said it went back out? Because again, that wasn't his boat. He was just another person on the boat. So
I wouldn't say 100%, but I'm willing to go 98. 99, 98.
Well,
Like,
if he said
there
he
is
didn't
no
go,
way, bro.
if he said he didn't go back out with the boat, and he said he went took a nap, that would tell you, 9 times out of 10, he wasn't a part of it. At least that's the
Nah,
way I would take it.
they all went back out. They all went back out on the boat.
No,
Allegedly.
you said allegedly, and now we
I
can. Now
said
we're
allegedly. I said
now we're
allegedly.
making a statement saying that they
I
blatantly
just
all went back out.
I just said allegedly just then too. So that's what I'm saying. I just said allegedly the second time too. So don't do that. Allegedly. Let's go.
I mean, I was just worried about my friend. Stuff happens out there, boat problems. It could be anything, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there, and I was just worried about my friend.
And so you guys made that call, nothing that night. And I'm assuming you wake up the next day, and then what happens?
I wake up the next day at about 7:30, and my dad had texted me, because obviously Nolan's photo was all over Facebook, and I just saw it everywhere, and I was freaked out because I was like, oh my gosh, I assumed Nolan's just we had been drinking all day, and that he's just sleeping somewhere, and that he's okay. But I didn't want to believe that if we didn't know for sure. So, I mean, next day I woke up and my stepdad walked to my room. He said, hey, have they heard anything about Nolan? What's going on? Because I hadn't spoke to him. And he was like, I was like, yeah, no, I don't know. I just gotten up. And he was like, all right, well, we're going and getting on the boat and looking for him. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I got my buddy Ricky, I got my buddy Brooks, I got my buddy Jax. My mom came on the boat with my stepdad and I, and we all went out there and looked. When I got out there was dozens of DMR boats, helicopters, planes flying over Horn Island. And this wasn't just Horn Island. There was also Ship Island they were looking at, I'm sure.
Yes.
I just want to throw this in there real quick. Where in here does he say that he lawyered up already? See what I'm saying?
Well, the mom had already admitted it. The mom admitted it that they the mom admitted it that his mom is a judge, just for the record. The mom who's the judge had already admitted that they deleted their social media and they got a lawyer. So
see what I'm saying? His story
on her
right now.
on her social. No, I'm not saying that he said this, because I haven't got through this interview. I'm watching this for the first time for the record.
Okay. I've seen it.
I haven't watched it either.
Cool. I won't stop again. Okay.
So let me ask this. So let me make this very. I want you to clarify this for me. This boy mom is a judge. Oh.
Yes. Warren's mom is a judge.
I already know he's about to go. Go ahead, Poppy.
Warren's mom is Ashley Cole, a judge out there in Ocean Springs.
Yeah, I mean, you're judge of the town. You got a lot of influence. The judge of the town is near, next to the mayor of the city, right?
Yes.
That
was the point I was making earlier. Yes.
Let me go ahead and play the devil's advocate at this point, right? Hey, you see what I'm saying? You got a lot of influence, a lot of you connected to to the police department. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everything kind of runs through you. Oh, your mom is judge, such and so. Hey, this is what happened. But again, this got to be investigated fully. You don't get it twisted. I don't care where it is. Everything got to be investigated fully. But I still gonna sustain my premise that I don't think this boy had anything to do. He got any involvement, for the simple fact that he's too bold to be sitting down on these couches on an open, quote unquote, investigation.
I don't know, because the mama made a statement first on Facebook. She came out with a statement first on Facebook to address the reason why they deleted their social media and why they got a lawyer. She was saying this and that. So I don't know. She was corroborating the story. I'll be honest. It don't look great. I'm be real with you. It don't look great. I can't necessarily go to the place that y'all are going, that just because he's doing this interview means that he's innocent. That doesn't mean that to me. I'll be quite frank with you. That doesn't mean that to me. But hey,
what does it mean?
It doesn't mean anything, quite frankly. I mean, it just means that he's telling his side of the story, and I'm glad that he is. I don't think that is the best thing for him per se, but I think it's wonderful for us.
So
She
with
wouldn't,
okay
as
with
his mother being a judge,
Mhm.
Yeah, son, go ahead and talk.
No, but you
not
gotta
only
understand. You gotta understand that there's people that are asserting that his mother actually paid Tatum to do this interview allegedly.
Oh
So
my
there's
God.
people that
Well,
hold on, real
go
quick.
ahead.
Let me finish the statement. There's people that are asserting that the mother, Ashley Cole, paid Officer Tatum to do this interview, and this is kind of like a PR type thing and a way for them to get in the public because you got to remember Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, and the parents have been very vocal and very, very loud about this situation and have been explaining and putting out their narrative. Warren and them have never been able to put out their narrative other than the mother, stepmother, whatever she is, getting up there and stating her case. So this is a way of doing controlled PR. Like, let's just be honest. It is a way, you know what I mean?
So let me get this right. This judge lady, she's still a judge, right?
Yes. A family
Going
court judge,
to
allegedly.
going to pay this guy openly to pretty much kind of like in a way that's like interfering in the open investigation. Last time I checked, that's some sort of crime, right? So she gonna intervene, paying this guy to do an interview for. Nah, bro. Now that's some social media bullshit right there, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, because I don't know, typically I don't know if people know how this work, but I know how this work. But typically, when you are the journalist or an investigator, you're not the one being paid to come and do it. You actually pay them to do the interviews and stuff like that. So this would be kind of backwards
This
to
is a
me.
reach. This is Twitter, YouTube, TikTok talk.
Because yeah,
A
and
bunch
I
of
just
idiots.
asked, right, and I just got done finding out and asking about because I got a y'all if y'all don't, I'm not trying to shout his channel out and like that, but he has a really great channel. Nate the Lawyer is his channel. But it's a
Oh,
lot of
like
people that
Nate.
I contacted since this, and nobody can verify that these dudes got counsel before the story even came out. That's not even verifiable right now. It's like it's an internet, it's like a myth. It's like the whole thing when people say if you don't get your kids vaccinated, they can't go to school, and everybody just roll with it, and it's not true. So like right now, everybody's saying these kids lawyered up before they even, and I'm not finding it. And I'm asking several different people that are high ranked that I know, even a
Well,
few
I heard it
comments.
from I heard it with all the
What
Rashid Richie. He said it. A lot of people it's out here that they lowered up before the ink was dry. Even your boy
I
Willie
read that
D.
too.
Even Willie D said it. Willie can never be wrong.
But we like the thing is that, bro, like come on, man. Even let's just go to the wildest scenario that this lady paid this man. How the hell will we know? How the hell will we know?
Yeah, because you know what? All the interviews I did with Fox News and Newsmax and all that, people were saying I got paid. They don't pay you.
You
And
didn't get
this
paid? That's
is
crazy.
mentally
No.
slow people that come up with these crazy theories, bro.
Well, it is
Like, come
good.
on
It
now.
is good PR. I mean, I give it to it's free PR for you if you're trying to use it as such. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
but let's go with that one, Uncle Tom. Why not go to like the lead attorney that is actual lawyer?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I mean, my question was, would you not expect them to lawyer up if you see what the hell is going on in news? I mean, the Carmelo Anthony thing just got done. Why wouldn't you think it would? Let's be honest, the blacks wouldn't literally break.
So this was gonna happen, right? They already made up the whole thing that this lady paid this man, right? Cool, no problem. So what this idiot is going to go ahead and do is go to Chat GPT and create a receipt of a wire transfer. And believe it.
Right. I know, man. I know a lot of people are saying it, but I'm just not finding it that they actually did that because
No, I'm
like
not
when
saying they
Izzy-
are. I don't even care.
Right.
To be honest
And
with you.
even Izzy
It
played
doesn't
the video,
change
like-
anything. I expect them to lawyer up. I expect
Right.
it.
They're gonna the transfer is gonna say Wells Fargo Bank, Judge, whatever her name is, to Officer Tatum LLC. Is going. They're gonna believe it too. They're gonna believe it too.
Right. We got the LLC and a screenshot of her giving him $50,000 to go out there and interview her sons. Well, then who paid for Brandon Tatum to interview the black dude then?
And you can write a message too. Hey, no, it gets better. You can write a message when you sing a transfer, right? And the message say blackmail. You're gonna write it out too.
Hey, listen, man. People gonna make their money off this. And, you know, some people ride these things till the wheel fall off. And I can't blame them. They got more exposure than I do. So, that's why I don't do it, because the race baiting shit is just not my thing. That's all the internet has come to is just race baiting.
That's the game of social media, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it fucking
Wait. Hey, I need that bread, man. I heard the effing sucks, man. Come on, man.
Oh, did I say it?
Yes, you said effing sucks. Can you please send me my $5, please? And thank you.
No.
Like, what would happen? Like, what would happen? Okay, for example, what would happen? What would happen if I got these? What if I get a hold of Brandon Tatum and ask him for these people's phone number, how to get in contact with them? If I brought those young men on my channel and I talk to them straight up like this, what's gonna be said about me? I guarantee it's gonna be the same exact thing. I'm cooning. I'm trying to. They never gonna accept me to be white. I'm sitting here tap dance for them. I'm just trying to find some way to just not accuse. I'm trying to take up for. What's gonna be said.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Because no matter what, dude, I'm telling you, I've done this long enough to know there is not going to be any winning, which is why I always shoot and go straight for the truth, regardless of what anybody got to say, whether they on the left, the right, black, or white. I just want the truth of what happened. That's it. Whether you think I'm trying to play the game or pander or anything like that, I don't care. That's you. But I know what Cash App, bro.
It's in. Hold on. It's in the chat right here. IZSHOBANZ $IZSHO.
That's way too much. That's way too much.
Come on, man. It's in the chat. Just hit the damn.
That's why I'm going. That's why I'm going there. I'm looking at what it says.
Hit the link, man.
But Uncle Tom, that's the game of especially of YouTube, man. Just to keep nobody cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining, bro.
Absolutely.
Well, I care about the truth.
If you are a YouTuber, right? You want this to go as long as you can, so you can continue. You know what I mean? Put your conspiracy little thing in it. You know what I mean? Keep it going and going and going.
But that's not necessarily. I mean, overall, I could understand what you're saying. You're not necessarily wrong about that. Thank you, Uncle Tom. You're not necessarily wrong about that. I ain't gonna go there. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, there's people like me who do want the truth and are not doing this for a race baiting thing. Like, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? But I just think that it's not cool the way that we act like race never plays a part in some of these things. Like it does sometimes, and that's unfortunate.
If you want the truth, like you say you want, you will literally go to the scene of the crime and start there and backtrack everything onto the last person, brother.
No, okay? Because if that's not true, you got paid by the judge to do it, though. So you can't do that.
Right, that's not true.
I'm teasing.
You cannot quote unquote find the truth on the live stream, bro. Like you gotta
that's not necessarily true either. I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to resolve the case on a string? Okay, cool. You got it.
I'm not mad like a god doggone Columbo, bro. I'm just a guy who wants to know the truth, but I'm not like mad like a Columbo. Come on, man. Let's get.
I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna
and
lie.
That's why he said you can't find the truth on a live stream.
You can though. You can though. You can literally.
Yeah,
you can guess. You will not be able to find the truth, and you might guess right, but you won't find the truth this way, brother. Come on now.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but I mean, hold on. You're entitled to your belief.
It's the facts, bro.
Let's get back to
it. Tell me, I believe somebody got clapped on the corner of Jefferson and Livonia, and you're gonna tell me you're gonna resolve that crime from here, bro? You can't do that, bro.
Bro, if you okay, let me just get back to this.
Chandelier Island, Petty Boy. I mean, it wasn't just Horn Island specifically, but where I was at Horn, there were boats everywhere, and not just like random boats, but like, marine resource boats and, cops and, the whole nine. Like, it wasn't like there was just a couple boats looking for Nolan. There was planes and helicopters and, everybody. So.
And then after this, obviously they didn't find Nolan that day.
Right.
And so what was your reaction like when you heard the news, or how did you hear the news that they found Nolan's body?
Well, the next day, it got to be about 1:00 on July 5th. And I was like, my mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, like, where is he? Like, I got very, very worried. And, I was with my buddy Brooks the next day, and we're driving, and my buddies were texting my group chat. They were like, hey, listen, and then I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. And I was like, I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, like maybe, he's not gone, and maybe, he's okay. But my reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down. I mean, I haven't experienced death a lot, but especially with someone I'm as close with as Nolan. And I mean, I broke down, and I sat there on my buddy Brooks' shoulder, and I cried, and I was upset. I made a couple phone calls to my buddies and checked up on my buddies, because, I care about my buddies too. I mean, like, we're all experienced this. Like, we all realized at the same time. We all heard the news at the same time. Like, he's gone. And so it was really, really hard on me. I mean, I've never experienced something like this, and it was traumatic. I mean, I could tell you where and when I was there, when I got that phone call, where I was. And I just remember, like, it was insane. Like, I can't even put into words how upset I was, and how upset my friends were. So,
and then comes the stories and the backlash,
right,
and the craziness. I mean, you guys are now hearing that you're responsible for it. You did it. You killed Nolan. So, what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police, or?
Yeah. So the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator, and I told them my whole story, top to bottom. Dotted every I, crossed every T. I told them everything I knew, every little detail. I mean, everything I could, tell them to try to figure something out,
Were you the only one to talk to the cops, or?
No, of course not.
Guys?
Every person that was included, especially, the guys that you see on social media, everybody cooperated with the police fully. Nolan was with us on the way out, and he rode out on the boats with us. So, I mean, we were the first people to get questioned. I mean, we cooperated with the police the first time they called us, and, we talked to them, as soon as they needed, and we were fully cooperative.
And we see Benjamin Crump come into town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or, because, I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. You guys had left.
Right.
But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang.
So, yo, let me. I hate to have to be this guy all the time. God, dog, this don't make no sense. Let me ask y'all a question. So, Officer Tatum already basically exonerated those guys with
That's what he
Nolan.
did?
Hold on, yo, can I finish my freaking question? Officer Tatum already basically exonerated those guys from any kind of guilt and any kind of participation in the Nolan Wells disappearance or demise.
How?
With that being said, by saying obviously you guys were already there's no kind of evidence that you guys had anything to do with it. I mean, you guys didn't have nothing to do with it. Y'all were already gone. Y'all already left the island. So
right, why did he come to that conclusion?
Hold on, he came to that, but that's not y'all. God, can y'all please be patient for a second, please?
I got you. I'll write it down.
So with that being said, my question to y'all is, how can Warren definitively say that race has nothing to do with it if Officer Tatum already basically was saying that they didn't have anything to do with it? How does he know what anybody else, the intention that might have happened, or what happened to Nolan? That's the question I have for y'all.
Because of the interview that he's conducting. If the dude sat there and said, we left at this time, Brandon Tatum is a former police officer. If the dude is sitting here saying, we did this at this time, at that time, and that we were over here, I got the phone call in the morning, it's easy to come to a rational conclusion that they weren't there when it happened.
No. You're missing my question. What I'm saying is, okay, Officer Tatum already came to that conclusion. Fine. I'm not asking you why he came to that conclusion. I'm not saying that he's wrong in that conclusion. I'm not even questioning the conclusion at all. I'm saying that's absolutely the conclusion that he came to. So let's go with that premise. Why is Warren then saying that race had nothing to do with it if they didn't have nothing to do with it? How could he possibly know the motive of whatever happened to Nolan Ryan? That's what I'm asking.
So in regards to him, in regards to the guy being interviewed, he's saying, "Oh, race had nothing to do with it, with us, with me."
Right, but they're already excluded, and by Officer Tatum's admission, they were already excluded. So why is he talking about him and having anything to do with it if they didn't have nothing to do with it?
Oh, because remember he just said when Ben Crump them came in and said this and all that, all of a sudden it became a thing about race.
Right, and then right after he said that, let me rewind it for y'all.
Okay,
because y'all obviously missed something that I didn't miss. Let me rewind that for y'all a little bit. I want y'all to pay close attention to what just happened.
And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all.
So he asked him about Crump, and he said it appears as if y'all don't have nothing to do with it at all. Well, let me say it not appears. It's evidence that y'all have nothing to do with it at all.
So there's no evidence.
Right.
There's
That's
no
not Enigma. Shut up. I just said that. Are y'all slow? I just said that. So the question that I'm asking you is if he's already in the conversation, letting him know that he doesn't think they have any involvement. The evidence doesn't show that they have any involvement. Then why would Warren put himself back in it and talk about him as far as race and racially being a component? Because if they're not in it and something obviously happened to Nolan and they don't know what happened to Nolan, how could they possibly say that your race is not a factor in what happened to Nolan? What part of that don't y'all? What part of that question don't y'all understand?
So I see now. I see where you're getting at right now. So in my opinion, he himself, the guy that's being questioned right now, he can only answer that for himself. He can't answer that for everybody else that may or may not have had something to do with it.
That's what I'm getting at, right? And so what I'm trying to understand is, and I'm not the most psychologically or inclined person to know all the nuances of human behavior and human pathology, but I'm just curious as to why he would immediately put himself back into something that someone else already exonerated him from. Why would he put himself back in that mode? I don't get that. That doesn't make sense to me. Can someone please help me understand that?
Yeah, and at the same time, like I said, by Tatum being an officer and know about interrogation stuff like that, maybe the question was framed that way because just in case it might be something they can use later on in court. See what I'm saying? He might have, because based off his experience and stuff, Tatum might have done this like this was second nature to him to question it and ask it in that way. And like you said, for him to throw himself back in, it's like, oh yeah, you can say that for yourself, but you can't say that there's nothing else from everybody else. But I guess because he said based off the evidence that they have, that pretty much means to Tatum that they had nothing to do with it. It wasn't racially motivated. But only the individual can answer that question.
Right. And it's right. Only the guilty individual can answer that question. That's the real truth. Only the guilty individual or the person that actually knows what happened can answer that question. Because you can't rule out, if you don't know, and it was 90% white people on the island, how can you rule out that race was involved if you didn't have nothing to do with it? All you can say is, hey, look, I don't know what happened to Nolan. We wasn't there. I hope not. I should hope that no one would do that to my friend.
Right, like it's like one of the things that happens, like in questions like that, it pisses people off when you kind of give a straight question. Like if it was me, I'd be like, no, not with me. I don't know. That's it. I don't. That's everybody. I don't know. With me, no, but everybody else, I don't know. That's it. Can't answer that for them.
I'm not grasping at Nana's porch. I'm not grasping. You have to understand he already. Let me play this back for the slow people. See, just because y'all are slow doesn't mean I am. So let me just let you know that just because your IQ is not up there and you don't really understand much and understand communication doesn't mean that I don't. So let me play this back and maybe you'll catch it for the fourth time.
So, I mean, we were the first people to get questioned. I mean, we cooperated with the police the first time they called us, and, we talked to them, as soon as they needed, and we were fully cooperative.
And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not be involved at all. I say may not. It's no evidence that you were involved at all. You guys had left. But do you think that
it's no evidence that you guys were involved at all? You guys left. So that's basically Officer Tatum taking the onus and the accountability away from them in this particular conversation. Whether it did or not is not even my question. So in this particular conversation, we're assuming that they are not guilty at all, that they had nothing to do with this. But Benjamin Crump, go ahead.
That's because from what he's seen, his police experience, and the evidence presenting in front of everybody, that's what he can see, so he can come to with the conclusion that from what I can see, so what has been told to the public, there is no evidence to support the case that these guys.
You. That's not even my point.
That doesn't mean 100% that he's correct, but that's what he can see.
I got you. That's not even a point that I'm asking, though. That's not at all. I'm assuming that everything that he's seeing, Officer Tatum, everything that he's saying is correct. I'm going with that, right? I'm going with that. So what I'm saying is, then why would this be Warren's response?
There's a racial component to any of this.
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan...
How could you say of course not? That's what I'm asking about. F what Officer Tatum is talking about. I'm going with everything Officer Tatum is. All the evidence points to these kids had nothing to do with it. All the evidence points to they didn't do nothing involved. How can this kid then go back and say, of course race had nothing to do with it? How would he know?
It's his perspective. What do you, that's so, I don't even know how to even. That was the dumbest goddamn point that you try to make right there.
Are you stupid? Are you dumb?
It's his perspective. From his perspective, of course he's going to say it's not nothing to do with it.
Why? Why would he? Why would he?
It's his
perspective.
That be?
Yo, are you? But don't you understand? Listen to what he says next. That should give you a freaking clue, you slowpoke. Since I'm the dumb one, listen to what he says next, dummy.
Never felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to. But if he did, he.
Why would he put it back on him? This is what I'm saying. He said, oh, well, if he was the least bit uncomfortable around us, well, Officer Tatum already told you that y'all didn't have nothing to do with it. So why are you putting yourself back in it?
Because he's literally talking about him. What the fuck?
Yo, pay me again, stupid. Pay me my other $5.
The dumbest shit I've ever
You're
heard.
dumb. You're dumb, bro. You're dumb.
You're
dumb.
You're dumb, bro. Pay me my other $5, dumb.
Like
dummy, pay me my other $5.
You over here stretching like a muff. Boy, I swear to God.
Pay me my other $5 before I kick you off.
Because that is crazy that you keep saying something because he's sitting there asking him a question about how he felt that he wouldn't say what he said.
Are you serious?
On, man.
You cannot be that slow.
Oh my God.
He already told, hold on real quick, Blanco. He already told him that, listen, all the evidence shows that y'all didn't have nothing to do with it. And y'all had already left. So we are saying you don't got nothing to do with it. So with that being said, obviously something happened to Nolan. But from your perspective, would you say that race had nothing to do with it? That the race has anything to do with it? And he said, absolutely not. Because
I know what he said. I heard him.
Hold on. And pay me my money. He said, absolutely not. Because if Nolan felt uncomfortable around us, then he wouldn't have been around us. That is a psychological tell, stupid.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh my God. Okay, you're right.
You reaching hard.
I'm
trying to stroke that man's scrotum so goddamn hard it's ridiculous. That man.
How? When I'm not even.
Man, just keep stroking that man.
I'll pause. Keep paying my money
keep
before you keep
him.
talking about me.
I'm gonna pay your money, but you
hurry up.
Keep stroking him.
You're taking too long by talking about stroking. Hurry up.
I know.
Wait, whoa, partner, whoa. Pause, man. Nah, nigga. Hell no. Pause, my brother. Pause.
Let me just say this. First of all, if the first thing is he wouldn't have spoken absolutes. He said absolutely not. There is no way. yo, are you serious? You don't understand communication. See, I'm not. One thing I do understand, and I'm very good at, is communication.
Okay.
An absolute answer is no. It tells you all that you need to know. How can he say absolutely not?
What
He
did it
can't.
tell you? What did he tell it? What did it tell you? What's it? You just
I'll tell you after you pay me
communication
my money.
expert.
I'll tell you
What
after you
did
pay
it
my-
tell you, nigga?
I'll tell you after you pay me my money. I'll tell you. Go ahead, pay me my
This
money.
is the dumbest.
Bro.
Yeah,
I
Alright.
get
get
what
what
you're
you're
trying
saying,
to say,
bro.
but at the same time, man, it's like the dude know his friends. Like if somebody said, "Hey, is you telling me?" Hey, now look, y'all. No, I ain't about to make this no internet clip. But if somebody asks, if somebody says something to you and you know it involved your boy Angry Man, and you said absolutely not, well, how can you say that though, Izzy? You look, because I know my man Angry Man is not. I only you throw whatever words you want to in there.
Stroking him. Let's go ahead. He was stroking him.
He know that his friends, they've been friends for a long time. He know that his friends them are not like that.
But his friends weren't the only people on the island, MRM. It was over 1,000 people on that island,
Now I
MRM.
get where you're getting at, right? But
And,
remember,
and his friends is already exonerated in Officer Tatum scenario. So
Right,
his
so that's-
friends are not even in it as far as Officer Tatum is concerned.
Right. So what I'm saying though is that I know this is a young man, man. He's answering this question according to him thinking about what Tatum was talking about as his group of friends. Now, everybody else on the island, I get it. It's like, but he didn't ask them that question. Like, do you think anybody on this island is racist?
No, but he did.
He literally answered for. He literally answered in the aspect of him and his friends. He didn't answer
Right.
in the aspect of everyone else, Mr. Communication Specialist.
But he could. But that's the point, stupid. Because him and his friends were already exonerated, sir, Mr. Smarty Guy.
Oh my
They
God,
was
you sound
already
retarded. You sound
exonerated.
retarded. You sound
I
retarded.
think the
No, don't
question.
say that word.
I think,
Don't say that word. That's
I think the question was asked incorrectly.
That's TOS.
Because I see what you're saying is the question was asked incorrectly, bro.
Mhm.
And the boy answered the question pretty much like on some like he pretty much
Made it
answered for
personal.
him, and he in a way he answered for the group too. In a
Right.
way, he's like the
For
spokesman of
everybody
the
that
group.
was on the island. Exactly. He answered for everybody that was on the island, and he can not do that.
Because-
Or he
No,
made
he
it
answered for his
personal.
friends.
Right.
the reason
He made it personal to him and his friends. And that's what
the-
I'm
the-
trying to say. Go ahead, Blanco.
And the reason why I said the question was asked incorrectly is because once you say like, yo, from what I see, there is no evidence that you did anything. Obviously, you sitting on my couch, right? So obviously I can go from there, right? What do you think it happens to him? It would have been like a better question. You know what I mean? Because he don't have no way to know what happens to the boy anyway. If he's not involved,
Unless he
he
have
don't
nothing
no
to
way.
do with it. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly my points. Look.
Time they called us, and we talked to him, as soon as they needed, and we were fully cooperative.
And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. You guys had left.
Right.
They're already gone. You guys have left. I'm not gonna say may not. I'm saying there's no evidence at all that you guys were involved at all. You guys had already left. They're already gone. Why would he put himself back in that scenario when they're already gone from it in Officer Tatum's line of questioning? That's what I'm asking, and it's not a stupid question. It's not at all.
But it's all right.
Boy, are you yo MRM? That's a stupid question. Yes. What I'm asking is, I asked MRM. I didn't ask you because we know how you are. That's a stupid question to say. Hey, look.
Y'all
but
bugging.
do you think that the question was
Wait,
asked,
hold on.
correctly?
Hold on. Give me a second. Nah, he didn't ask it correctly. But like MRM alluded to, is Officer Tatum been policing so long that is a psychological mind F of a question. The way he asked it is one of them things, like, them psychological
Get
profile.
you in the crime.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's a psychological question where it's asking you about guilt or innocence without asking you about guilt or innocence. You make the person feel at ease, you take them out of it, and psychologically, if they put themselves back into it, it's an indication of something. Now, I'm not as psychologically advanced as that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know all the ins and outs and nuances, but I do know that there's a such thing as that. That's a tactic. That's a way of getting to the truth without asking the truth directly.
And we got the classic clip from Menace to Society when the guy was like, "You know you effed up, right?
You know you messed up,
You know
right?
you effed up, right?"
Exactly.
No. You understand you effed up, right?
So you was getting the beer. So you said you got the beer at 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
Well,
he was like,
no,
yeah,
what,
yeah.
we
bought the
no, you know you
beer
effed up, right?
at
No, you understand that, right?
12:40, but you bought the beer at 11:30, right?
Izzy.
Yeah, we bought the beer at 11. You know you effed up, right?
Izzy.
So hold on real quick. Hold
Oh.
on. I appreciate. Hold on real because I was really asking MRM, and
Oh, okay.
I wanted to
go
really
back
get
on
his,
mute.
and you next, Uncle Tom. MRM for real. Is that really a crazy assessment? And you can be honest with me. You know, I don't care, but I'm asking. You think that that's a crazy assessment to have picked out the fact that the way he asked the question and the fact that he implemented himself back into the equation, even though the interviewer took him out of it?
No, because I knew what he was doing.
What was he doing, MRM, for the
Well, we all just
uninitiated?
discussed the way he framed the question. If he would have said Ben Crump came in town and you guys already been exonerated from it, are you and your friends, group of y'all, do you think this is racial reason amongst you guys? He's like, no. But the way that it's framed, it seemed like it was generalized for anybody that was on that island.
Yep.
So it's almost like he spoke for everybody on the island when he said no.
There you go.
And subconsciously, why would a person do that? What are some of the reasons why a person would do that?
Do I answer that way or him ask the question that way?
Answer that way. To try to go ahead.
See,
I know the answer to it.
The trick is that the young man was answering on behalf of his group of friends, but yet at the same time, the way it was framed that way is almost like he made it to where he answered for the whole entire island or possibly the community.
Right. But why would somebody answer in that way?
He didn't know he was
the
being
only
tricked.
thing.
No, let me know.
No.
He was being tricked,
right?
Not being tricked. Yeah, there it is, right there.
But subconsciously, why would someone answer in that way?
Because I believe, from my point of view, that would be him and his friend experiences with Nolan. Like, yo, I ain't noticed no color jokes.
No. So subconsciously, and y'all can look this up and see if I'm wrong. Subconsciously, the reason why a person would answer like that is for cognitive dissonance. Because, again, it's a protective measure. A lot of lying, even if he didn't do anything directly to Nolan, a lot of lying is for protection against the lie. Because people don't like to lie per se. So when you ask a question like that, the cognitive dissonance, because you can't go absolute with everybody on the island. There's no way rationally or logically you can answer that question in that. And to answer your question that asked me about the stupidity, no, I actually tested to be a genius, but that's a whole nother story for another day. There's nothing stupid about me. But the problem is that you don't understand in communication the way that FBI profilers and people catch people up in lies and know if they're lying. There's different techniques that they use and different ways that they ask them questions that you don't even know if they're asking you really. They don't ask you yes or no questions. They put you out of it. And if you put yourself in it, along with some other tells, that can be an indication that there's more to the story than what you're telling. Just for the record. Y'all can look it up if you think I'm wrong.
Are you done?
Yes.
My good sir. I don't want to interject if you're not done speaking.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. So seeing how you're done speaking, can you tell me from what you heard this man answer, because he answered for his friends group. He literally said him and his group of friends. He didn't say the whole island. His group of friends. Him and my friend. Me and my friends. If whatever that boy name was, no one had some problem with me and my friends, he wouldn't have been out there talking about him and his friends. Not the whole island. So for you to say that was a tell that he was speaking for the whole island, what did his words say? His words said something totally different than what you're electing that he did. Subconsciously or consciously. Did you hear the words that he said?
I did.
Okay, so where in his words did he say that he was speaking for anyone other than him and his group of friends that were on the boat?
Where Officer Tatum had already expelled him and his friends from that particular thing, because what happened to Nolan was was race a factor in what happened to Nolan? That's a very general question.
Yeah.
Especially when you and your friends are not even included in that scenario.
Oh. Now, get to where he answered it like I asked you. I didn't ask you about Mr. Black Dark over here, okay? And I want you to answer for the white boy the words that came out of his mouth.
Right. And that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That what the point and the premise that I was making is the fact that it was a general question that excluded him and his friend group.
Yeah.
And he specifically brought it to him and his friend group is an indication of something greater, because again, he was excluded from that conversation. He was excluded from that explanation. And he immediately brought himself and his friend groups back into it.
Absolutely. Now, when you get back to what I asked you about the words that came out of the white boy's mouth.
Right.
Speak to that. Don't
I
give
just
me no.
did. Are you slow?
No. You're
Are
the
you
slow
slow?
one. You
I
haven't
just did.
answered
I literally
for the
did.
words that came out of his mouth.
Yo, so I did. You can get as loud as you want. The exact words that he said was absolutely, his exact words was absolutely not. If Nolan was uncomfortable around me and my friends, then he wouldn't have been around me and my friends, were his exact words.
Okay, so where in that did he speak for the
so,
whole island?
so,
like I asked you, where in that did he speak?
Boy, you got to be the slowest. You got to be the dumbest damn Negro in captivity,
No,
boy.
sir.
No.
Sir, not at all.
I'm gonna need you to be quiet. You got to be slow. You so slow that you think I'm slow. That's a damn shame. I just told you. Hold on, real quick. I just told you the Nigma's exact words. So literally, I'm listening to exactly what he said. If you play it back, hush up for a second. If you play it back, you'll hear exactly what I just said he said. So what I'm saying to you is the fact that Officer Tatum asked him a very general question about everybody on the island, which excluded him and his friends.
Yeah.
The fact
I'm still there with you.
The fact that he answered and put him and his friends as the main subject of what happened to Nolan Wells, and you don't think that that's significant?
It's not.
Okay.
So what did he confess in that?
Oh my God!
What did you learn from him saying, if he was uncomfortable by me and my friends, even though we got on the boat and all the bull crap that he said, right? Where he was talking, when he was answering for him and his friends, please tell me what you learned that you can give to the FBI. That's so telling.
I don't. They're involved. Listen, they're involved. So they got profilers. They know more than me.
I'm asking you, what did you learn from your experience? What did you learn in that specific moment? What he said. What did you learn? That's concrete, not in the windows.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay, yeah, please do, my good sir.
Okay. What I learned is that he knows more than what he's saying.
How?
And that there is some level of guilt or some level of truth that is trying to come out in the words that he's saying, even though he's not telling the whole truth. That's what I learned.
And how did you get that answer?
Man, I can't explain it to you more times than I told you 6 times.
So in other words, you're inferring
multiple.
everything that you going. You're inferring it. You don't know for sure. You're just inferring it, just like everyone else. Your emotions are in it. That's what it is. Your emotions are so
I'm
far
not
into this.
emotional. That's why
You're
I'm not
emotionally
emotional
involved.
about
You're
that.
invested in this to think that just because someone answered for him and his friends group that he's talking about everyone on the island and he knows more than what he knows. If you
That's
said,
silly.
and like you said, if Officer Tatum just exonerated him answering a question saying how he felt with his so-called friend, since we know that they were so-called friends, why wouldn't he be on edge about someone saying, "Oh, you think it's about race? Heck no, it ain't about no dang race. I know him and his mama and his cousin and his dogs. I've been knowing him since I was woo-de-woo-de-woo." Of course, he would have feel offended by someone else that's not lived there, don't know them, that come back and make it about race. Considering everything that's been going on in this sorry country dealing with race with the jigs, like yourself, my good sir.
All right, so I'm gonna help you out a little bit. I got you.
Go ahead, help me out, my good sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you out. Since I'm the one that's so emotional, it's crazy. Let's get to that.
But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, like my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day.
I just want to let you know.
He's still talking about him and his friends.
Hold on. Exactly. I just want to let you know, and I don't know, MRM, I'm sure you kind of are aware of this, right? In speech pathology, right? In speaking.
Oh, now he's a speech pathologist.
Hold on, real quick. Jesus Christ. It's speaking. When you go into these in-depth, yo, tell me I'm wrong, MRM. I'll need you to tell me I'm wrong. Did you not hear the question that Officer Tatum asked them? And then look at the line of answer that Warren gave. Just real quick. And tell me that this does not fit the profile of a lie. I'm not saying that he's guilty, but tell me from what Officer Tatum asked him and the in-depth answer that he gave him that had nothing to do with what was asked, for real. Tell me if this does not fit the profile of a lie. Shout out to Mo Love in the building. Say, hey, Mo Love, I appreciate y'all. Be like Mo Love and support the shows. Hey, shout out to you. Hey, everyone, support the show. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I appreciate you. Tell me I'm mistaken about this, MRM. Here you go. And I'm gonna pull it up for Uncle Tom. Here you go.
Made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. Well, I say may not. It's no evidence that you were involved at all. You guys had left.
Right.
But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, like my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely not. I would never look at Nolan any other way than I would any of my other friends. I mean, he was like a brother to me.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public. And that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages. When did that occur and what happened there?
Oh,
shout out to Officer Tatum.
Didn't have the whole thing in there. Oh,
we're gonna go to the next part. Okay. But MRM, hold on real quick. I'm gonna let MRM answer that, and then you got next, Blanco. But I'm pulling this up real quick while y'all speaking. MRM, are you familiar with how when people lie, and one of the tell signs of someone lying is when they over-explain, and they are over-explaining on something a little bit different than what was asked. Are you familiar with that phenomenon and how that works?
Yep. Familiar with it. But I mean, I'm not, let me not say but. I'm gonna say and that also can be a thing to where people are under so much pressure they got to try to prove that they are not a particular way or a particular thing because of what's being portrayed of them. So we got people right now that are not racist, correct? And they'll say things like, no, I'm not racist. I got a black friend. Matter of fact, my daughter, she's with a black dude right now. And they got a child together. My grandchild is mixed. So no, I'm definitely not racist. So what I'm saying is that sometimes that can also be used as a means of showing that I'm really not this thing that I'm being portrayed to be. It can be both.
Okay. But I'm not just grasping for straws on that concept. That concept does exist, right?
It does exist.
Go ahead, Lonzo.
This is the $1 million question, Easy.
Mhm.
And we got to put it on the record. Do you think he's involved on that boy dying?
I don't have enough information to say yes or no yet. I don't. I really don't. I think it's possible, but I don't have enough information to say yes or no. There's some suspicion, but I can't say yes or no.
Yeah, and the reason I ask you that question is because, right, like you asking all these questions, right? So let's just say he come back that he was involved, then you're gonna turn around and say, "You see, I was right all along," but you didn't pick a definite position
No, I
to
didn't.
say if he's
I'm
guilty or innocent.
Yeah, yeah. And in this one, you would have me to the left because I can't. I'm very objective in this particular situation, whether y'all want to admit it or not. I'm just asking the hard questions on both sides. I was asking people who was definitely saying that they were guilty, some very hard questions. And I'm pointing the same thing at this one because I don't know. At the same time, what I can say is there are some inconsistencies in the stories he's telling, and he is showing signs of lying. So that's that I could definitively say.
You can't definitively say he shows signs of lying.
I absolutely can. And I'm
No,
a
you
prove
can
it. I'm
you
a
can
prove
you
it.
can you can you can now what you can say is that he has inconsistencies in what he's saying, and that can be a form of
Yeah,
him not
but
telling the truth. But to say that someone shows signs of it, you would have to be something more than a speech pathologist and a body language reader and all this other stuff. Are you any of those? Or you just be
Yeah.
reading stuff, and then by your reading stuff, you know exactly what someone be doing. Just like you're an
yeah,
FBI agent one time, now you're a speech
I never
pathologist.
said I
Before
never said
that, you're a
that.
body language reader.
I
I
never
mean, come
well first of all, see, you're doing too much. But I actually did study body language. If you want to be ask Angry Man. If you think that I'm lying and you think that I'm making it up, ask
I
Angry
don't
Man.
care.
Okay, so let me finish. So since you don't care, I care. So since it's my channel, right? So ask Angry Man if you think that it's a game or you think I'm playing or lying. Ask Angry Man if I have not extensively studied body language and I have not extensively studied when people are lying or not. I'm a professional poker player. I was trying to be a professional poker player, like on a big grand scale. So reading people, reading people's tells, reading if people are telling the truth, how they move is important. Also, there's some other things that I used to do as a profession that being able to read body language is absolutely essential. So I absolutely am pretty much an expert in body language.
I used to be a
how are
professional.
hold
I used to
on,
be a
Tom.
professional liar, sir. So can you tell
Okay.
me if I'm lying right now?
Okay, cool.
How are you like a professional body reader when you like blind?
Well, probably because I'm not blind.
This is
Probably because I'm
terrible.
not blind, right? That's
I just
probably the
making
answer to that. That's probably the answer to that because I'm not blind. There you go.
This is
It- it-
terrible.
there you
It's
go.
all right. It's all right though. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I understand that you did some extensive study in the body language, but not one time did you say his body language said he was lying.
Okay.
No, but on some serious note, is
It's being
he can
honest.
potentially be lying, but that doesn't mean he bodied that boy. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty
Yes.
sure like you can probably turn around and ask him. Let's say Officer Tatum would turn around and ask him, "Have you ever made racist joke when you and Nolan was joking around, roasting each other?" The political answer would be like, "No." I'm pretty sure little Joe every now and then, hey man, what you about to go home eat fried chicken? You see what I'm saying? Say something like that, right?
But
So,
Poppy,
so
that's like
obviously he
that's like
would say
oh
no out
sorry.
loud. Did he lie by answering the question? Yes, that doesn't mean he clapped the boy.
Right. And that's absolutely the truth. I literally said that. You asked me directly. And do I think that he had something to do with Nolan Wells' demise? And I said I cannot honestly answer that at this point. I don't have enough information. So I absolutely would have to agree with what you just said. It does not mean that he clapped him. what it could indicate is that he knows a little bit more than what he's saying. And that is an absolute, but we're gonna get to it. Go ahead.
You don't have enough evidence to say he's lying either. You're just inferring and speculating that he's lying. You don't have an absolute detector that knows he's lying. You don't. So quit acting like you're not inferring, just like what everyone else is doing. You're inferring he did something or he's lying. You don't know. This is what I have a problem with you people. You can say he has signs, he has tails, he whatever, but that doesn't say that he's, effectively that he's lying.
So there's an agent. There's an agent. Yo, be quiet for a second, man. Come on, man. There's an agent by the name of David Lieberman, right? And he wrote this book. And in this book is called I think the name of the book is Never Be Lied to Again. Okay. And he was actually an FBI profiler. So what the scenario is this, okay? So it's taking yourself, the quote is taking yourself back into the trouble. That's what I was referring to. I didn't have the actual thing, so I had to look it up. So it's taking yourself back into the trouble. So what I said is Officer Tatum did something that a lot of officers do. He took them out of the trouble and made it general. What Warren did was he put his friends and himself back in the trouble and made it specific to him and his friends, even though it was a general question that obviously took them out of it. But the technical term is that David Lieberman calls it is putting themselves back into trouble. And so I'm gonna break this down. All right, let me break the shout out to MRM. Whenever you get a chance, we'll see you in a moment. So. Yo, one of the things is this. Why does it happen? The framework suggests possibilities. The person is trying to appear believable. They're anticipating accusations before they're made. They're attempting to control the narrative instead of simply providing information. Anxiety causes them to fill the silence. Importantly to note, these automatically mean the person is lying. Innocent people under stress can also over-explain, right? Especially during police encounters or high-pressure situations. But the psychological trap is this. The irony is most liars, especially on a novice level, they believe that the more they explain, the more that they sound believable. And so that over-explanation at the end of it is absolutely a tell in the fact of, like, yo, there's more to this than meets the eye, and he is trying too hard to sound believable. Go ahead.
That's just like saying, hey, are you racist, right? How is a person supposed to prove that they're not racist? A white person, how are they supposed to literally prove that they're not racist? Just go ahead and answer that question for me.
That's not so.
No. The reason why I'm asking. There's a reason why I'm asking that. So that's what I want to know.
I got you. That's not the same scenario though, because again, that's not the same scenario. There's no way.
It's not the same scenario. But that's why I'm asking a question.
I'm trying to answer you. There's no way that a person can necessarily prove a negative like that they're not racist, right? There's no way to prove that. At the same time, I'm talking about a specific thing. Officer Tatum took Warren, Wyatt, and their other friend, Jax, I believe it was, out of the equation. Mm-hmm. He took them out of the equation when he said it appears as if, I'm not even going to say it appears, all the evidence shows that y'all had absolutely nothing to do with this. But there's obvious that something happened to Nolan. With that said, do you think that race played a part in this particular issue? His answer was absolutely not. He said absolutely not. And let's bet $1,000 right now.
Go ahead.
Let's bet. You want to bet?
I'm telling you, he didn't say absolutely.
Okay, you want to bet? He said absolutely. Would you like to bet? We don't have to bet 1,000. Listen, let's bet something friendly so that you can pay me so I don't have to get mad. We'll bet. Let me see what I got. We'll bet $25 right now that he answered absolutely not. Okay,
sure.
It's a bet. $25.
Sure.
Okay,
sure.
Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back. One thing I do is listen very well.
Made it about race,
right?
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. You guys had left. But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most a little bit uncomfortable around us, which he never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out.
He did say, of course not. I owe you. He did say, of course not. So I was wrong. He said, of course not. So I owe you $25.
I was going to save you from the bed, but I would be like, call a hater. I know he didn't say absolutely, bro.
He said, of course not. All right. So he did say, of course not. So I was mistaken. So I will pay Uncle Tom $25 right now. $25 to Uncle Tom.
I was going to write in the private joint, but Uncle Tom would have read it anyway. So I was like, you see me? I was going to type like, bro.
Shout out to Uncle Tom. Nah, it's all good. Hey, listen. I was wrong, so I could be wrong. He said, of course not. He did say, of course not. So I was wrong. So shout out to Uncle Tom. I could be wrong. Shout out to Uncle
and the thing is, because you actually say this is the second time you're saying that, and then Uncle Tom corrected you, like he didn't even was talking in an absolute, so he already knew the answer.
Yeah. Shout out to Uncle Tom. Let me pay the man. Pay the man his money. Pay the man his money.
I wish I had
I'm glad I didn't do 1,000. I'm glad I didn't do 1,000.
I wouldn't do that to you anyway. I wouldn't even accept
I'm glad I didn't do 1,000. I'm glad I said to make it 25. But and I thought I was doing you a favor. There you go.
This is my whole thing. I listen. The whole thing about it is, I just hate that the people want to say is tell. I mean, because if a person is a habitual liar, right? They can have all the tales in the world. Oh, you good. They can have all the tales in the world. Doesn't mean they're telling the truth. They could just be. Listen, my sister, I love her to death, but she lie a whole lot, and you will never know when she is telling the truth. Like, you just be guessing and like hoping she's telling the truth right now. But because some people are just good liars to say he's lying for something, I just don't want to take it unless I have more evidence to say what he's saying is a lie. Maybe he's not panicking. Maybe he's on edge because how do you prove that you didn't do something that they're trying to say that you helped? You had something to do with the dude's whatever. So of course he's gonna be in that defensive mode. That's all.
I got you, but the thing is, and CJ Briggs kind of elocuted it purpose. Said the fact is that whoever is making definitive statements right now can potentially look foolish because the investigation is still in progress, right? And then for him to say, "Of course not," absolutely, he said, "Of course not," absolutely not. But for him to say, "Of course not," the race didn't have nothing to do with it when Officer Tatum had already took him and his friends out of the equation, and then he immediately brought it back to them. That is what I'm kind of speaking of more so than anything else. The fact that it was already taken off of them and they brought it back to them, that's kind of problematic. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, the thing about it is when you look at these police things, right? The burden of proof, the burden of evidence is you need more than one thing, right? You need more than one tell. Like you can't just walk up to a car and say, I smell the smell of marijuana. You're gonna need something else besides that smell of marijuana to be able to justify your search of the car.
Yes, that's factual. At the same time, the thing, but you do understand. My thing again is Officer Tatum is a friendly. He's not there to interrogate them. He's not giving them a hardball interview. He's not against these boys, seemingly, right? He's just letting them tell their side of the story. And as an officer, I already did. I already paid him. Said, don't give a shit. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. Happy man. And he already got his money. He already got his money. I wouldn't do him like that because I wouldn't want him to do me like that. If when I win my bet, I want my money. So I paid the man his money.
I mean, I'm the same way. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
The man. Shout out to Rising Bison. Yeah, no doubt. You already paid you though. Shout out to Bridget.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you.
No doubt. So let's get back to this though. We're gonna move on to the next one. Go ahead.
So you saying that this pretty much was like a soft interview? That's what people call a soft interview. No hard questions, just like dinner, just a conversation, a couple of questions in there, and staying away from the hard facts. That's what you think. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I think so. I think so. Absolutely.
I agree with you. But from what I've seen, because I haven't watched this thing, but from what I've seen, it seems like a soft interview.
Yeah, I believe so. So let's go to the next one, though. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to 4. You know what I'm saying? So listen, I give it and I take it. I could be wrong sometime. Obviously, I was. I said that he said, of course not. I mean, I said that he said absolutely not. And Tom said he said, of course not. And Tom was right. And I was mistaken. So listen, I had to pay up. I had to pay up. Let me see. We're trying to go to part 4. Okay, part 4.
That is.
All right, we're at part 4, y'all. Let's get to it. Let's go. Part 4. What's up, Jerome? What's going on? Jerome is in the building. He's not officially interviewing those kids. Right. He's just letting them tell their side of the story, basically, it seems like. And I'm glad he is, to be honest with you. I want to hear their side of the story. Let's go.
A situation with the cell phone.
Buddy yelled at him, yelled for Nolan. The next day, hey, man, they just
had been interviewed by law enforcement. Mm-hmm. All of you guys have
That's my bad, y'all.
Given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to, I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over, almost as they had to turn your wrist or twist your arm just to give it back. Right. Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur, and what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And so I went back to my buddy's house. So I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed together the night before. And my buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, "Oh, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff?" Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and he was just like, "Oh, where y'all at?" My buddy said,
"Look at Sharon trying to make it worse." Shout out to Sharon Bracey. He said, "I can't trust no young man with thong flip-flops." I can't trust no young man with thong flip-flops. Oh Lord. Ooh, wait. That's hilarious. Oh, dang, Deborah Leonelli. I think Deborah is trolling. She said, "Cuff him, damn it." We all know he's guilty. I think Deborah's trolling. Shout out to Deborah Leonelli. I don't know if he's guilty or not. I can't espouse guilt or innocence. I don't know. Hey, listen, I just lost the bet to Uncle Tom. Will y'all support the show? I'm basically doing the show for free now. Will y'all support the show? Everybody support the show. Throw $5, man. Everybody support the show and throw $5. I basically am doing this show for free because I lost the bet to Uncle Tom. That was all my profit for today. Y'all support the show, man. Help us reach our goal. Today.
That wasn't your profit. You got 20 to drop me. Remember?
Nah, but that's on the super chat. You know what time that is. Man. Yeah, I paid you in Cash App, not in super chats. Hey, listen, you can send it back. I'll pay you in super chats. Let's get it. Let's go. Y'all support the show, support the stream now, babe. Let's go.
We're at my buddy's house, and he said, "All right," and then he just hung up. And so about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and there was a girl who walked in, and probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom, which was Javon's mom. And
who's Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is one of Nolan's good friends. He's a friend of mine too. Great guy, and his mom and their family is very close with the Wells family. And I mean, so I don't know why she was there, what was going on, but I was very surprised about this. I was like, you just basically kicked the door open and busted up in the house with no knock or anything.
So is Javon black or white?
Javon's mixed. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I guess he's mixed.
Yeah.
So, but he's not white.
No, he's not white.
Just white. Or all white, I guess.
Shout out to Deborah Leonelli. Thank you. She said for the immediate arrest fund. Now I know she's trolling. Shout out to Deborah. I appreciate you. Shout out to Deborah Leonelli. I appreciate you.
Hope you don't mind if I say this out loud. How wonderful life is, 'cause you're in the world.
I love love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Shout out to my guy Jerome's in the house. Jerome's in the house. Said may think is this Izzy if I'm your so-called best friend and I don't have anything to do with your demise, I'm doing everything I can to help find out who did. Now that's a good point. That's a good point,
Not,
y'all.
That's
no,
true.
no, it's
Now,
not.
let me
That's
Huh?
ask
not.
you a question.
Wait,
That's
it's
not a good point.
not a good point. That's not a good
Mm,
point.
No, no.
Why is that not a good point, Blanco? And then you got it
Because
after that.
because we only seeing this little how long is this interview? 30, 40, 50 minutes of interview,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I
We
think
don't know
there's
what
like
is
25 minutes apiece. He broke them down.
cool.
25 minutes.
Let's just stretch it out to an hour, right? We don't know what they doing behind the scenes that we cannot see, bro. This
Okay.
is somebody this is somebody that mama is a judge, right? They got their word hold a lot of weight in their town.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what's going on behind the scene. That's all I'm saying. Like
Okay.
I was reading earlier that they were saying, "Oh my God, why he's not crying? Why he's not doing this?" I'm like, bro, I don't bury a lot of my homies. I ain't crying on none of them funerals. None of them. That doesn't mean I wasn't hurt. I ain't crying none of them funerals, bro.
No doubt. Hey, shout out to Happy Man. You right, Happy Man. Go ahead. You got it, Uncle
I
Tom.
just think so. If you want to say his demeanor is something that despises you, I can. He got that smug white guy attitude. I'll give you that. But as to espouse blame or even stuff on him, I just don't have enough information yet to say to rule out anything. If he says he wasn't there, we're going to take for what his words are until we find out something different. That's why I want to wait until we find out some more information, until some more information come out saying that he went back on the boat, went back out there to him, and they hit him upside his head or whatever. 'Cause I heard a lot about the whole redness on the back of his head,
Mm-hmm.
but there's nothing more to that besides there was red stuff on the back of his head. From what I remember, he was in the water for what, 2 days, a day or so? I can't remember.
Well. Allegedly 2 days, so to
Okay.
speak.
Well, just say it like this: I don't think it's unheard of to think that a lot of things like to nibble, hit stuff. There's a lot of reason why there could be anything red on the back of his head. It's not necessary because they didn't say blunt force trauma to the back of his head. That wasn't
Right.
said.
Right.
So
It was non-conclusive at that point because they didn't have enough information at that point to see, because he was highly decomposed by the time they got the
all right.
body. So they couldn't really tell if there was any blunt force trauma on the back of the neck or not because of the highly decomposition.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it only takes a couple hours and it already kicks off really bad. So
Yeah.
all right, cool.
Let's get back to this.
Yeah.
So then they come in the house. Do you know any of these people? And
I
you
know
said
some
you
of the
said
guys.
the mom, but do you know anybody else?
I've seen the mom before, and I know most of them. Most of the guys went to high school with me, and like I'm friends with some of the guys. I mean, I know some of them. So eventually, like things started to get heated, and I was just like a guy I was friends with in high school. He was like, "Man, come outside with me," and I was like, "All right." And I walked outside with him. He was like, "Man, I don't know why." Like they're panicking, and this is just like I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up, and this is nothing that we have to worry about. As much as I sat there and I told him, I was like, I agree. I would think he's on somebody's couch, just had been drinking all day and just drank too much and was super intoxicated. And, that's kind of what a lot of us thought, but they were kind of losing it and they were going crazy. And the mom that was with them.
Easy one. The second autopsy said that he was highly decomposed. The second autopsy said that he was highly decomposed. The second medical physicianer and the second autopsy was not sealed. The first autopsy is sealed. So that the one that the state of Mississippi did is sealed, not the one from the independent autopsy. Okay. So that's where that is, right? Let's get back.
Demanded Nolan's phone because Nolan left the phone on the boat. And when we ran in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone and his keys were not on the boat because his car was parked at my buddy's house where we had all slept, the night before the 4th. And so the keys were left at the house because Nolan's car was at my buddy's house where we stayed at. So of course he left his keys there. But his phone, he was drinking. He didn't have his phone in the water because no one did. And there was more than just Nolan's phone that wasn't on the boat with us.
So can y'all at least admit the way that he's answering the questions, right? He is absolutely anticipating some kind of backlash or some kind of, pushback on what he's saying, right? Can you at least admit to that? It seems like he's trying his best to project innocence and to be eliminated from suspicion. Y'all don't agree with that? You're muted if you're talking.
I would definitely say that because who wants to be accused of doing something to your so-called friend? Who wants to be even seen thinking about you actually doing something that you want to be done to yourself? So, that is the correct response. And when someone's trying to I ain't gonna say put something on them, it's just like, of course you would want to be. Because he said that they're so-called friends. It is what it is.
Well, so Easy One said, why wouldn't he be? Why wouldn't he? Well, he wouldn't, in the sense of he's just telling the truth, and Officer Tatum is not asking him anything hard. He's not treating him as a hostile interrogation or interviewer. He's just asking him run-of-the-mill questions. So, if he's being honest and forthright, he doesn't have to put so much sauce on it, so to speak. Go ahead. I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening. What's y'all feedback on it? Y'all can give me pushback. I'm listening.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I just got back.
Okay, no, okay. So you didn't hear what he was saying. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video, and y'all can tell me what y'all perception is of what.
Hold on. I don't think he put any extra sauce on it at all. I just think he's trying to answer the questions in a roundabout way where it doesn't have any perception of him doing anything wrong. And he has to be careful of what he says. No matter how you think, he can't just go out there. Yeah, man, we booked that. You know what I'm saying? He can't go out there and do that. If he does, he'd be the first one in the jail cell with his mama, trying to get him out. So of course he's trying to. Hopefully he thought through the questions as they were asked before he answered. I can't say that he did that, but let's just say that let's just take and say he did think about the question that he was asked before he was answered. Hopefully the stuttering that he had going on that was him trying to
the stuttering and stammering. Okay,
yeah.
at least you get to that. At least you get to the stuttering and stammering that he was doing, and a whole lot of.
But I think that's to be expected. If you didn't do that, that means to me that's a sign that you had something to do with it. You got all the perfect answers, never stuttered, never nothing. Everything is answered within a 2-second delay after it was asked. Oh no, you rehearsed this. That's what I would be thinking about. So to actually have some humanity into what he's saying, I would say it's to be expected.
Well, what do you think about this? Bridget Emmett saying, right, when you tell the truth, you answer as you know it. You don't answer to prove innocence.
That's true too. But you will answer to prove innocence because that's when people look at you, they're already looking at him as he is. Let's just put it. All the black people that I know on these YouTube streets have already said that they had something to do with it, including me. I said what I said from the get-go is that it's fishy. Right,
it's fishy.
I said that's some fishy. I told my boys, listen, don't you ever be the only one out there. I don't care if it's a whole bunch of black folks, a whole bunch of white folks. Don't you be the only one like yourself out there. Considering he a mixed breed, I'd be like, don't do that. Don't put yourself out there like that. I don't care who you with. So,
but I never prescribe guilt to them. I do think that it is anytime 4 people come out and only 3 people come back, that is automatically going to be a certain level of fishiness with that. 4 people went out, 3 people came back.
But if you got evidence, or like I said, of him that not just them saying it, but other people saying it, they were yelling for that boy to get on the boat, and he wanted to stay. The 4 people going out and come back in is alleviated by him wanting to stay out there longer.
But that's the thing. How realistic is that? Especially when you
It's
add the
very
time.
realistic.
Hold on, real quick. Especially when you add the time frame, the 3 o'clock versus the 4:30. Which the way Warren told the story, he made it seem like it was really. He said 3 o'clock, but the way he told the story, it was really closer to 4:30 when he last saw Nolan, and they was telling him allegedly to get on the boat because that's when they were headed out. So there's that whole disparity and that whole thing, right? That whole rigmarole.
I mean, it sound good, but when you have, like I said, when you have other people out there that said it, that they were arguing for him to get back on the boat and he didn't want to on the boat, that alleviates the time, whatever time it was. That's irrelevant to me. It's irrelevant because you have people out there saying that he wanted to stay and he did stay and they left. So that 3 coming back, one staying out there, it's kind of that question to me has been answered. He
It
wanted to
has
stay
it
out
though.
there.
Only him and his friends are saying that. No one else has came out and
Well,
said,
they
yeah.
said the
Nolan
female
said he
said it.
wanted to say no. He's saying the female said it. The female
Oh,
had never
okay.
said that.
Oh, listen, I
We
don't
ain't
know.
heard the female said that. He's saying that a female text one of his friends and said that. What? Come on, fam. That's speculation.
Well, let me ask the
Here,
AI. See if they know.
that's hearsay. That's hearsay. Let's get back to this. That's hearsay. Y'all support the show, man.
Or it was more than just Nolan's phone that was on the boat.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had all our phones, but on the boat. But
hey, listen, we have not been asking for no support like that. Can y'all please support the show, man? See, this is what I'm talking about. When we don't ask for support, when I don't ask for support like that, the show gets bare minimum support. And I appreciate everybody that supported the show so far. Shout out to Just and them that came through real heavy. Gemini 605 and Miss Deborah, Miss Mo Love, the Ghetto Stoic, you know what I'm saying? Every Bridget M, TV Truckin', Shiesty, Avengers Juan Solo, and Just, man, shout out to them very, very much that has shown, and Gemini 605 that show love support. At the same time, come on, y'all. It's like if we don't ask for no support, we don't hardly get it. That's I appreciate everybody supported so far. We need 10 more to reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. 10 more people, at least $5 a piece to reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. We're working hard for y'all. Support the show, Sports Train. I mean, Jay Lewis said no. Katie spoke with his mom. Bottom line, someone is lying. Somebody's lying. Odds Rod Solo said so. They got his phone and they did make sure he reached land. Definitely no best friends. Damn. Shout out to TV Trucker. Peace. Appreciate you, TV Trucker. Let's get to you. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. All right.
those weren't the only people. Like Nolan wasn't the only person that left a phone on the boat. There was a lot of people that left phones on the boat, that didn't ride out or in with us. So I mean, there was a couple phones that we had that we didn't know who they belonged to, and my buddy's got that figured out, But it wasn't just Nolan's phone that was on the boat who wasn't there. There was a lot of phones.
So when they barged in, they started getting frantic. The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on. No, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I never. I told her on the phone before I called.
Shout out to Jay Lewis and the Vixen Forever too that supported the show. Shout out to Jay Lewis and the Vixen Forever. I celebrate y'all. Thank y'all so much, Jay Lewis and the Vixen Forever. Jay Lewis said BS. So thank y'all too. They supported as well. And Buddy that had his arm crossed definitely didn't make them look any better with that statement about they don't know who they're messing with. Oh Lord. Hey, y'all, we do need 10 more people, at least $5 a piece to reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. Thank y'all very, very much. I appreciate y'all.
The Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone. Before I called Miss Christine, I asked, I was like, oh, well, where's his location at? Because Nolan has his Snapchat location on for me. And he said, it's Wyatt said it's, in my truck. Like, because everybody who left stuff on the boat, it was Wyatt's boat. So Wyatt put it in his truck, like it was normal. And so the phone was in possession in Wyatt's truck. And when that mom came over and asked for it, There was no issue at all with us.
Yo, so y'all good tell me, yo, Blanco and Uncle Tom, that part didn't sound suspicious at all to y'all? That part right there didn't sound ain't a little bit suspicious to you?
Which part?
Yeah, the whole thing about he was looking for his location. He Snapchat his location. Oh, it's in Wyatt's truck. But then Wyatt already said he already act like he knew that Wyatt had the phone. I mean, that's not resonating to y'all. That earlier he
Yes.
already made it seem like they knew that it's standard procedure. They knew that he left his phone. There was a bunch of phones. They grabbed the phones, and it was in Wyatt's truck. Now he's backtracking, saying, "Oh, well, I pinged the location with Snapchat, and it's in Wyatt's." Come on, man.
That didn't sound convincing. That's what I would say.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Did they get the phones up? Did they fight that?
Allegedly, according to Miss Christine, which is Nolan's mom, it was a little bit of a battle to get that phone back. It took them about 15 minutes to 20 minutes for them to actually get the phone.
15 minutes?
Yeah, from the time they got there, it was if they didn't just put their hands on it and go and get the phone. And then allegedly the guy had an attitude giving the phone. Allegedly, that's what they said. I didn't say that. I wasn't there.
Okay, I don't know.
I'm not a phone expert, but I'm pretty sure like even that if you erase the text messages,
you can get them back.
You send it still be a record once
Yes.
you because I'm pretty sure those phones gonna be subpoenaed.
Yes.
I know that for a fact.
Yeah, they're currently going through it, but the messages were erased. And so that's the thing too. His Snapchat was erased for the day. It hadn't been enough time for the Snapchat to be disappeared. All his Snapchat was erased. And y'all got to remember when they got the phone, it was before they found
proven.
Hold on, yes. When they got the phone, it was before they found the body. So they got the phone on the night of the 4th or the 5th. I think it was late night of the 4th that they got the phone. So it wasn't enough time for his Snapchats to have been deleted by, you know what I'm saying, like naturally for his Snapchats.
I don't know. I don't use Snapchat or whatever. Snapchat. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you.
It takes 24 hours to erase the stories.
Right.
Yeah, I got a Snapchat.
Right. So it wasn't enough time for his Snapchat to be erased, but all his stories were gone, and there was messages deleted too. It looks like most of his messages were deleted, is what they're saying. So
can you delete on Snapchat? You can delete messages on Snapchat?
I think so.
You can delete
Yes.
messages
Yes.
pretty much in every app.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't ever delete stuff, so I don't know.
But it's still a record. It's still a record created that once your phone is subpoenaed, it's gonna tell you. How you call that? Encrypted, something like that.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go encrypted. Yeah, they're gonna have to go through. Yeah, so they're gonna do that, but that's gonna take time. You know what I'm saying to hack into all that stuff. So that's gonna take time. Let's get it.
Giving the phone to her. I mean, Nolan just left it on the boat. We handed the phone to her that night of the 4th of July.
And did you guys go through the phone or?
Of course not. I mean, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our?
Here we go. This is of course not again. And then we go to the classic deflection. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? You know that is come on, man. You know that's a telltale sign. That's another telltale sign, right? Why would we ever do that? Of course not. An absolute. Why would we ever do something like that? There's plenty of phones on the boat. We didn't. But yo, you said that you didn't even know where the phone was because you had to send, connect through daggone Snapchat to do his location, and you found out that it was in Wyatt's truck. Wait a minute. Come on, man.
Who is Wyatt? That's what I don't know.
Wyatt is the boat owner.
Okay,
that
so
they were on. Their friend that's the boat owner.
So if say Wyatt taking his boat back out, cleaning up his boat, because I don't know what you gotta do to clean a boat. You gotta sit there and run it all out. Make sure you clean the boat out before when you get it back.
Uh-huh.
And what is it that it's not far fetched that the person who owns the boat collects all the stuff and puts it in his vehicle and leaves
Right.
it there.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
So
That's not far fetched. What is far fetched is what he's saying that he had to ping the phone from Snapchat to find out that, and that, oh, he found it in Wyatt's car. But the way that he said it before is like they all knew that everybody's phone was in Wyatt's car. You know what I'm saying? That's what
was
I'm saying.
Wyatt there with him? I really don't know.
Yes.
Okay, Wyatt was with him. Okay, I didn't know.
Yes,
I
that
didn't
was
know
all
that. Okay.
together. Yes.
Okay.
But then again, maybe not, because he just says buddy, buddy, buddy. He's not really naming names in you know what I'm saying? Noah, you said that's not contradictory at all. I call cap. Bro, how can you say it's not contradictory at all? That's crazy.
Concern be getting on no one's phone or something. I mean, I don't even know no one's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on no one's phone and look at anything. I didn't even touch no one's phone. None of us touched no one's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in Wyatt's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
Do you see this stuff? How does it? Yo, bro, y'all don't get it? How does he know this shit? How is he answering for everybody like he absolutely knows this shit, but he had to tag on ping the phone to know where the phone is? So wait, which one is it? And that's not contradictory? Which one is it?
It's still not technically contradictory. If he just gave a rundown of what happened. They didn't touch the phones until they gave it up. And
okay, wait, time out. Okay. Let's take this slow. Uncle Tom.
Yes,
what
sir.
he said before that was he had to go through Snapchat to find where Nolan's phone was at.
Do you know what your phone looked like? Do you know what do you know what your best friend's phone looked like?
Listen, I don't have I don't be around anybody long enough to know.
Okay,
I know what
I'm saying, if there's a group of
phone
phones, if there's a group of phones, you wouldn't say technically
no,
that's it.
Okay, let's go with that. Go with that. You can say that, but you can't say that and then say that I know exactly that no one touched Nolan's phone. You cannot say both. That's my whole point. You can say one or you can say the other, but you can't say both. And if you do say both, that's a clear contradiction to the other. Why is that so hard to understand?
Well,
that's
if he
a
said
clear contradiction to the other.
If he says we pinged his phone, like he said before, he had to ping his phone to find out. That would mean that no one touched his phone until.
No, it wouldn't. You would not know how.
If you didn't know where it was, and you just got a collection of phones, and you had to ping it to find it, of course, once we find it, that means no one touched it the entire time until we handed it over.
That's
I
not.
had to ping it to give it to his mom.
That's not logical. Who put it in? Someone put it in, and someone, meaning probably Wyatt, put it in Wyatt's truck. So again, he cannot say with absolution, which he's trying to do, that anybody touched the phone or didn't, because he didn't even know. Because if he knew, he'd have just said, yo, it was in Wyatt's truck, like he tried to say at first. That's absolutely a contradiction.
He said there was a collection of phones. A collection. That means more than one phone that was collected and put in Wyatt's truck. So that means there's more than just got what that boy name is? Nolan's phone in there. So say if there's like 5 or 6 phones in there, he don't know who all these people's phone is. I'm just gonna collect them, and I'm gonna make sure I know where it is. So I'm gonna ping it, make sure we didn't leave it on the boat. Ping it, because if you don't know, you can put stuff anywhere on a boat and lose it. I lost my keys and my phone on a boat, which is weird, at the same day. But yeah, he had to ping the phone to find out where it was. I mean, that's not far fetched. And once he pinged it, no one else touched it if it was in Wyatt's car.
That's not okay.
From what he's saying.
Right, but that's not a foregone conclusion. We cannot make that a foregone conclusion.
I'm not making it a foregone conclusion. I'm just saying it's not without it can happen. It's a possibility.
Right, but it's contradictory to say that you're saying you didn't know where Nolan's phone is, but you knew that no one touched it. That is impossible. That's not, and those are contradictory statements. You can say, yo, I didn't know where Nolan's phone is, so I pinged it and I found out it was in Wyatt's truck. Cool. But you can't say, oh no, it was in Wyatt's truck. I know no one touched his phone. None of us touched his phone until we gave it to his mom. Nah, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, that's
some
I
bullshit.
I agree with you on that one. Yeah, I agree with that.
Shout out
Because
to
you don't know
Sharon
unless it was in your hands the whole time.
Exactly.
You wouldn't know if anyone else touched it.
Exactly. And guess what? When he answered that, of course, too. That's a tell, bro. That in poker, that's called his tell when he's lying. Just like on Why Did I Get Married? When the dude said, what did he say on Why Did I Get Married? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And they knew whenever he said that he was lying. That's called a tell in poker. And we look for them shits like it's a consistent action that your human body does unprovokingly, because people don't really like to lie. Your body rejects the lie. So there's some shit you're going to say or some shit you're going to do consistently that if someone pays attention, they'll know that that's how you could tell that you're lying. And of course, seems to be, I cannot say for a fact, but of course, seems to be his phrase that you could tell when Warren is lying. I'm just saying. I'm good at this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm very, very good at this shit. Shout out to Sean Bracey said they just want to muddy the waters, Izzy. If it was their family missing, they would understand. Shout out to you, Sharon, for that one. Said there is different ways to get into a locked phone. A geek would know how to get into his phone without. Listen, they could listen. We're assuming that they didn't do anything to him. But if they did something to him, it's absolutely able to get in the phone. All they got to do is put the phone in front of him, facial recognition, and
Or the
get in the
finger.
phone. Or the fingerprint. Like, what are we talking about? Or a fingerprint. People have facial recognition. People have fingerprint. Some people have pin words, but it's not hard to get in his phone if they did something to him. Go ahead, Blanco.
No, go ahead.
Jerome said, Izzy, you're right. I would have answered and said, I can't speak on who touched it, but when I pinged it, it was in homeboy's car, truck, right? Possession, whatever you want to say, right? Come on, man. He's speaking in absolutes, which is wild. Y'all support the show, man. Support the show, Sports Trade. If y'all want your comments, holler and red. Come on, man. Just throw me $5 in the super chat, the Cash App. We need like 9 more people, at least $5 a piece. All right. CJ said, did they know he was passed away when they gave back the phone? If they didn't do anything to him, no. If they did do something to him, of course. So that's the answer to that. If they didn't have nothing to do with it, no. At that time, the timeline would suggest that they didn't know that he passed away. If they did do something to him, absolutely they knew that he was gone. Okay. Skywalker, what's up? He said, even if they did touch it, how did they get into the phone? If it was locked, I'm pretty sure they didn't have. Well, that's easy. We just answered that one. Shout out to you, man. That's easy work. That's easy work. All right, let's get back to this. But I'm just pointing out, and like I did with the people, I pointed out the same thing with that video that's surfacing, that they're making it seem like that's Nolan Wells, and it's not. They're making it seem like someone stomped out Nolan Wells and the white boys with that. That's not Nolan Wells. So just like I questioned that, just like I debunked that, and just like I debunked some other stuff around here, I'm just asking the questions because there is a lot of inconsistencies in the things that he is saying. I'm just pointing them out. I'm just letting y'all know. This is the same way I was able to point out when House of Hypocrites was making up the story and everybody thought that he was being real and everybody was attacking me. And I was able to break it down logically just like this because I'm able to listen to people and understand if they're telling the truth or if they're not for the most part. This is a gift that I have, but let's get to it. Let's go.
Was that the only phone that she picked up or was it?
Go ahead.
It was extremely easy to know the House of Hypocrite was lying, bro. Like anyone with a decent brain would like.
Nah, that's not true. I caught so much hell behind that, and everybody act like I ain't know what I was talking about, and I was making it up, and I was for the sisterhood and all types of other dumb shit that didn't make no sense. I don't like logic.
As soon as he said that they couldn't, that he got a CPN and all this crazy stuff, and they couldn't track his money, I knew he was lying.
I'm talking about I'm talking about before he even went on Anton's. I'm talking about from the beginning when Cheeky first broke the story when none of that stuff that came out. I was asking questions the same way I'm asking questions now, and it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense.
Yeah.
And this doesn't make sense either. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This does not make sense. Let's get to it. Let's go.
Other people's phone that they came and got, or
that I know of, I think that was the only one that she had. Yeah, but I'm not completely sure. I think that's the only one that she took Nolan's.
That's true. There you go. All right, now you see the difference? That's true. That I know of, that's the only one that she had. I don't know that she had another one. Fair. That's true. That makes sense. That's true. But you see the difference in the way he answered that and the way he answered the other thing? Look at this. Just look at this. Maybe I could show y'all a little bit of things that I see. Maybe, I don't know. But check this out. Watch this. Watch the difference in the way he answers that.
Well, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat over and asked for it. There was no issue at all with us giving the phone to her. I mean, Nolan just left it on the boat. We handed the phone to her that night of the 4th of July.
And did you guys go through the phone, or?
Of course not. I mean, well, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean,
see the difference in cadence? His voice switched. The way he answered that is much different. But check this out to the way that he answered that other question. You could tell when he's lying. Watch.
There's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything. I didn't even touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off.
Cap. How would he know that? Cap. Let's go back.
The boat and put it in White's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
Was that the only phone that she picked up, or was it other people's phone that they came and got? Or?
That I know of, I think that was the only one that she had.
Do you see the difference? Am I the only one that's do you see the difference in the way that he answered that question versus the way that he answered the other question? Did y'all catch that? Or I'm reaching again? Y'all there? Am I reaching again? Or did y'all see the difference?
It's a difference. It's a slight difference, but it's not, okay.
It's just slight. I'm reaching. Oh, okay. I'm bugging.
I just said it's a slight difference. I get okay.
Shout out to TK, bro.
I don't think it's something that's like a big whoopee.
That's called a tell, bro. That's definitely. Are y'all serious?
Yeah.
Maybe he knows no one touched it because he had it the whole time. LOL. Oh Lord. But again, did y'all catch that too? Again, he made it personal to him. It was not even, the question was not even about him. He made it to his friends and then he made it to him. Do y'all not see that?
Yes.
Do y'all not see what I'm saying?
I got you. I'm with you.
I got your point, boss.
I'm not just like I said. To me, it just wasn't a big thing. But I hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, that's exactly what I heard.
It's not a big thing. Okay. If y'all think that's not a big thing, when it came to shit that he's talking truthful about, look at how direct he is. Look at how serious he gets. When it comes to when he's lying, look at how whimsical and cavalier he is. It's a whole. Yeah, he gets whimsical. Why would we? No, we wouldn't do that. He gets whimsical. But when it comes to when he's telling the truth, he's like, yeah, no, I don't. No, I can't say I didn't see that different.
Right.
I'm just saying. Yeah, like OG told me, Sharon. OG told me, Young Blood. The difference makes all the difference, and so yeah, that slight difference makes all the difference. I'm just gonna let y'all know, right?
Okay.
I'll just let you know.
Well, something needs to come to fruition with it, not just a tale.
This nigga, Easy is giving a class on how the
clinic.
scammers get people and stuff.
A clinic. I'm giving y'all a damn clinic. I'm giving y'all a clinic. Y'all, I'm giving a clinic. Hey, y'all need to support me, man. Everybody
Support the
throw
show.
$5. I'm giving a god doggone clinic. If you listening and you watching, I'm giving y'all some top tier game. Like shit, I paid a lot of money and a lot of time and energy to get this insight. So y'all support the show, support the stream. Now, man.
At least helps Easy to get back to break even. At least for losing to this guy in Cortona. Same $20, people. Come on.
Yeah. We need 10 people $5 a piece. We need 9 more people $5 a piece. 9 more people $5 a piece. Support the show.
$9, $5 a piece, or somebody's brave enough send that 45. However
If you don't mind, I appreciate it. Hey, let's get back to this because y'all get top tier analysis over here. I'm not part of no organization.
This is what I heard from poker player, like the little bit I watched on ESPN.
Right? It's true. No, they be we are expert body language. But anyway, let's go.
Yeah, but I'm not completely sure. I think that's the only one that she took Nolan's. That's it.
And so we're on the 4th, where the night probably going into the morning of the 5th. This happens. Then the dad comes back at some point to get the keys.
Right.
What happened there? When was this and what happened?
Well, my buddy Brooks drove me and dropped me off at my house, and I woke up to a text the next morning that Miss Christina texted me, and she said, "Hey, Nolan's dad's there is there at my buddy's house to pick up the keys." And I didn't think anything of it. I told her that I was praying for her, and that we were out there and we were doing everything that we could to help out.
And when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation on him? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to give the keys over, or you didn't know where the keys were at?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me,
now he's making an absolute. Now he's making an absolute.
Of course not, and absolutely not is really essentially the same thing. But of course not is a statement of absolution too. But how does he make these statements when he's not even there? What the freak?
Yeah,
I wasn't even there,
that
but
was
absolutely
crazy.
not. Like, yo, bro, he's crazy from beginning to end, bro. This dude.
Well,
yo, if I was a
he doesn't know how to
prosecutor,
speak. He don't know how to speak. He
Bro.
wasn't trained with media presence or
nah,
something. I
you
don't
don't
know
know
what it is.
bro. He wasn't trained to tell the truth, bro. If I was a prosecutor, I'd tear his ass up on the stand, boy. He better not get on this. I'd tear his ass up on the
Yeah,
stand.
but the physical evidence got to match to whatever he got going on. That would be what we have to match if we
Yeah.
find out that Nolan Wells was murdered.
Right, but again, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got you, but it would be easy based on his testimony and the way that he communicates to pick out his lies and to point out his inconsistencies. But let's get to it. Y'all support the show, the Sports Train. I mean,
It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything,
Here we go again.
This is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right, so
there we go again. Again, do you not understand? He wasn't even there. Wait a minute. Do you not get it? He wasn't even there. Why does he continue to make this personal to him? Whenever, even on the platforms, y'all know this. Whenever someone makes something personal to them, what do y'all say? A hit dog holler, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Why is he continuously, if y'all ain't catching this, I don't know what to tell you. Why is he continually to make it personal? He wasn't even there.
Because he's not smart. I mean, that's not a hard answer right there.
So you think it's because he's dumb?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't think it has nothing to do with guilt?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
What evidence do you have to have that goes past that?
What do you mean by that? I don't understand that question.
Past the words that he's saying, that you saying that it's just showing something of guilt or aligning with guilt. What's evidence that shows that what evidence that goes past just what he's saying that shows you that he's guilty of anything?
Well, okay. So again, I don't have a definitive, I'm not definitively saying he's guilty, right? What I am saying is that this pattern of communication indicates that he at least knows more than he's saying, way more than he's saying. That's at the very least. He knows way more than he's saying, and he has way more involvement or way more knowledge of what happened than what he's talking about. Go ahead, Blanco. And his subconscious is telling on him is what's happening.
And that's what I asked you earlier. Like, if you would have $100 to bet, well, this boy would be, you know what I mean, would be getting indicted, or he would be left alone, and you make a decision, say you didn't have enough to kind of like quote unquote say that
I appreciate you.
All right, bro.
You didn't have enough information to see him as a guilty person.
Yeah, not at that point I didn't. At the same time, there is a pattern that's establishing, number one. Number two, the reason why I wouldn't bet my money is because his mama is the judge. You gotta remember that too. His mama is a judge. So that is going to play an integral part in it. And she already corroborated a part of the story, which is crazy. She corroborated a part of the story, and what her ass wasn't there either. She corroborated the 3 o'clock to 4:30 part of the story in her Facebook post, and she wasn't there. So I already understand that how this shit is gonna go. This shit ain't gonna go like people want it to go. I'm trying to tell you right now.
Yeah,
It's not.
but
It's not.
the mama part being a judge, that kind of I can make the argument that she will have the information. You're right, she wasn't there, but she will. The investigators will. She can just make 2, 3 phone calls and know, like, you know what I mean, the timelines of what happened. That can be explained from her point of view and have like a good assessment of the situation. That would be my thing.
No, but she's going off of what them boys said, allegedly. She's going off of what Warren and Wyatt and them were saying. That's what she went off of. Because it was like I think it was like the 7th or the 9th when she released that, July 9th or the 10th, somewhere shortly after they found Nolan Wells' body.
This happened in July 4th, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they found his body July the 6th. Yeah, but he was reported missing on July the 4th. They found him on July the 6th, and this portion of it turned up allegedly like July. What her reaction was like between July the 7th and July the 10th. I don't remember the exact day, but it was somewhere around there. See what I'm saying? But let's get to it. Let's go. Y'all support the show, support the stream. In the meantime, between time, let's get it.
I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And
that's a huge lion tail right there, bro. That's a huge lion tail right there. Let me find out the exact terminology for it. But did you catch what just happened right there, Blanco?
Mm-hmm.
What just happened right there?
He cannot make that definitive. He cannot make that statement definitive. Like he don't have enough proof to make that statement, pretty much.
But even further than that, he tried to use that as the basis for why him and his friends couldn't have possibly had anything to do with Nolan's disappearance or Nolan's phone. That is a huge lying tactic right there. Basically, he's using a imaginary scenario in order to substantiate a lie. Is essentially what it is. And there's a technical term for that, but I would have to get back into the books. There's a technical term for that exact thing that he just did, but I'll have to get back in the books to explain the phenomenon, right? But I want y'all to see that again. So y'all, I mean, I know y'all think I'm crazy anyway, and it's cool, but I'm not as crazy as y'all think. Check this out. I don't wear Chelsea boots either. Look at this Chelsea boot wearing Enigma. Let's go.
So I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, none.
You see that? He gave an absolution, which is impossible for him to substantiate. He only could talk about himself and the people that's with him 24 hours, 365. But then he used that absolution to substantiate. Well, if no one had a reason to touch his phone, there's no way that any of us could have or would have deleted anything from his phone. You see what I'm saying? That is an absolute liar's tactic. Shout out to my guy, Lord ADS. What's up, ADS? What's going on, man? What's
up, Izzy Bands? What's up, Papa Blanco?
What up, fam?
Officer Tatum. When they gonna arrest him, bro?
I don't know.
Yeah. I hate when they do this, though, man. This is unnecessary, especially at this point in the investigation, to try to basically give these cats who, in my view, the guy has a laceration on the back of his head. Found him, a day later. All this stuff adds up that somebody got him, right? And they don't want to tell us who. But for him to try to substantiate that the alibis, Officer Tatum, this is a whole new level of treachery, brother. You know
So
what I'm
you
saying?
so you believe that this is interference, not an interview?
This is but for show interference. He interviewed all four of them purposely
Mm-hmm. Mm,
because he's trying to substantiate alibis.
mm, mm. That's
You say
interesting.
he interviewed all four of the people that was close to Nolan?
Yeah,
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 the guys. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
all four.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, he did. It's two of them up here. I don't know if the other two are up on this platform or not, but there's two. As Tristan and Warren's interview are on this platform so far. But yeah, and this is the end of Warren's interview right here. Let's get to it. But check this out. I'm gonna rewind this back again because my man Noah Bell is saying this is crazy. Noah, it's not that crazy. Look what he did. He can't. Okay, so yeah, you could do anything, right? But he can't. How can he speak definitively in absolutions about what his friends did? But what he also did, and I'm believing this is a subconscious thing, because every time he's asking general questions, he's answering for the group, and then he's making it specific to him. And then he's using his absolution in this particular thing to take it a step further to draw a conclusion and to draw the conclusion away from any admission or admonishment of guilt. Y'all gotta understand, like, yo, this is some deep psychological shit going on right here. I promise you it is. Let's go. Let's get it. Listen closely, please.
I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me,
he wasn't even there. So how can he speak Noah Bell? How can he speak in absolutes when he wasn't even there? He wasn't even there. How can you speak in absolutes and you weren't even there? You saying because he's speaking to his knowledge. Well, you can't say absolute, but anyway, let's get to it. That's crazy. But watch what he does. Let's just say that part is true. Then why does he make it personal to him and he wasn't even there? And then he tries, watch. Just listen.
they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's?
Why would we? Go ahead.
It sounds like he's just trying to control the narrative, right? On his own. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure which person in the group did what, but he seems to be the spokesperson for the group and he wasn't even there. You know what I'm saying? So he's doing a lot of witness reporting, right? Versus him actually being a witness in this case, which tells me one or two things. That he had some level of involvement in this situation,
Mm-hmm.
or he's an idiot because he's putting himself in a line of fire.
And he was there on the boat. Let me be clear, ADS. He was there on the boat, but this is the part where Nolan's dad went to go get his keys, and I believe it was from Jack's house. And so there was some kind of aversion, seemingly, to give Nolan's dad his keys to his car. And this is where he's at right now. But he wasn't there for that. He was on the boat. This is Warren. In case you didn't know, ADS, which is the son of the judge. This is the son of the judge, okay? Just for the record.
Facts.
Okay.
I want to question that judge too. That's who I really want to go for, because as an oath to the court, she's not allowed to lie under perjury, right? Because saying she is the one who sets that and makes judgments on behalf of that. So I would be super inquisitive to see exactly what she had to say, the mom, right? Because they pulled up that night in their little boat at the mama's house. They was over chilling for hours. Nobody knows what they were doing, and then all of a sudden they disappear. And the next morning, I think, right, they find Nolan. You know what I'm saying? So
no,
I'm
they
very
found him 2 days later.
2 days. Well, the next day, 2 days later. Okay. But
Yeah.
you see what I'm kind of beating around to, right?
Yeah, and it wasn't his boat. It was Wyatt's boat. So this is so Wyatt is a different guy. It's Wyatt's boat.
Yeah.
This is Warren. So that's a whole nother thing. And they took the boat allegedly to Wyatt's grandpa's house, not to Warren's mom's house.
Well, from what we understood initially reported, they said the boat was at the judge's house. and then they actually scrub the boat clean. That's another thing that nobody's talking about.
Yeah, I think that is speculatory. I don't think that that's been substantiated. I think that that's one of those things that's just been put out there that may not necessarily be the truth.
Officer Izzy, do you want to take Officer Tatum's place at that chair?
No, I don't, but I do. I listen again. I'm not interested in putting out false information. I'm interested in getting to the truth. So, as a interested party in getting to the truth, no matter where the truth may lead, I got to be honest and forthright in saying what is true as far as my understanding and what is not true.
Were the initial reports
Mhm.
for Nolan Wells state that Warren's, we even call it Warren's boat because I do remember Warren's boat.
It's Wyatt's boat.
Well, whatever his name is, Wyatt, we'll just correct that. Boat was at the mother's house.
What's up, Ebony? How you doing, Ebony? Just said there's nothing said they scrubbed or cleaned the boat. Yeah, that was a rumor that was out there. ADS didn't pull that out of his backside, but that has not been substantiated for any evidence. So that's why I cannot give that any real merit. But ADS didn't just make that up. That was out there. That was out there. Yeah, that has not been confirmed. The searcher said there was only one thing that could clean up blood anyway. Okay. So we're gonna get to this in the meantime. Why
Let's
idiots? Go ahead.
let's take a look at this real quick.
Okay.
Initial reports and public statements in the Nolan Wells case do not place the boat at the mother judge house. Instead, public records and social media statements from Jackson County Terrace Judge Ashley Call, whose son Warren was on a trip, clarify that the boat belonging to Wyatt Parent left Horn Island at approximately 4:31 on July 4th, 2026, because it was taking on water due to a bilge pump issue. GPS and investigative timeline show the boat was trailered back to the owner's home in Biloxi after returning to the
Biloxi,
mainland.
Biloxi, Mississippi.
All right, Izzy, that's enough corrections for the night. You got it.
No, but so I was right in what I said, right? I know what I'm see, he being sensitive. So again, I knew what I was talking about. He's been sensitive again. I don't know why people get so offended. Like, I'm just trying to make sure that the right information is being put across because I get accused of all type of stuff anyway. So I can't just let y'all come up here and say anything. I get accused of it. They're gonna blame me. So I don't know why y'all take that personal when I try to get the right information out there. I don't understand that, but it is what it is. Can y'all support the show in the meantime, between time? Let's get it. Let's go.
There's no reason to hide anything. You know, this is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to help, do everything that we could to help out.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on no one's phone. No one touched no one's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched no one's phone, then, you know, there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone.
How crazy is that? How crazy is that? What was I wrong about Noah? Nolan. What was I wrong about Noah? When I said absolutely instead of what did he say? Whatever he said. I paid for that. I paid when Uncle
Of
Tom, when I
course,
said
of course,
of course,
of course.
right. When he said of course, and I said he said absolute, I was mistaken about that. But guess what? Of course is a statement of absolution. Of course is a statement of absolution, but because technically I was wrong, I paid for being wrong. I don't have no problem
Yeah, because
admitting when I'm wrong.
you betting on the wording.
On the word,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So what have I been wrong about? I all I've been doing
It's,
is going off of what exactly is being said and breaking it down, dissecting. Go ahead.
yeah, it's like I say, like, yo, easy man, let's go watch. Are we going to go watch the Knicks to when the season start? Of course. Hey, easy. Are we going to go watch the Knicks when the season start? Absolutely. both the same thing, but y'all
It's the
betting
same
on the
thing.
wording.
Right. Now that's a fact. And so that's why I had to concede to that. I'm not reading what you're saying. What are you talking about? I mean, listen, you gotta pay, brother. Like, what y'all got going on, man? Why do y'all want to cheat the game? Pay. If you want me to read your comments, put forth some money. Support financially. I appreciate it. Let's get it. Jesus Christ.
Until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason to delete anything. I mean, you know, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and you know, we never did.
All right, so I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about.
Blanco, what do you think about that? That statement right there. What do you really think about that, bro? You heard what
Rewind
he
it one more
just.
time. I
All
was
right,
doing something on the computer. Rewind it one more time. My bad.
yeah, I'm gonna rewind it one more time, but I want you to
Yeah, I'm
really,
trying
really
to.
listen to
I'm
what he's
trying to do
saying.
like two things at the same time. Go ahead.
No problem. I want you to really, really listen to what he's saying, man. Check this out.
No, I didn't think anything of it. I told her that I was praying for, and you know that we were out there and we were, you know, doing everything that we could to help out.
Now, and listen to. Do you hear the tonality and the phraseology that he used when he's telling the truth? Like that happened. What he just said happened. Now, I want you to check out the difference in tone, the difference in cadence, the difference in phraseology, and how it doesn't even make sense what he's saying. Check this out.
And when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation on? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to get the keys over. Or you said you didn't know where the keys were at.
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me, they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything. You know, this is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean,
did you catch that right there? You caught that.
He's saying absolutely no, but he wasn't there, so he cannot confirm that. You got to go from you getting like third party information in a way.
And
second party information will be
right. And then he immediately goes to putting himself in it. Why would we hide the keys? Why would you? Why would you do that?
He on defensive mode.
Right. And he wasn't even there. Why are you defending something you wasn't even there for? And then look how he further answers that. Check this out. I'm just one because I know I ain't crazy. Check this out.
We were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Check this out again. He already now this is a police tactic. I don't think he's doing the police tactic on whatchamacallit, evidently, right? On Warren, evidently, right? But this is a police tactic. Again, he took Warren out of the equation. Did you not notice that? He said, evidently, you didn't touch the phone at all. You noticed what he did, right? He took him totally out the equation. Now, check this out. He took him out the equation. Now, check out how he answered this. Watch what he asked him. He gave him bail again, and watch what happens.
Because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Is there any chance that anybody or any knowledge? So that's two separate questions. But is there any chance or any knowledge that anybody else touched the phone? Right, Blanco? You with me?
Yeah, absolutely. Did you do it, or do you know somebody doing it? Pretty much.
Right, but he already excluded him from doing it. He said, "Hey, look, obviously you said you didn't touch the phone, and it's already been shown you absolutely didn't touch the phone. At the same time, is there any chance that anybody else could have touched the phone, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch the phone?" Which is two different questions, which is outside of him. He has nothing to do with this at this point. You see what I'm saying? Now, these are, and maybe because Officer Tatum been doing what he's doing for so long,
it's ingrained in him.
Right. These are absolutely interrogation tactics. I just want y'all to know that. And according to interrogation tactics, this nigga's lying. Check this out. Listen to his answer. This nigga Warren is lying, bro. Listen to his answer that he gives.
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on no one's phone. No one touched no one's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched no one's phone, then there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck, and none of us have access to no one's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason to delete anything. I mean, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and we never did.
All right, so
Rambling, blinking, changing the subject,
He's
basically
stuttering a little bit.
stuttering, stammering, going right back to we and me and putting it back on himself. Those are all telltale signs that something just ain't right, bro. Something just ain't right. Something ain't right, bro. I don't know what it is, but something ain't right.
So it would be he knows more than what he's letting the public knows.
That's an absolute fact. Without question. I'm not saying that he deleted no one because I don't know about that. But he absolutely knows more than he's saying. The reason why is his body is telling on him. Again, people are not comfortable with lying. So your body tells on you. There's certain tells, certain things you say, certain ways that you act, certain ways that you move, that your body will indicate that you're lying. And he is showing all the signs that he's lying.
You ever
All of
lied to
them.
the police?
Say that again?
You lied to the police before?
Come on, man.
All the time. Can you let me play devil's advocate, right? Do you think that people being nervous make you kind of like make you say more than what you wanted to say? Because think about it, like people getting pulled over, especially Negroes, right? That's a nervous situation, right? And you think like you can talk, you're talking yourself out of just a simple ticket, but you end up just talking yourself to the point that it's nervous. Now at this point, the officers start asking you, "Hold on, now you're talking a little bit too much, man. Do you got weapons in here? You got weed and coke? What you got over here?"
And 9 times out of 10, when you be doing all that talking, what happens? You got that shit on you.
Mm-hmm.
It's an admit that's that again, our bodies are not we're not really designed to lie like that and just lie. Most people are not capable of being just lying and not having any tells or any signs of lying. And I'm telling you, he's exhibiting all the signs of lying, all of them. And I pointed them out, many of them out. I didn't point all of them out, but I pointed many of them out. And I may be called crazy. I may be called, I don't know what I'm talking about, but he absolutely has shown signs of lying.
Yeah. It's something in there, but still, bro, this I'm pretty sure you're about to close it out, right?
Surely this is almost over. I'm just interested in finishing the video, so I'm gonna finish this video.
Yeah, so they're still going to say there is no way that you can be this, not the son of the judge. They already that's one level because most judges in America are lawyers, right? So in order for you to get to this position, you have to put in work. Then they lawyer up, I guess, right? So that's a second level of advice right there from the legality perspective, right? That if this kid got anything to do in that particular situation, would be doing a interview, bro. I just don't see that. I'm still gonna stay there until something else come out. That I might be wrong, but there is no way if he was involved, he would be doing this. Like if he was in there.
Shout out to Grace Song Anush says, I believe Izzy is referring to the read technique and it used of minimization and third-party hypotheticals. But I think his conclusion is incorrect. It used for unintentional baseline disclosure. Okay, I got you. But that's literally what I said though. When you said unintentional baseline disclosure, what do you mean by that? Because if because I go ahead when you said unintentional baseline disclosure, what do you mean by that? Because why do you think my conclusion is incorrect? or guilty, knowledge leaking. But just because someone answers the question doesn't mean he's guilty. Right. Now, I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm saying he's lying. So there's a difference. I've admitted that I don't know if he's guilty or not. I've admitted that multiple times. Have I not, Blanco?
Yeah.
I've admitted that multiple times. I cannot even say right now that he's guilty. I can definitively say that he's lying. There's a difference. He's lying, but I'm not saying that he's guilty. There is a huge difference. There's a distinction there. He is absolutely lying. And you can tell that if you know body language, if you know people, you know that he's lying. You know he's lying. So I'm not saying he's guilty, but I'm absolutely saying that he's lying. Yeah. So okay, he said, okay, I get it, Izzy. Okay, shout out to that. Cause I know I ain't crazy, bro. I ain't crazy. I'm not saying he's guilty, but I know he's lying. That's all I am saying. Let's get to it. Let's go. Y'all support the show in the meantime, between time. I'm giving y'all advanced level expertise if y'all don't know that or not. I'm trying to tell y'all, I'm really, really giving y'all advanced level expertise and insight if you really paying attention and you're not just trying to mock me and scoff me because you think I don't know what I'm talking about. So if y'all don't mind, if y'all would, if everybody throw $5 at us, we have enough. We just need 9 more people, at least $5 a piece to reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. We're almost through. Let's get it.
I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about. Because you had mentioned earlier that you saw Nolan cradling Katie. Right. Her name is Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
I just want you to explain, what does that mean? Some people in their mind, they may think he's cradling like a baby.
Yeah.
Like what is that scenario?
Yeah,
like?
He was. I mean, Nolan was off. The last time I saw him, like I said, I was off the bow of the boat, and like I said earlier, if you had jumped off the bow of the boat, you were probably about chest or neck deep in water. So Nolan wasn't like carrying her out the water. She's sitting in the water, and Nolan's arms are under the water, and he's carrying her from under the water. But her head's still out of the water. Nolan's head's still out of the water. And I was looking at both of them. So
he's kind of like holding her.
Right.
Kind of like,
in the water, though.
Like we grown, right? There's two people in the water. They feeling each other.
Right.
Like meaning feeling they like each other.
Right.
And
that was obvious.
He's a little more close to her, and they're kind of having a moment.
Correct.
Not saying and not insinuating that it's sexual, but
no, of course not,
they're together. They like each other. You looking at him, you're like, bro, you crazy, because you know that he like her and he's hanging out with her.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
That makes sense. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You saw him at a certain point, but then someone else saw him a lot later when you guys were gone.
Right. Okay. So the last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3:00, and he was, in front of the boat with the girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6:00, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan. Once we left, there were still dozens on dozens on dozens of boats around us. And I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
So Warren, I'm going to ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out.
Okay.
Did you just peep that?
Yeah, that was a 3-hour window, 3 to 6. And they say it was dozens of people that saw Nolan after it. So he cannot really, he can only speak for himself pretty much.
And how does he know that they were still there when he left? Number one. And then you got to remember, a huge part of what he was saying before is they told Nolan to get on the boat. So if Nolan was in front of the boat, I don't know if you just caught that. He said they was in front of the boat. So if Nolan was in front of the boat, how was and he was just looking at them booed up or whatever, how was they yelling and telling him to get on the boat? When you're talking about 3:00, and they didn't leave until 4:30 because at 4:30 they started taking on water. I don't get it.
Yeah, the timelines are off. The time frame.
I don't get it. That's problematic for me. I'm just saying. I don't know. Let's go. Let's get it.
Is there any knowledge that is, well, this is like a stupid question, but let me ask it anyway. Do you have any knowledge that these kids have been interrogated by the police department, by the homicide division, the investigators?
Not homicide, but I think the sheriff's office did interview them allegedly. That's what they're saying.
Because you're right. They haven't been declared it's a homicide anyway. So yeah.
Right. If you know where folks, he's lying. Is you cool? Shout out to Raheem Ali. Salute to you. And they said one side of the boat had a higher level of water than the other. Mhm. Oh Lord. That's possible though, but we could get it. We could get into that. That's possible. All right, y'all support the show, support the stream now, man. Let's get it.
I didn't come down here to, do anything other but to get the truth and for you to have a voice in this. And the first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
The mom act like, or at least she portrayed on.
There go that, of course not again. I don't know. All I could say is, like my man was saying, the baseline, right? How did he put it? Involuntary baseline. And I don't know if that's exactly what I'm speaking of, but what I do know is that in conversation, right? When you're trying to get to the truth in an investigation, whatever the case may be, you ask questions, but you're gauging multiple things. You're gauging body language, you're gauging cadence, you're gauging eye contact, you're gauging blink rate, you're gauging words. You know what I'm saying? And these are techniques and tactics that we use in poker. So a person will say, I call. But if you've been playing with them long enough, you can pick up on how they say I call, or if they say I call this time, or if they say I bet this amount this time, or just different things that they may say in different ways that will let you know whether they're bluffing, how strong their hand is, how weak their hand is, and where their position is at. And this is basically you know what I'm saying? These are educated guesses, but the better that you are in reading that, the better that you're going to be overall. And it seems as if, of course, is one of his tell words. Let me just tell y'all that off the top. And again, I can't gauge if it's a total lie or if it's a admission that he is not as confident in the answer that he's giving. And that I don't know him well enough to gauge that. But there is some measure of lie, and he's not confident in that. And that is where this is, absolutely without question. That, of course, is absolutely a tell of his. That something ain't kosher. If that makes sense.
So it's like a behavior analysis, what you're doing pretty much.
Right.
That's what I would call it.
Yeah, it's a totality of multiple different factors that would give you the answer. But and again, I can't speak just right now to his guilt or innocence, but I could absolutely tell you that he's lying or covering up something without question. Without question. He's covering up something.
Yeah, so if you was the officer, whatever his name is, would you be
Officer.
presenting alternative questions?
I see that's a good question. If I was me, I would. You see what I'm saying? But if I was Officer Tatum, from what I'm hearing about Officer Tatum, I probably would have conducted this the same way he did, because this is his get down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's more like like the way that he's like it's like a handling the like he handled the person. He got like a very passive
Kid gloves.
attitude, passive move. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, kid gloves.
So at that point, you will have to kind of like go. I mean, obviously, again, he's the police, but he's not in his police job. He kind of adopting some of those techniques in conducting this quote unquote interview.
Easy. So you're saying that black people are crying wolf in America, and his apprehension / defensiveness / god doggone downright lying is a result of black people crying crying that racism exists in America.
Can't even bother to.
That's ridiculous, bro. I can't read your comment before this one, man. Come on, easy. Send me some money, man. Jesus Christ. Because y'all, that's just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Well, what you say before?
Oh, well, he gave a scenario that was, listen, I will read this because this is fair. I've said from the beginning that I think that some kind of accident happened and they're trying to cover it up. That's what I think. If y'all want to know what I really think, that's what I think. I think they was tussling, they was drunk and rumbling. Somebody Nolan probably bumped his head, got knocked out. They got scared because he was unconscious or whatever, and maybe dipped him overboard. That's what I believe.
Or potentially a fist fight, right? I'll continue with the theory, right? A fist fight, knock him out. Everybody got panic and throw the man on the water. Or what is more normal to happen with kids that age, doing heavy drugs, hard drugs.
Now that they have made some allusions of that allegedly that there might have been some cocaine involved, but definitely alcohol allegedly. Remember I said this. What if they were all wasted, took a wave or something on the way home that caused Nolan to bump his head, scared of DUI or something, dumped Nolan overboard and went home? It's possible. I think some sort of accident happens, what I really believe. And then for my man Raheem at least said about Izzy. Izzy is right. That boy lying. That boy lying. He lying.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, she's not gonna tell the whole story. Of course, she's not gonna tell the whole story. I get it. Of course, she's not gonna tell the whole story. But he just shouldn't lie though. But
television and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least. Some days my friends want to hang out every single day, and Nolan was always there. So,
and obviously, people may see this and know the facts later that you weren't able to go to the funeral or the memorial service.
Right.
Why didn't you go? What was that?
Well, I mean, with everything going on social media right now, with people saying the crazy things that they're saying, I would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, for own personal reasons, I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats. And, for my own safety, I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk. It breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything because obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends, but I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats of people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because I got to put my own safety first, and even if that means missing my friend's funeral, I mean it's horrible, and I wish I could have been there, but that's what's been going on,
And you guys, I think this is the first time that you've publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're gonna put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now. And, I think you're a great guy. You've kind of, ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been on my friends and I's side. And I really like that about you. I mean, I thought you were very confident and well-spoken, and I really enjoyed that. And all my friends and I watch you. We all think you're great. We love your faith with the Lord. We try to be closer and closer with the Lord every day. And so did Nolan, and, that we just really liked the way you spoke about us and how you took our side, not based off someone's agenda and, based off of race. Cause I mean, that's a horrible thing,
Was this about race? Did this have anything to do with race as far as from your perspective?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nolan's been a great friend of mine since 8th grade. Nolan isn't my only friend of color. And, I have plenty of friends through high school and friends I have now, not just Nolan, who are Black, Mexican. I've never looked at that, and none of my friends ever have. And if you do, that's disgusting.
And if you had a chance to, tell the world that have painted this picture of you and your friends as being potential murderers of Nolan, white supremacists, racists? What would you want the world to know if you can summarize to them in a very
I just want to say two things can be true at the same time, Blanco, right? They could not be white supremacists and racists and still have deleted that kid by accident or intentionally even.
That's absolutely true. Yeah. Most merch situations, right? I don't think got nothing to do with racism. You got to do everything to do with proximity.
And personal grievance, right? Personal grievance or personal problem, issues or whatever. I do think it was a thing of they was, dibbling, dabbling in substances and some sort of variation of that. And an accident happened and they
And I
got
can
freaked
see that.
and they got freaked out. That's what I really think happened, to be honest
And
with
to
you.
me, it's like given the age, the climate that we live, everything being laced with fentanyl is a good. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a good chance, but like that can be a possibility, right? That somebody probably sniff a little bit too much of that thing, allegedly, right? We just speculating at this point, just throwing the scenarios out there. Um, Overdose and just throw them on the water. That made them guilty.
Yeah, well,
I think it's a charge
yes.
for that.
Yeah,
I
there's absolutely a charge for that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's basically a accessory to a deletion. It's maybe accessory after the fact, uh,
It's
covering up evidence. Tampering. It's a lot of little charges, lesser charges
Yeah,
that they
it
could
can
get.
be yeah, it's complicated, but it can be manslaughter too, because I actually know someone that went and sold some pills, some
Mhm.
one of the perk joints, right? To
Mhm.
this girl. Girl died
Mhm.
right in his car, right?
Mhm.
So he opened the door, threw her on the by the trash can. This happened in an apartment complex, but the big old trash cans that the complex be having,
Mhm.
he dragged her, left her right there. Girl died, and then they came pick him up 8 months later,
Mm.
and he got charged with, because they had to backtrack because of the text messenger, the call, the login, and everything. So they had to connect the dots, and he ended up getting 13 years. And he got charged with manslaughter.
Mm. Hey, mama, thank you very much, mama. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5. She said maybe they was hanging out until 3, but split. Then he saw him again to tell him to get back on the boat, or he heard his friend tell him without seeing him. Right. That's possible. But again, that's still lying because it's not telling the whole truth, right? You know what I'm saying? They're making it seem like the last time they had any interaction with him was at 3 o'clock. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much,
Hope
mama.
you don't mind if I say this out loud. How wonderful life is, 'cause you're in the world.
I love you. 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 Y'all be like mama and support the show, support the stream. I mean, help us reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. Thank you, my brother Raheem Ali. I appreciate that. Salute. Let's get back to this. We're almost done with this. Let's go.
short paragraph or a few sentences?
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them if you had the opportunity?
I would want to say to them that my family and I are praying for y'all. You know, I can never bring myself to tell somebody that I'm going to kill them, and that I'm going to, I've received, and my family's received, absolutely horrible threats about this. And, I want people to know that our faith with the Lord is stronger and means more to us than anything. And we all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth. And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. But I want people to know that I'm praying for them. And if they want to speak hate and speak, these horrible things, and I mean, you're obviously not in the right state of mind, and you need to work on yourself. It's a horrible thing. And, but race was never a thing between Nolan and I and my friends. I mean, I have friends in my friend group that are Mexican and, mixed, black. I mean, that's never met.
Yo, what? Yo, that's weird. I don't know what that is, right? He asked him if he could write a letter to Nolan's parents, right? Is that what he said? If you could write a letter to Nolan's parents, and what would you want to say to them? Right? Am I wrong about that? Did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, that's what I say. It was like a comforting letter, maybe like
Yeah, but he immediately made it about him and the threats that his family is giving his friend of allegedly since 8th grade. So at least 10 years. His friend of 10 years is deceased. They don't know what happened to his friend. His friend, why are you? I mean, listen, of course you're gonna want to protect yourself, protect your reputation. But why are you not more remorseful and sorrowful and empathetic towards the loss of your friend and just trying to assure the family, since you wasn't able to be there at the funeral and since they ain't doing nothing to you, why aren't you at least empathetic and expressing to them your level of condolences, your level of wanting well wishes and love and just prayers and all of that for them, instead of going more so lightly into that, but more so deeply into how this is affecting you. That doesn't sound very you know what I'm saying? That don't sound
Yeah,
very Christian like at all. I'm gonna be honest.
yeah, he got that nonchalant kind of like attitude. You know what I mean? Like, he's from the outside looking in. He doesn't seem to be bothered about his friend passing away. You know what I mean? Also, you got people that we have to, like I said earlier, like I went to a whole lot of hospitals and funeral my homie and I didn't even cry. That doesn't mean I wasn't hurting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people grieve different ways. This interview, I don't think this man is like one of these interview savvy kind of guy. This guy probably only got a TikTok. The only thing he know how to do is TikToks all day long and
No, well,
dances, right?
he almost got 5 million. I mean, he almost got like 4 million subs on YouTube. He got like 3.852 million subs on YouTube.
The white boy?
Officer Tatum.
Oh, I talk about the white boy. That's what
Oh,
I'm talking
okay.
about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know
You know
what
what I
the
mean?
white. I don't know what.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
Like
know.
what I'm saying, like he don't like. I'm talking the whole time I was talking about the white boy.
Oh, okay. I'm Warren. Yeah, I thought you was talking about him first, but I thought you was talking about as far as the interview. Interview being interview. The interviewer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no. Let's talk about the Officer Tatum guy. He is doing a professional what he doing. He got a few millions. I'm like I know his name, but I just never bothered to watch none of his lives. You see what I'm saying? I never watched like his live streams or nothing like that. I don't even know if he do live streams.
Yeah, Officer Tatum. He doesn't very rare. I think he does more so pre-recorded videos or whatever the case may be.
So he making a check. Homeboy is eating good, bro.
Yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to him. Yo, Just Me said Izzy guilt won't let him direct it to his parents. She said it's just like asking a guilty person what type of punishment should the guilty receive. A lot of times they can't answer that question because they know they are guilty. That's what Jess is saying. Jerome said exactly, Izzy, your friend is deceased, right? I mean, and everybody does grieve differently. At the same time, it's like, yo, come on, man. Where's the empathy at? If anything happened, it was an accident, and these kids made a horrible decision. That doesn't make them innocent. It's still horrible, and they should be locked up. I don't believe race claim at all. Okay, yeah. Listen, I'm buying it. I'm not saying these kids are racist. I'm not saying that. I've never said that. I've never said that these kids are racist because I don't necessarily believe it. May they be prejudiced? May they be biased? Yeah, that's possible. But racist? No, I don't think they are. But is it could it? I think it was an accident, and they are trying to cover it up. That's what I thought from the beginning. I'm being honest. But that's still, like you said, guilty. They're still guilty, and they should not cover it up. You know what I'm saying? Period.
Let me go ahead now. I'm gonna bounce, Brody.
I
I gotta go
appreciate you, man.
pick it up, son. All right,
Salute,
family.
salute. Thank you, man. Hey, shout out to C. Make sure y'all check out my man Poppy Blanco. Subscribe to his channel. Thank you so much, CJ Bush, for the 200 jewels. She said, flow state, flow state. Thank you very much for the 200 jewels. Y'all be like CJ Brooks and support the show, support the stream. Now, I appreciate you, CJ. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I
Hope you
appreciate you.
don't mind if I say this out loud. How wonderful life is, 'cause you're in the world.
I love you. 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 I'm going to play a little more and we out this piece. Let's get to it. Let's go. Hey, y'all support the show. In the meantime, between time, we're about to close it out. I appreciate y'all being here. Let's get it.
I think it's just absolutely disgusting that people try to make this narrative out of something that it's absolutely not, first off, and out of something that they have zero facts about. Jackson County hasn't released any facts. There haven't been any facts about this case other than that, just timelines and, stuff like that. But it's horrible that people have made this out to be something that it's absolutely not. And it's disgusting in my opinion.
Was Nolan the only black person on that island?
Absolutely not. I saw a lot of black people. And like I said, I mean, it's not pointed out or anything. I mean, I wasn't looking at that, but my buddy Trayson was out there and, he's mixed. Javon was out there. He's came out. He's mixed. I know a bunch of my friends that are black that were out there that day that I haven't even mentioned. I mean, Nolan was not the only black person out there by no means. I mean, like there was thousands of people out there, white, Mexican, black, everyone,
And in the friend group, is Nolan the only black person in the friend group?
Absolutely not. My buddy Trayson's black.
Why easy? What are you talking about? Again, I said I don't think it has nothing to do with race or racism. Like how many times I said, could they be prejudiced? Yeah. Could they be biased? Yes. We all have prejudice and bias. What are you talking about? At the same time, I don't think it has nothing to do with race or racism. Now, what I agree with Jerome is when it comes to them adults and putting in a court of law and the proper investigation, all that stuff, I believe that absolutely all has something to do with race. But between them kids, no, I don't think it has nothing to do with race. I'm just being honest. But is race involved? Obviously it is. I mean, that's like, a no-brainer. But anyway, hey, shout out to Officer Tatum. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate him doing this interview because we get to hear a Warren side and then Tristan's side or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? And we don't know who else side we get to hear. So it's great. Shout out to him. Shout out to his hard work. I'm praying that the family gets answers. I'm praying that they get the truth. I'm praying that they get justice. And if it was an accident, that it be known and be said. Peace, CJ. Appreciate you. Hey, y'all make sure that y'all hit the like button on your way out. Make sure that you tell a friend about us. Like, share, subscribe. I appreciate y'all being here. And listen, at the end of the day, we are all just people with opinions. If someone's opinion bothers you that much that you want to hurt them or see them harm or see them, suffer for their opinion, that problem is probably yours. That problem is probably yours, not anybody else's. All right, just for the record. Hey, y'all have a great day, man. Much love to y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna be live tomorrow, but if I'm not live tomorrow, God willing, I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Much love. Thank you so much to everybody that supported the show. Shout out to Uncle Tom, even though he took my money and ran. Shout out to Jay Lewis. Thank you so much, Jay Lewis. Shout out to Vixa Forever. Thank you so much to Vixa Forever. Shout out to CJ Brooks. Shout out to Mama. Shout out to Deborah Leonelli. Appreciate it. Shout out to Mo Love. Shout out to the Ghetto Stoic. Shout out to Bridget M. Shout out to Chacho. My sisters that came out and showed out today. And shout out to TV Trucker. Shout out to Shiesta Avenger. Shout out to Juan Solo. POV. Appreciate you. Shout out to Just Some Mid Classic Rhetoric. Appreciate you, family. Shout out to the Ghetto Stoic and shout out to Gemini 605. I really, really appreciate each and every one of y'all for supporting the show, supporting the stream. You know what I mean? And y'all have a great day, man. I hope y'all enjoyed this commentary. I hope y'all enjoyed my expertise and my breakdown. Don't be trying to come after me. We out. And we out. Much love to y'all. Much love to y'all.
They say I have no talent, but they stay watching, counting every move. Yeah, they be clocking, speculating, while I'm stacking my dough. It don't make sense, I'm trying to put on a show. They try to play me like my funds are low, but I'm easy bands, never just a name. J Prince for president, now I'm in a different game. With every step I take, I'm painting my lane. When will they realize hard work beats talent every time? No dollars make sense, so I stays on the grind. Hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard, I stays on their mind. Told them stay in their lane, yeah. born to win, we may win and look easy. Stay on my grind, they try and do me greasy. Round here we put in work, don't nothing come easily. Low down dirty shame, wait, don't get to tease me. Watching from the sidelines, wishing they could ride, but my hustle got a heartbeat, can't let it slide. Every single dollar, I earned it, nothing borrowed. In this life my passion lies, through the pain and sorrow. When will they realize? Hard work beat talent every time. No dollar makes sense, so I stays on the grind. Hard work beat talent, when talent don't work hard, I stays on their mind. Told them stay in their lane, yeah. Cause no matter what, you can't block my shine. Sit and speculate, try to throw some shade, but I'm more like a king, this hustle's well displayed. With every setback, my fire grows deep. Watch how I play, I'm relentless, not weak. Got this ambition in my heart, can't dim my light. It's a grind day and night, till my future feel right. I'm building my empire, brick by brick. Even when they doubt, I'm the one they can't stick, yeah. The streets they talking, but I stay on my toes. Watch this dream unfold, watch how the story goes. Oh, I ain't just a rapper, I'm a brand, can't you see? They might hate the game, but they love the real me. When will they realize? Hard work beat talent every time. No dollar makes sense, so I stays on the grind. Hard work beat talent, when talent don't work hard, I stays on their mind. Told them stay in their lane. No matter what, you can't block my shine. Hard work beat talent. Hard work beat